Blackstone Audio presents The Ships of Earth by Orson Scott Card. Homecoming, Volume 3. To Bill and Lorraine Moon, with fond memories of temples and malls, of copy machines and newsletters, of great kids and good company, of love freely given, and honor unyielding. Prologue. The master computer of the planet Harmony was full of hope at last. The chosen human beings had been drawn together and removed from the city of Basilica. Now they were embarked on the first of two journeys. This one would take them through the desert, through the Valley of Fires, to the southern tip of the island once called Vusiatka, to a place where no human being had set foot for 40 million years. The second journey would be from that place, across 1,000 light-years, to the home planet of the human species, Earth, abandoned 40 million years ago, and ready now for human beings to return. Not just any human beings. These human beings. The ones born after 1 million generations of guided evolution, with the strongest ability to communicate with the master computer, mind to mind, memory to memory. However, in encouraging people with this power to mate, and therefore enhance it in their offspring, the master computer had not made any attempt to choose only the nicest, or most obedient, or even the most intelligent or skillful. That was not within the purview of the computer's program. People could be more difficult or less difficult, more or less dangerous, more or less useful, but the master computer had not been programmed to show preference for decency or wit. The master computer had been set in place by the first settlers on the planet Harmony for one purpose only: to preserve the human species by restraining it from the technologies that allowed wars and empires to spread so far that they could destroy a planet's ability to sustain human life, as had occurred on Earth. As long as men could fight only with hand weapons, and could travel only on horseback, the world could endure, while the humans on it would remain free to be as good or evil as they chose. Since that original programming, however, the master computer's hold on humanity had weakened. Some people were able to communicate with the master computer more clearly than anyone had ever imagined would be possible. Others, however, had only the weakest of connections. The result was that new weapons and new methods of transportation were beginning to enter the world, and while it might yet be thousands or tens of thousands of years before the end would still come. And the master computer of Harmony had no idea of how to reverse the process. This made it urgent enough for the master computer to attempt to return to Earth, where the keeper of Earth could introduce new programming. But in recent months, the master computer and some of its human allies discovered that the keeper of Earth was already, somehow, introducing change. Different people had dreamed clear and powerful dreams of creatures that had never existed on Harmony, and the master computer itself discovered subtle alterations in its own programming. It should have been impossible for the keeper of Earth to influence events so very far away. And yet that entity which had dispatched the original refugee ships 40 million years before was the only imaginable source of these changes. How or why the keeper of Earth was doing this, the master computer of the planet Harmony could not begin to guess. It only knew that 40 million years had not been kind to its own systems, and it needed replenishment. It only knew that whatever the keeper of Earth asked for, the master computer of Harmony would try to supply. It asked now for a group of human beings to recolonize the Earth. So the master computer chose 16 people from the population of Basilica. Many were kin to each other. All had unusual ability to communicate with the master computer. However, they were not all terribly bright, and not all were particularly trustworthy or kind. Many of them had strong dislikes or resentments toward others, and while some of them were committed to the master computer's cause, some were just as committed to thwarting it. The whole enterprise might fail at any time if the darker impulses of the humans could not be curbed. Civilization was always fragile, even when strong social forces inhibited individual passions. Now, cut off from the larger world, would they be able to forge a new, smaller, harmonious society? Or would the expedition be destroyed from the beginning? The master computer had to plan and act as if the expedition would survive, would succeed. In a certain place, the master computer triggered a sequence of events. Machinery that had long been silent began to hum. Robots that had long been in stasis were awakened and set to work, searching for machines that needed repair. They had waited a long, long time, and even in a stasis field, they could not last forever. It would take several years to determine just how much work would be needed, and how it should or even could be done. But there was no hurry. If the journey took time, then perhaps the people could use that time to make peace with each other. There was no hurry, or rather no hurry that would be detectable to human beings. To the master computer, accomplishing a task within 10 years was a breathless pace, while to humans it could seem unbearably long. For though the master computer could detect the passage of milliseconds, it had memories of 40 million years of life on Harmony so far, and on that scale, compared to the normal human lifespan, 10 years was as brief a span of time as 5 minutes. The master computer would use those years well and productively, and hoped that people could manage to do the same. If they were wise, it would be a time in which they could create their families, bear and begin to raise many children, and develop into a community worthy to return to the Keeper of Earth. However, that would be no easy achievement, and at the moment all the master computer could really hope for was to keep them all alive. Chapter 1. The Law of the Desert. Shedame was a scientist, not a desert traveler. She had no great need for city comforts. She was as content sleeping on a floor or table as on a bed, but she resented having been dragged away from her laboratory, from her work, from all that gave her life meaning. She had never agreed to join this half-mad expedition, yet here she was, atop a camel in the dry heat of the desert wind, rocking back and forth as she watched the backside of the camel in front of her sway in another rhythm. It made her faintly sick, the heat and the motion. It gave her a headache. Several times she almost turned back. She could find the way well enough. All she had to do was get close enough to Basilica, and her computer would link up with the city and show her the rest of the way home. Alone, she'd make much better time. Perhaps she could even be back before nightfall. And they would surely let her into the city. She wasn't kin by blood or marriage to anyone else in this group. The only reason she had been exiled with them was because she had arranged for the dry boxes full of seeds and embryos that would re-establish some semblance of the old flora and fauna on Earth. She had done a favor for her old teacher, that's all. They could hardly force her into exile for that. Yet that cargo was the reason she did not turn back. Who else would understand how to revive the myriad species carried on these camels? Who else would know which ones needed to go first to establish themselves before later species came that would have to feed on them? It's not fair, thought Shedame for the 1000th time. I'm the only one in this party who can begin to do this task. But for me, it's not a challenge at all. It's not science, it's agriculture. I'm here not because the task the Oversoul has chosen me for is so demanding, but because all the others are so deeply ignorant of it. You look angry and miserable. Shedame turned to see that it was Razia who had brought her camel up beside Shedame's on the wide stony path. Razia, her teacher, almost her mother, but not really her mother, not by blood, not by right. Yes, said Shedame. At me? Asked Razia. Partly you, said Shedame. You maneuvered us all into this. I have no connection with any of these people except through you. We all have the same connection, said Razia. The Oversoul sent you a dream, didn't she? I didn't ask for it. Which of us did, said Razia. No, I do understand what you mean, Shedia. The others all made choices that got them into this. Niafai and Liuet and Hushith and I have come willingly, more or less, and Eliamak and Meb, not to mention my daughters, bless their nasty little hearts, are here because they made some stupid and vile decisions. The others are here because they have marriage contracts, though for some of them it's merely compounding the original mistake to come along. But you, Chedame, all that brings you here is your dream, and your loyalty to me. The Oversoul had sent her a dream of floating through the air, scattering seeds and watching them grow, turning a desert land into forest and meadow, filled with greenery, abounding with animals. Chedame looked around at the bleak desert landscape, seeing the few thorny plants that clung to life here and there, knowing that a few lizards lived on the few insects that found water enough to survive. "This is not my dream," said Chedame. "But you came," said Razia, "partly for the dream, and partly out of love for me." "There's no hope of succeeding, you know," said Chedame. "These aren't colonizers here. Only Eliamak has the skill to survive. He's the one who's most experienced in desert travel. Nyef and Meb are doing well enough for their part, and the rest of us will learn." Chedame fell silent, not wanting to argue. "I hate it when you back away from a quarrel like that," said Razia. "I don't like conflict," said Chedame. "But you always back off at exactly the moment when you're about to tell the other person exactly what she needs to hear. I don't know what other people need to hear." "Say what you had on your mind a moment ago," said Razia. "Tell me why you think our expedition is doomed to failure." "Basilica," said Chedame. "We've left the city. It can't possibly harm us now." "Basilica will harm us in 1,000 ways. It will always be our memory of a gentle, easier life. We'll always be torn with longing to go back." "It's not homesickness that worries you, though, surely," said Razia. "We carry half the city with us," said Chedame. "All the diseases of the city, but none of its strengths. We have the custom of leisure, but none of the wealth and property that made it possible. We have become used to indulging too many of our appetites, which can never be indulged in a tiny colony like ours will be. People have left the city and gone colonizing before." "Those who want to adapt will adapt, I know," said Chedame. "But how many want to? How many have the will to set aside their own desires, to sacrifice for the good of us all? I don't even have that degree of commitment. I'm more furious with every kilometer we move farther away from my work." "Well, then we're fortunate," said Razia. "No one else here had any work worth mentioning. And those who did have lost everything, so they couldn't go back anyway." "Meb's work is waiting for him there," said Chedame. Razia looked baffled for a moment. "I'm not aware that Meb had any work, unless you mean his sad little career as an actor." "I meant his lifelong project of coupling with every female in Basilica who wasn't actually bloodkin of his, or unspeakably ugly, or dead." "Oh," said Razia, smiling wanly. "That work." "And he's not the only one," said Chedame. "Oh, I know," said Razia. "You're too kind to say it, but my own daughters are no doubt longing to take up where they left off on their own versions of that project." "I don't mean to offend you," said Chedame. "I'm not offended. I know my daughters far too well. They have too much of their father in them for me not to know what to expect from them. But tell me, Shedia, which of these men do you honestly expect them to find attractive? After a few weeks or a few days, all the men will start looking good to them." Razia laughed lightly. "I dare say you're right, my dear. But all the men in our little party are married, and you can bet that their wives will be looking out to make sure no one intrudes in their territory." Chedame shook her head. "Razia, you're making a false assumption. Just because you have chosen to stay married to the same man, renewing him year after year since you gave birth to Nyafai, that doesn't mean that any of the other women here are going to feel that possessive and protective of their husbands." "You think not," said Razia. "My darling daughter Kyokor almost killed her sister Seviet because she was sleeping with Kyokor's husband Obring. So, Obring won't try to sleep with Seviet again. That doesn't stop him from trying for Luette, for instance." "Luette," said Razia. "She's a wonderful girl, Shedia, but she's not beautiful in the way that a man like Obring looks for. And she's also very young, and she's plainly in love with Nyafai, and most important of all, she's the water seer of Basilica, and Obring would be scared to death to approach her." Chedame shook her head. Didn't Razia see that all these arguments would fade to unimportance with the passage of time? Didn't she understand that people like Obring and Meb, Kyokor and Seviet lived for the hunt, and cared very little who the quarry might be? "And if you think Obering might try for Eath, I'd laugh out loud," said Razia. "Oh, yes, he might wish. But Eath is a girl who loves and admires only strength in a man, and that is one virtue that Obering will never have. No, I think Obering will be quite faithful to Kyokor." "Razia, my dear teacher and friend," said Shedeme, "before this month is out, Obering will even have tried to seduce me." Razia looked at Shedeme with a startlement she could not conceal. "Oh, now," she said. "You're not his type is whatever woman hasn't told him no recently," said Shedeme. "And I warn you, if there's one thing our group is too small to endure, it's sexual tension. If we were like baboons, and our females were only sexually attractive a few times between pregnancies, we could have the kind of improvised short-term matings that baboons have. We could endure the periodic conflicts between males, because they would end very quickly, and we'd have peace the rest of the year. But we're human, unfortunately, and we bond differently. Our children need stability and peace, and there are too few of us to take a few murders here and there in stride." "Murders?" said Razia. "Shedeme, what's got into you?" "Nyafai has already killed one man," said Shedeme, "and he's probably the nicest of this group, except perhaps Vas. The Oversoul told him to." "Yes, so Nyafai's the one man in this group who obeys the Oversoul. The others are even more likely to obey their god." "Which is?" "It dangles between their legs," said Shedeme. "You biologists have such a cynical view of human beings," said Razia. "You'd think we were the lowest of animals." "Oh, not the lowest. Our males don't try to eat their young." "And our females don't devour their mates," said Razia. "Though some have tried." They both laughed. They had been talking fairly quietly, and their camels were well separated from the others. But their laughter bridged the distance, and others turned to look at them. "Don't mind us," called Razia. "We weren't laughing at you." But Elyamak did mind them. He had been riding near the front of the caravan. Now he turned his animal and came back along the line until he reached them. His face was coldly angry. "Try to have a little self-control, Lady Razia," said Elyamak. "What?" said Razia. "My laughter was too loud?" "Your laughter, and then your little jest, all at top volume. A woman's voice can be carried on this breeze for miles. This desert isn't thickly populated, but if anybody does hear you, you can find yourself raped, robbed, and killed in a remarkably short time." Shedeme knew that Elyamak was right, of course. He was the one who had led caravans through the desert. But she hated the condescension in his tone, the sarcasm. No man had a right to speak to Lady Razia that way. Yet Razia herself seemed oblivious to the insult implied by Elya's attitude. "A group as large as ours?" asked Razia innocently. "I thought robbers would stay away." "They pray for groups like ours," said Elyamak. "More women than men, traveling slowly, heavily burdened, talking carelessly aloud. 2 women drifting back and separating from the rest of the group." Only then did Shedeme realize how vulnerable she and Razia had been. It frightened her. She wasn't used to thinking this way, thinking about how to avoid getting attacked. In Basilica she had always been safe. Women had always been safe in Basilica. "And you might take another look at the men of our caravan," said Elyamak. "Which of them do you expect can fight for you and save you from a band of even 3 or 4 robbers, let alone a dozen?" "You can," said Razia. Elyamak regarded her steadily for a moment or two. "Here in the open, where they'd have to show themselves for some distance, I suppose I could. But I'd rather not have to. So keep up and shut up. Please." The please at the end did little to ameliorate the sternness of his tone, but that did not keep Shedeme from deciding wholeheartedly to obey him. She did not have Razia's confidence that Elyamak could single-handedly protect them from even small numbers of marauders. Elyamak glanced briefly at Shedeme, but his expression carried no meaning that she could interpret. Then he wheeled his camel, and it lurched on ahead toward the front of the little caravan. It'll be interesting to see whether it's your husband or Eliamak who rules once we reach Wechik's camp, said Shedeme. Pay no attention to Elia's bluster, said Razia. It will be my husband who rules. I wouldn't be too sure. Eliamak takes to authority quite naturally. Oh, he likes the feel of it, said Razia. But he doesn't know how to maintain it except through fear. Doesn't he realize that the Oversoul is protecting this expedition? If any marauders so much as think of passing this way, the Oversoul will make them forget the idea. We're as safe as if we were home in bed. Shedeme did not remind her that only a few days ago they had felt quite unsafe in their beds. Nor did she mention that Razia had just proved Shedeme's own point. When Razia thought of home and safety, it was Basilica she had in mind. The ghost of their old life in the city was going to haunt them for a long time to come. Now it was Kyokor's turn to stop her beast and wait for Razia to catch up. "You were bad, weren't you, Mama?" she said. "Did nasty old Eliamak have to come and tell you off?" Shedeme was disgusted at Kyokor's little girl silliness. But then Kyokor usually disgusted her. Her attitude always seemed false and manipulative. To Shedeme, the wonder of it was that these pathetically obvious ploys must work on people fairly often, or Kyokor would have found new ones. Well, whoever Kyokor's little girl act worked on, it wasn't her own mother. Razia simply fixed Koya with an icy stare and said, "Shedia and I were having a private conversation, my dear. I'm sorry if you misunderstood and thought we had invited you to join us." It took just a moment for Kyokor to understand. When she did, her face darkened for a moment. With anger? Then she gave a prim little smile to Shedeme and said, "Mother is perpetually disappointed that I didn't turn out like you, Shedia. But I'm afraid neither my brain nor my body had enough inner beauty." Then, awkwardly, Kyokor got her camel moving faster, and soon she was ahead of them again. Shedeme knew that Kyokor had meant to insult her by reminding her that the only kind of beauty she would ever have was the inner kind. But Shedeme had long since grown out of her adolescent jealousy of pulchritudinous girls. Razia must have been thinking the same thoughts. Odd, isn't it, that physically plain people are perfectly able to see physical beauty in others, while people who are morally maimed are blind to goodness and decency. They honestly think it doesn't exist. "Oh, they know it exists, all right," said Shedeme. "They just never know which people have it. Not that my feelings at this moment would prove me to be a moral beauty." "Having thoughts of murder, were you?" said Razia. "Oh, nothing so direct or final," said Shedeme. "I was just wishing for her to develop truly awful saddle sores." "And Eliamak? Did you wish some uncomfortable curse on him?" "Not at all," said Shedeme. "Perhaps, as you say, he didn't need to try to frighten us into obedience. But I think he was right. After all, the Oversoul hasn't had exactly a perfect record in keeping us out of danger. No, I harbor no resentment toward Elia." "I wish I were as mature as you, then. I found myself resenting the way he spoke to me, so condescending. I know why, of course. He feels my status in the city is a threat to his authority out here, so he has to put me in my place. But he should realize that I'm wise enough to follow his leadership without his having to humiliate me first." "It isn't a question of what you need," said Shedeme. "It never is. It's a question of what he needs. He needs to feel superior to you. For that matter, so do I, you silly old woman." For a moment Razia looked at her in horror. Then, just as Shedeme was about to explain that she was joking, why didn't anybody ever understand her humor, Razia grinned at her. "I'd rather be a silly old woman than a silly young one," she said. "Silly old women don't make such spectacular mistakes." "Oh, I don't know about that," said Shedeme. "Coming on this expedition, for instance. A mistake? For me it certainly is. My life is genetics, but the closest I'm going to come to it for the rest of my life is if I manage to reproduce my own genes." "You sound so despairing. Having children isn't all that awful. They aren't all Kyokor, and even she may grow up to be human someday." "Yes, but you loved your husbands," said Shedeme. "Whom will I end up with, Aunt Razia? Your crippled son, or Gabialofix's librarian?" "I think Hushith plans to marry Isyib," said Razia. Her voice was cold, but Shedeme didn't care. "Oh, I know you've got to sort it out. But tell me, Aunt Razia, If Nyafai hadn't happened to drag the librarian along with him when he was stealing the index, would you have arranged to bring me?" Razia's face was positively stony. She didn't answer for a long time. "Come now, Aunt Razia. I'm not a fool, and I'd rather you not try to fool me." "We needed your skills, Shedia. The Oversoul chose you, not me. You're sure it wasn't you, counting up males and females and making sure we came out even? The Oversoul sent you that dream. The sad thing is," said Shedeme, "that except for you there's not a one of us that's a proven reproducer. For all you know, you've set up one of these men with a sterile wife. Or perhaps you've put one of us women with a sterile husband." Razia's anger was beginning to turn from cold to hot now. "I told you it wasn't my choice. Luette had a vision too, and are you going to set the example? Are you going to have more children, Aunt Razia?" Razia seemed completely nonplussed. "Me? At my age? You've still got a few good eggs in you. I know you haven't reached menopause because you're flowing now." Razia looked at her in consternation. "Why don't I just lie down under one of your microscopes? You'd never fit. I'd have to slice you razor thin. Sometimes I feel as if you already had." "Razia, you make us stop several times a day. I know you have better bladder control than that. We all know you're shedding the tears of the moon." Razia raised her eyebrows briefly, a sort of facial shrug. "More children, indeed. I think you must. To set an example for all of us," said Shedeme. "Don't you understand that we're not just taking a trip? We're a colony. The first priority of colonists is reproduction. Anyone who isn't having babies is next to worthless, and no matter how envious Eliamak is of your authority, you are the leader of the women here. You must set the pattern for us all. If you are willing to get pregnant during this trip, the others will fall into line, particularly since their husbands will feel the need to demonstrate that they can get a woman just as pregnant as old Wetchick can." "He's not Wetchick anymore," said Razia irrelevantly. "He's Volyamak. He can still perform, can't he?" "Really, Shedeme, is there anything you won't ask? Would you like us to provide stool samples for you next? Before this journey is over, I imagine I'll be looking at samples of almost everything. I'm the closest thing to a physician we have." Razia suddenly chuckled. "I can just see Eliamak bringing you a semen sample." Shedeme had to laugh too, at the very idea of asking him. Such an assault on his dignity as leader of the caravan. They rode together in silence for a few minutes. Then Razia spoke. "Will you do it?" she asked. "Do what?" "Marry Zdoriab." "Who?" "The librarian, Zdoriab." "Marry him," sighed Shedeme. "I never meant to marry anyone." "Marry him and have his babies." "Oh, I suppose I will," said Shedeme. "But not if we live under baboon law." "Baboon law." "Like Basilica, with a competition for new mates every year. I'll take this middle-aged man that I've never seen. I'll let him bed me, I'll bear his children, I'll raise them with him. But not if I have to fight to keep him. Not if I have to watch him court Eath or Hushith or Dolya or Kyokor every time our marriage contract is about to expire, and then come crawling back to me and ask me to renew his contract for another year only because none of the truly desirable women would have him." Razia nodded. "I see now what you were trying to say before. It wasn't about Kyokor's infidelity. It was about the customs we all grew up with." "Exactly," said Shedeme. "We're too small a group to keep the old marriage customs of Basilica." "It's really just a matter of scale, isn't it?" said Razia. "In the city, when a woman doesn't renew a man, or when he doesn't ask, you can avoid each other for a while until the pain wears off. You can find someone else, because there are so many thousands to choose from. But we'll have exactly 16 people, 8 men, 8 women. It would be unbearable." "Some would want to kill, the way Kyokor tried to do," said Shedeme, "and others would wish to die." You're right, murmured Razia, thinking aloud now, it seemed. "But we can't tell them now. Some of them would turn back, desert or no desert, bandits or no bandits. Lifelong monogamy? Why, I doubt that Seviet and Kyokor have ever been faithful for a whole week. And Meb hadn't married till now for the good reason that he has no intention of being faithful, but lacks my daughter's ability to behave with complete dishonesty. And now we're going to tell them that they must remain faithful. No 1-year contracts, no chance to change. They're not going to like it. So we won't tell them until we're at Volumex camp, when it's far too late for them to turn back. Shedame could hardly believe she had heard Razia say such a thing. Still, she answered mildly. "Except it occurs to me," she said, "that if they want to turn back, perhaps we should let them. They're free people, aren't they?" Razia turned fiercely to her. "No, they aren't," she said. "They were free until they made the choices that brought them here. But now they're not free because our colony, our journey, can't succeed without them." "You're so certain you can hold people to their commitments," murmured Shedame. "No one's ever made them do that before. Can you now?" "It's not just for the sake of the expedition," said Razia. "It's for their own good. The Oversoul has made it clear that Basilica is going to be destroyed, and them with it if they're still there when the time comes. We're saving their lives. But the ones most likely to turn back are also the ones least likely to believe in the visions the Oversoul has shown us. So to save their lives we must deceive them, withhold some explanations until later. Because you know so much better than they do what's good for them?" "Yes," said Razia. "Yes, I do." It infuriated Shedame. All that Razia had said was true enough, but it didn't change Shedame's conviction that people had the right to choose even their own destruction if they wanted. Maybe that was another luxury of living in Basilica, having the right to destroy yourself through your own stupidity or short-sightedness. But if so, it was a luxury that Shedame was not yet ready to give up. It was one thing to tell people that faithful monogamy was one of the conditions of staying with the group. Then they could choose whether to stay and obey or leave and live by another rule. But to lie to them until it was too late to choose. It was freedom that was at stake here, and it was freedom that made survival worthwhile. "Aunt Razia," said Shedame, "you are not the Oversoul." And with that remark Shedame urged her camel to move faster, leaving Razia behind her. Not that Shedame had nothing more she could have said, but she was too angry to stay there. The idea of quarreling with Aunt Razia was unbearable. Shedame hated to argue with anyone. It always set her to brooding for days, and she had enough to brood about as it was. Zdoriab. What kind of man becomes an archivist for a power-hungry killer like a Bialufix? What kind of man lets a boy like Nyafai manipulate him into betraying his trust, giving up the precious index, and then follows the thief right out of the city? What kind of man then lets Nyafai wrestle him into submission and extract an oath from him to go out into the desert and never see Basilica again? Shedame knew exactly what kind of man. A tedious, stupid weakling. A shy, dull-witted coward who will formally ask my permission before each of his studious attempts to impregnate me. A man who will neither take nor give joy in our marriage. A man who will wish he had married any one of the other women here rather than me, but who will stay with me only because he knows that none of them would have him. Zdoriab, my husband-to-be. I can't wait to meet you. The tents went up more smoothly their third night in the desert. Everyone knew well now which jobs they had to do, and which they could avoid. Razia noticed with contempt that both Meb and Obring managed to spend more than half their time helping their wives do jobs that were already childishly easy. They had to be, or neither Dolya nor Kyokor would have done them. Not that Diol wasn't willing to work sometimes, but as long as Kyokor and Seviet weren't doing much that was worthwhile, she would not put herself beneath them. After all, Diol had been a starring actress when Kyokor and Seviet were still chirping out their little children's songs. Razia knew how Diol's mind worked. Status first, then human decency. But at least decency was on her list. Who are these people I have raised and taught? The ones who are too selfish to endure threaten our peace, and yet some of the others are so compliant with the Oversoul that I fear even more for them. I am not in charge of their lives now, Razia reminded herself. I am in charge of getting the tent lines taut enough that it won't collapse in the first wind. "It will collapse in a bad wind no matter what you do," said Elyamac. "So you don't have to make it strong enough to withstand a hurricane." "Just a sandstorm?" Razia felt a drop of sweat slip into her eye and sting just as he spoke. She tried to wipe it away with her sleeve, but her arm was sweatier than her face, even under the light muslin. "It's sweaty, close work, no matter what the weather outside," said Elyamac. "Let me." He held the guy line tight while she cinched the knot into place. She well knew that he could just as easily have done the knot himself without help holding the line. She saw at once what he was doing, making sure she learned her job, showing confidence in her, and letting her feel a sense of accomplishment when the tent held up. "You're good at this," she said. "There's nothing hard about tying knots once you learn them." She smiled. "Ah, yes, knots. Is that what you're tying together here?" He smiled back, and she could see that he did appreciate her praise. "Among other things, Lady Razia." "You are a leader of men," said Razia. "I say this not as your stepmother, or even as your sister-in-law, but as a woman who has had some occasion of leadership myself. Even the lazy ones are ashamed to be too obvious about it." She did not mention that so far he had only succeeded in centering authority in himself, that no one had internalized anything yet, so that when he wasn't around, nothing happened. Perhaps that was all he had ever needed to learn about leadership during his years leading caravans. But if he meant to rule over this expedition, and Razia was not such a fool as to think Elyamac had any intention of allowing his father to have more than titular authority, he would have to learn how to do much more than make people dependent on him. The essence of leadership, my dear young ruler, is to make people independent, and yet persuade them to follow you freely. Then they will obey the principles you've taught them even when your back is turned." But she could not say this to him aloud. He wasn't able yet to hear such counsel. So instead she continued to praise him, hoping to build his confidence until he could hear wise counsel. "And I've heard less argument and complaint from my daughters than I ever heard back when their lives were easy." Elyamac grimaced. "You know as well as I do that half of them would rather head back to Basilica this moment. I'm not sure that I'm not one of them." "But we're not going back," said Razia. "I imagine it would be rather anticlimactic, returning to Mouge's city after he sent us away in such glory." "Anticlimactic and dangerous," said Razia. "Well, Nyafai has been cleared of the charge of killing my beloved half-brother Gabialofix." "He's been cleared of nothing," said Razia. "Nor, for that matter, have you, son of my husband." "Me?" His face became hard and a little flushed. Not good that he showed his emotion so easily. Not what a leader needed. "I just want you to realize that returning to Basilica is out of the question." "Be assured, Lady Razia, that if I wanted to return to Basilica before seeing my father again, I would do so, and may yet do so after I see him." She nodded slightly. "I'm glad that it cools off in the desert at night, so that we can bear the brutal heat of day, knowing the night will be gentle." Elyamac smiled. "I arranged it just for you, Lady Razia." "Shedame and I were talking today," said Razia. "I know." "About a very serious matter," said Razia. "Something that could easily tear our colony apart. Sex, of course." Elyamac was instantly alert. "Yes?" he asked, but his voice was calm. "In particular," said Razia, "the matter of marriage." "Everyone is paired up well enough for now," said Elyamac. "None of the men are sleeping unsatisfied, which is better than the way it is with most of my caravans. As for you and Hushith and Shedame, you'll soon be with your husbands, or the men who will be their husbands." "But for some it is not the coupling itself they desire, but rather the chase." "I know," said Elyamac, "but the choices are limited, and yet some are still choosing, even though their choice seems to be made." She could see how he stiffened his back and his neck, pretending to be calm, refusing to lean toward her and ask her the question in his heart. He worries about Ayath, his bride, his beloved. She had not realized he was so perceptive about her that he would already worry. "They must be held faithful to their spouses," said Razia. Elyamac nodded. "I can't say I've had the problem. On my caravans the men are alone until we reach cities, and then it's whores for most of them." "And for you?" said Razia. "I'm married now," said Elyamac, "to a young wife, a good wife. "A good wife for a young man," said Razia. A smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. "No one is young forever," he said. "But will she be a good wife in 5 years? In 10? He looked at her strangely. "How should I know?" "But you must think about it, Elia. What kind of wife will she be in 50 years? He looked dumbfounded. He had not thought ahead on this issue, and did not even know how to pretend he had thought ahead. It took him so much by surprise. Because what Chedeme was pointing out, confirming my own thoughts on the matter, is that there's no chance that we can continue the marriage customs of Basilica out here in the desert. Basilica was very large, and we will be but 16 souls, 8 couples. When you abandon Eath for another, whom will she marry then?" Of course, Razia knew, and knew that Eliamak also knew, that it was far more likely that it would be Eath deciding not to renew her marriage contract with Eliamak, and not the other way around. But the question was still the same. Whom would Eath marry? "And children," said Razia. "There will be children, but no schools to send them to. They'll stay with their mothers, and another man, other men, will rear them." She could see that her account of the future was getting to him. She knew exactly what would worry him most, and Lady Razia wasn't ashamed to use that knowledge. After all, the things she was warning him about were true. "So you see, Eliamak, that as long as we're just 16 souls who must stay together in order to survive in the desert, marriage must be permanent." Eliamak did not look at her, but his thoughts were visible on his face as he sank down on the carpet that had been spread to make a floor for the tent, covering the sandy soil. "We can't survive the quarreling," she said. "The hurt feelings. We'll be too close to each other all the time. They must be told. Your spouse now is your spouse forever." Eliamak lay back on the carpet. "Why would they listen to me on such a subject?" he said. "They'll think I'm saying that in order to try to keep Eath for myself. I happen to know that others have already looked with longing, expecting to court her when we've had our few years of marriage. So you must persuade them to accept the reasons for lifelong monogamous marriage, so they'll understand that it isn't a self-serving plan on your part." "Persuade them?" Eliamak hooted once, a single bitter laugh. "I doubt I could persuade Eath." She could see that he regretted at once having said that last remark. It confessed too much. "Perhaps, then, persuasion isn't the term I want. They must be helped to understand that this is a law we must obey in order to keep this family from coming apart in an emotional and physical bloodbath, as surely as we must keep quiet during each traveling day." Eliamak sat up and leaned toward her, his eyes alight with, what, anger? Fear? Hurt? "Is there something more to this than I understand?" Razia wondered. "Lady Razia," said Eliamak, "is this law you want important enough to kill for?" "Kill? Killing is the very thing that I most fear. It's what we must avoid. This is the desert, and when we reach Father's encampment it will still be the desert, and in the desert there is only one punishment for crime of any kind. Death." "Don't be absurd," said Razia. "Whether you cut off his head or abandon him in the desert, it's all the same. Out here, exile is death." "But I wouldn't dream of having a penalty so severe as that." "Think about it, Lady Razia. Where would we imprison somebody as we journey day to day? Who could spare the time to keep someone under guard? There's always flogging, of course, but then we would have to deal with an injured person, and we couldn't travel safely anymore. What about withdrawing a privilege, taking something away, like a fine, the way they did it in Basilica?" "What do you take away, Lady Razia? What privileges do any of us have? If we take away something the lawbreaker really needs, his shoes, his camel, then we injure him anyway and have to travel slower and put the whole group at risk. And if it isn't something he needs but merely treasures, then you fill him with resentment, and you have one more person you have to deal with but can't trust. No, Lady Razia. If shame isn't strong enough to keep a man from breaking a law, then the only punishment that means anything is death. The lawbreaker will never break the law again, and everybody else knows you're serious. And any punishment short of death has the opposite result. The lawbreaker will simply do it again, and no one else will respect the law. That's why I say, before you decide that this should be the law during our travels, perhaps you ought to consider, is it worth killing for? But no one will believe you'd kill anyway, would they? You think not, said Eliamak. I can tell you from experience that the hardest thing about punishing a man on a journey like that is telling his widow and his orphaned children why you didn't bring him home. Oh, Eliamak, I never dreamed. No one does. But the men of the desert know. And when you abandon a man instead of killing him outright, you don't give him any chance either. No camel, no horse, not even any water. In fact, you tie him up so he can't even move, so the animals will get him quickly. Because if he lives long enough, bandits might find him, and then he'll die far more cruelly. And in the process of dying, he'll tell the bandits where you are, and how many you are, and how many you leave on watch, and where all your valuables are stored. He'll tell other things, too. The pet name he calls his woman, the nicknames of the guards, so the bandits will know what to say in the darkness to confuse your party, to put them off their guard. He'll tell them, "Stop it!" cried Razia. "You're doing this on purpose. You think that life in the desert is a matter of heat and cold, of camels and tents, avoiding your bowel in the sand and sleeping on rugs instead of on a bed. But I tell you that what Father and you and Yathai, bless his heart, what you've all chosen for us, what the Oversoul has chosen, is the hardest life imaginable. A dangerous and brutal world where death is breathing into the hair on the back of your head and where you have to be ready to kill in order to maintain order." "I'll think of something else," said Razia. "Some other way of handling marriages." "But you won't," said Eliamak. "You'll think, and in the end you'll come to the only conclusion. If this insane colony is to succeed, it must succeed in the desert and by desert law. That means that women will be faithful to their men or they will die." "And men, if they're unfaithful," said Razia, sure that he couldn't possibly mean that only women would be punished. "Oh, I see. If two people break this marriage law, you want them both to die, is that it? Who's the bloodthirsty one now? We can spare a woman more easily than a man. Unless you propose that I train Kyokor and Seviet to fight. Unless you think Diol and Shedame can really handle lifting the tents onto the camels' backs. So in your man-ruled world, the woman bears the brunt of— We're not in Basilica now, Lady Razia. Women thrive where civilization is strong, not here. No, if you think about it, you'll see that punishing the woman alone is the surer way to keep the law. Because which man can whisper, "I love you," when they both know that what he really means is, "I want to tup you so badly that I don't care if you die"? How much success will his seduction have then? And if he tries to force his way, she'll scream, because she'll know that it's her life at stake. And if he's taken for raping her, as she screams, why, then it is the man who dies. You see? It takes so much of the romance out of flirting." Eliamak almost laughed aloud at the stricken look on Razia's face when he turned and left her tent. Oh yes, she still fancied herself a leader, even out here in the desert where she knew less than nothing about survival, where she was a constant danger to everyone, with her chat, with her supposed wisdom that she was always so willing to share, with her air of command. She could bring off the illusion of power in Basilica, where women had men so fenced around with custom and manners that she could make decisions and people would comply. But here she would soon find, was already finding, that she lacked the true will to power. She wanted to rule, but didn't want to do the hard things that rule required. Permanent marriage, indeed. What woman could possibly satisfy a man of any strength for more than a year or two? He had never intended Eath to be anything more than a first wife. She would have been a great success at that role. She'd adorn him in his first Basilican household, bear him his firstborn, and then they'd both move on. Eliamak even planned that Razia herself would be his children's teacher. She did a fine job of schooling youngsters. Eliamak knew what her true value was. But now to think that he would be willing to endure having Eath clinging to him when she was fat and old— except that in his heart he knew that he was lying to himself. He could pretend that he didn't want Eath forever. But in fact the only thing he felt for her was desire, a powerful, possessive desire that showed no signs of slackening. It was Eath, not Eliamak, who was changeable. She was the one who had so admired Nyafai when he stood against Muj and refused the warlord's offer of the consulship. So pathetic that she would admire Nyef more for refusing power than she admired her own new husband for having and using it. But Eath was a woman, after all, and had been raised with the same mystical dependence on the Oversoul, and since the Oversoul had so clearly chosen Nyafai, it made him all the more attractive in her eyes. As for Nyafai, Eliamak had known for many months that Nyafai had his eye on Eath. That was part of what had made Eath so attractive to Eliamak from the start, that marrying her would put his snotty little brother in his place. Let him marry her later, when she had already had Eliamak's first child or two. That would let Nyafai know where he stood. But now Eath was casting an eye toward the boy. Damn him for being the one who killed Gabialufix. That's what was seducing her. She loved the delusion that Nyafai was strong. Well, Eath, my darling, Edya, my pet, I have killed before, and not a drunkard lying in the street either. I killed a bandit who was charging my caravan, bent on murder and robbery, and I can kill again. I can kill again, and Razia has already consented to the justification. The law of the desert, yes. That is what will bring Nyafai's interference to an end. Razia is so sure that her dear, sweet youngest boy would never break the law that she'll agree, they'll all agree, that the penalty for disobedience is death. And then Nyafai will disobey. It will be so simple, so symmetrical, and I can then kill him on exactly the same pretext Nyef himself used for killing Gabia. I'm doing it for the good of all. That night, when the cold supper was heavy in their bellies, when the chill night breeze had driven them all inside their tents, Eliamak set Nyafai to keep the first watch. He knew that Nyafai, poor fellow, was keenly aware of who was waiting for Eliamak inside his tent. He knew that Nyafai was sitting there in the cold starlight, imagining how Elia gathered Eath's naked body into his arms, how hot and humid they made their tent. He knew that Nyafai heard, or imagined that he heard, the soft, low cries that Eath made. And when Eliamak emerged from his tent, the sweat and smell of love still on him, he knew that Nyafai could taste the bitterness of going to his own tent, where the awkward, shapeless body of Luet, the water-seer, was the only solace the poor boy would find. It was almost tempting to take Razia's law and make it real, for then it would be Nyafai who would grow old, watching Eath always, and knowing that she was Eliamak's, and he could never, never, never have her for his own. Chapter 2. Binding and Unbinding. Nyafai stood his watch as he always did, by conversing with the Oversoul. It was easier now than it had been at first, back when he and Isiab had practically forced the Oversoul to talk to them. Now he would form thoughts carefully in his mind, almost as if he were speaking them, and then, almost without trying, he could feel the Oversoul's answers come to him. They came as if they were Nyafai's own thoughts, of course, so that at times he still had trouble distinguishing between the Oversoul's actual ideas and the ideas that came from his own mind. To be sure, he often asked the same question again, and the Oversoul, since it was a computer and therefore never felt a sense of hurry, willingly repeated as often as he liked. Tonight, because he was on watch, he first asked the Oversoul if any danger was near. A coyote, tracking the scent of a hare. No, I meant danger to us, said Nyafai silently. The same bandits I told you about before. But they keep hearing noises in the night, and now they're hiding in a cave, trembling. You enjoy doing this to them, don't you? Asked Nyafai. No, but I sense your delight. This is what you call a game, isn't it? More like what we call a trick, or a joke. And you love the fact that only you know that I am doing this. Luet knows, of course. Any other danger? Eliamak is plotting your death. What, a knife in the back? He is full of confidence. He believes he can do it openly, with the consent of all. Even your mother. And how will he do it? Blast me with his pulse and pretend it's an accident? Can he frighten my camel into throwing me from a cliff? His plan is more subtle than that. It has to do with marriage laws. Razia and Shedeme realized today that marriages must be made permanent, and Razia has now persuaded Eliamak. Good. That will work much better than if the idea had come from Luet and me. But it did come from you and Luet. But only we and you are aware of that, and no one else will guess. They'll see the sensibleness of the law. And besides, I had to do something to stop Eath from trying to start something with me. I find it disgusting that it's only since I killed Gabialofix and refused to be Muj's puppet that she finds me interesting. I think I was much nicer before all this started. You were a boy then. I'm still a boy. I know. That's one of our problems. Worse yet, you're a boy who's not very good at deception, Yafai. But you're a whiz at it. You can't lead these people by relying on me to plant your ideas in their minds. On the voyage from Harmony to Earth, I won't have the same power to reach into their minds that I have here. You will have to learn how to speak with them directly. Teach them to look to you for decisions. Elia and Meb will never be willing to accept my lead. Then they are expendable. Like Gabialofix? I'll never do that again, Oversoul. You can be sure of that. I killed once for you, but never again. Never, never. Don't even make me think of it. No. I hear you. I understand you. No, you don't understand. You never felt the blood on your hands. You never felt the sword cut through the flesh and hack apart the cartilage between the vertebrae. You never heard his last gasping breaths through the bloody gap in his throat. Through your eyes I saw. Through your arms I felt. Through your ears I heard. You never felt that terrible irrevocability. That there's no turning back. That he's gone. And no matter how terrible a man he was, I had no right to cut him off like that. You had the right because I gave it to you. And I had the right because humankind built me in order to protect the entire species, and the death of that man was necessary for the preservation of humanity on this world. Yes, I know, again and again you tell me. Again and again you reject the truth and insist on remaining in this meaningless agony of guilt. I ended the life of a helpless drunken man. There was no glory in that act. There was no decency. There was no cleverness or wisdom. I was not a good man when I did that. You were my hands, Nephi. What I needed to do, you did for me. They were my own hands, Oversoul. I could have said no. As I say no now, when you hint of my killing Eliamak and Mebeku, it will not happen. I will take no more lives for you. I'll keep that in mind as I make my plans for the future. But you can establish leadership. You must. Your father is too old and tired, and he relies on Eliamak too much. He'll give in to your brother far too often. Again and again he'll surrender to him until he has no will left at all. So it's better that he surrenders to me? You won't make him surrender anything. You'll always lead through him with great respect for him. If you lead, your father will remain a proud and powerful man. I've told you this. Now stand up and take your place. Not yet. This is not the time for me to challenge Eliamak. We need him to lead us through the desert. And I tell you that he has no such qualms. At this very moment, even though he's making love to Eath, he is picturing you tied up and abandoned in the desert, where you'll soon discover, Nephi, that while I can influence bandits, I can't do a thing about the beasts and birds of prey, the insects that think of anything that doesn't walk or fly or slither away as their next meal. They don't listen to me. They simply act out what their genes require them to do, and you will die, and what will I do then without you? Does he mean to act now, before we get to Father's camp? At last you're listening. What is his plan, then? I don't know. He never thinks of it plainly. I'm searching as best I can, but it's hard. I can't just ransack a human's memories, you know. He fears his own murderous heart so much that he won't let himself think of his whole plan openly. Perhaps when he's not distracted by lovemaking. Distracted? He's even doing this for your benefit. He thinks that you still want Eath, so he's hoping you notice the movement in the tent and the noises she's making. It only makes me long for my watch to end so I can go back to Luet. He can't conceive of a man not desiring the woman he desires. I did. I fancied that Eath was exactly what I needed and wanted, but I understood nothing then. Luet believes she's already pregnant. Luet and I can talk about everything.
We've only been married for a few days, yet she understands my heart even better than you do, and I can speak her thoughts almost before she thinks them. Does Eliamak imagine that I could desire a mere woman when Luette is my wife? He knows that Eath is attracted to you. He remembers that you were once attracted to her. He also knows that I have chosen you to lead. He's mad with jealousy. He hungers for your death. It consumes him so that even the act of making love to her is a kind of murder in his heart. Don't you realize that this is the most terrible thing of all? If there's anything I want in my life, it's for Eliamak to love me and respect me. What did I do to turn him away? You refuse to let him own your will. Love and respect have nothing to do with controlling what other people do. To Eliamak, if he doesn't control you, you either don't exist or you're his enemy. For many years you didn't exist. Then he noticed you, and you weren't as easy to manipulate or intimidate as Mebekyu, and so you became a rival. Is it really that simple? I glossed over the hard parts. His tent isn't bouncing. Does that mean he's coming out soon? He's getting dressed. He's thinking of you. So is Eath. At least she doesn't want to kill me. If she ever got what she's wishing for, it would end the same, with you dead. Don't tell Luette that Eliamak is planning to kill me. I'll tell Luette everything, exactly as I tell you. I don't lie to the humans who serve my cause. You lie to us whenever you think it's necessary, and I don't want you to lie to her anyway. I just don't want her to worry. I do want her to worry, since you refuse to. I think sometimes you want to die. You can relieve your mind on that score. I like being alive and intend to continue. I think sometimes you look forward to death, because you think that you deserve to die for having killed Gabialofix. Here he comes. Notice how he makes sure you smell his hands. Nyafai didn't appreciate the Oversoul's calling attention to that. He might not have noticed otherwise. But truth to tell, that was unlikely, because Eliamak made a point of putting both hands on his shoulders, and even of brushing his fingers across Nyafai's cheek as he said, "So you did stay awake. Maybe you'll amount to something in the desert after all." "You didn't leave me on watch all that long," Nyafai answered. The womanly smell was plain enough. It was vaguely disgusting that Eliamak would use his intimacy with his own wife this way. It was as if she had become nothing to him. A tool. Not a wife at all, but just a thing that he owned. But if the Oversoul was right, then that was how Eliamak experienced love, as ownership. "Did you see anything?" asked Eliamak. "Darkness," said Nyafai. He did not tell Eliamak about the bandits only a few hundred meters away. First, it would only make him furious that Nyafai was getting information from the Oversoul, and second, it would humiliate him that he chose as his campsite a place where bandits could conceal themselves so close. He would probably insist on searching for them, which would mean battle and bloodshed, or waking everybody up and moving on, which would be pointless, since the Oversoul was having no trouble keeping this spineless group of cut-purses under control. "If you ever looked up, you'd notice there are stars," said Eliamak. Eliamak was baiting him, of course, and Nyafai knew that he should just ignore him, but he was filled with anger already, knowing that Eliamak was plotting to kill him and yet still pretended to be his brother, knowing that Eliamak had just made love to his wife in order to try to make Nyafai suffer from jealousy. So Nyafai could not contain himself. He flung a hand upward. "And that one is Sol, the sun. Barely visible, but you can always find it if you know where to look. That's where we're going." "Are we?" asked Eliamak. "It's the only reason the Oversoul brought us out of Basilica," said Nyafai. "Maybe the Oversoul won't necessarily get his way," said Eliamak. "He's just a computer, after all. You said so yourself." Nyafai almost answered again, some snide comment to the effect that if the Oversoul was just a computer, then Eliamak himself was just a hairless baboon. 6 months ago, Nyafai would have said it, and Eliamak would have thrown him against a wall or knocked him down with a blow. But Nyafai had learned a little since then, and so he held his tongue. Luette was waiting for him in the tent. She had probably been dozing. She had worked hard since they started laying camp, and unlike the lazy ones, she would be up early again in the morning. But she greeted him wordlessly with open eyes and a smile that warmed him in spite of the chill that Eliamak had put in his heart. Nyafai undressed quickly and gathered her to him under the blankets. "You're warm," he said. "I think the technical term is hot," she answered. "Eliamak is planning to kill me," he whispered. "I wish the Oversoul would just stop him," she whispered. "I don't think it can. I think Eliamak's will is too strong for the Oversoul to make him change his mind once he's set on doing something." He didn't tell her that the Oversoul had hinted that somewhere along the line Nyafai might have to kill his brother. Since Nyafai had no intention of ever doing it, there was no reason to put the idea in Luette's mind. He would be ashamed to say it anyway, for fear she would then think he might consider such a thing. Hushith thinks she senses Eliamak bonding more closely with the ones who want to turn back. Kyokor and Seviet, Vas and Obring, Meb and Diol. They're forming a sort of community now, and separating almost completely from the rest of us. Shiedame? She wants to turn back, but there's no bond between her and the others. So only you and I and Hushith and Mother want to go on into the desert. And Eath. She wants to go wherever you go." They both laughed. But Nyafai understood that Luette needed reassurance that Eath's desire for him was not reciprocated. So he reassured her thoroughly, and then they slept. In the morning, with the camels packed, Eliamak called them together.
"A couple of things," he said. "First, Razia and Shiedame have proposed it, and I agree with them completely. While we're living in the desert, we can't afford to have the kind of sexual freedom we had in Basilica. It would only cause rancor and disloyalty, and that's a death sentence for a caravan. So as long as we remain in the desert, and that includes at Father's camp and anywhere else that our population consists of just us and the 3 who are waiting for us, this is the law. There'll be no sleeping with anyone except your own husband or wife, and all marriages as they presently stand are permanent." Immediately there was a gasp of shock from several. Luette looked around and saw that it was the predictable ones, Kyokor and Obring and Mebekyu, who were most upset. "You have no right to make a decision like that," said Vas mildly. "We're all Basilicans, and we live under Basilican law." "When we're in Basilica, we live under Basilican law," said Eliamak. "But when you're in the desert, you live under desert law, and desert law has it that the word of the caravan leader is final. I'll listen to any ideas until I have to make a decision, but once the decision is made, any resistance is mutiny. Do you understand me?" "No one tells me who I must sleep with and who I may not," said Kyokor. Eliamak walked up to her and faced her. She looked so frail compared to the sheer mass of Eliamak's tall, well-muscled body. "And I tell you that in the desert I won't have anyone creeping from tent to tent. It will lead to murder one way or another. And so, instead of letting you improvise the dying, I'll let you know right now. If anyone is caught in a position that even looks like you're getting sexually involved with someone you aren't married to, I will personally kill the woman on the spot." "The woman?" cried Kyokor. "We need the men to help load the camels," said Eliamak. "Besides, the idea shouldn't seem strange to you, Koya, since you made exactly the same decision the last time you decided that somebody should die for the crime of adultery." Luette could see how both Kyokor and her sister Seviet immediately touched their throats, for it was in the throat that Kyokor had struck Seviet, nearly killing her and leaving her almost voiceless ever since. While Kyokor's husband, Obring, who had been bouncing away just as merrily when Kyokor found the 2 of them, was unscathed. It was viciously unkind, and exactly appropriate for Eliamak to remind them all of that event, because it completely silenced any kind of opposition to the new law from 3 of the 4 people most likely to oppose it. Kyokor, Seviet, and Obring had nothing to say at all. "You don't have the right to decide this," said Mebekyu. He was, of course, the 4th, but Luette knew that Eliamak would have no trouble bringing him into line. He never did with Meb. "I not only have the right," said Eliamak, "I have the duty. This is a law necessary for the survival of our little company in the desert, and so it will be obeyed, or I will enforce the only penalty that I can enforce here so many kilometers from civilization. If you can't grasp this idea, then I'm sure Lady Razia can explain it to you." He turned and faced Razia in a silent demand that she back him up. She did not disappoint him. "I tried and tried all night to think of another way to handle this," she said. "But we can't live without this law. And as Elia says, in the desert the only penalty that means anything at all is what he said. But not killing outright," she said, clearly hating the whole idea of it. "Only binding and leaving a person. Only, said Elymak disdainfully. It's by far the crueler death.
It leaves her in the hands of the Oversoul, Razia said, perhaps to be rescued.
You should pray not, said Elymak. The animals are kinder than any rescuers she'd find out here.
A lawbreaker is to be bound and abandoned, not killed, Razia insisted. Luette thought, she fears it will be a daughter of hers who will first break this law. As for Elymak's rule that having only the woman die will better restrain the man, he has it backward. Few men think of consequences when they're filled with desire, but a woman can put off her own desires if a man she loves would be at risk.
As the lady wishes, said Elymak. The law of the desert leaves the choice up to the leader of the caravan. I would normally choose a quick, clean death by pulse, but let us hope that no such choice ever has to be made.
He looked around at the whole group, turning to include in his gaze the ones who were behind him.
I don't ask for your consent in this, he said. I simply tell you that this is the way it will be. So now raise your hand if you understand the law we will live by.
They all raised their hands, though clearly some were furious. No, not quite all.
Meb, said Elymak. Raise your hand. You're embarrassing your dear wife Diol. She's no doubt beginning to wonder who is the woman here whose love you consider so desirable that you would cause an imperfectly virtuous lady certain death by pursuing it.
Now Meb raised his hand.
Good, said Elymak. And now for the other matter. We have a decision to make, he said.
The sun had not yet risen, so it was still bitterly cold, especially for the ones who had done very little of the work of striking the tents and loading the camels. So it might have been just the cold that made Mebeku's voice tremble when he said,
I thought you were making all the decisions now. I make all the decisions that have to do with keeping us alive and moving, said Elymak. But I don't fancy myself some kind of tyrant. The decisions that don't have to do with survival belong to the whole group, not to me. We can't survive unless we all stay together, so I'll tolerate no divisions among us. At the same time, I don't recall a point where anybody actually decided where it was we were going.
We're going back to Father and Isyip, said Nyafai immediately. You know they're counting on us to return.
They have plenty of water as long as they stay put. They need someone to go fetch them sometime in the next few months. They've got years of supplies for that matter, said Elymak. So let's not turn this into a life-and-death matter unless we have to. If the majority wants to go on until we reach Volyamak in the desert, fine. That's where we'll all go.
We can't go back to Basilica, said Luette. My father made that very clear. Her father, of course, was Mouj, the great general of the Goraini, though she had not known that until a few days ago. But by reminding the others of this newfound family connection, she hoped to make her words carry more weight. She wasn't skilled at persuasion. She had always simply told the truth, and because the women of Basilica knew her to be the water seer, her words were taken seriously. It was a new thing, talking to a group that included men, but she knew that asserting one's family status was one of the ways people got their way in Basilica, and so she tried it now.
Yes, said Kyokor, your tender, loving father who tried to marry his own daughter and then threw us all out of the city when he couldn't.
That's not the way it happened, said Luette. Hushith touched Luette's hand to still her. Don't try, Hushith whispered softly. Koya's better at it than you are. No one else heard Hushith's words, but when Luette fell silent they understood the effect of what she said, and Kyokor smirked.
Luette is right enough that we probably can't go back to Basilica, said Elymak. At least not right away. I think that was the message we were meant to understand from the fact that he sent an escort of soldiers to make sure we got safely away from the city. I'm so tired of hearing how none of us can get back to Basilica, said Mebeku, when it's only those who embarrassed him in front of everybody. He was pointing at Hushith and Luette and Nyafai. Do shut up, Meb, said Elymak with genial contempt. I don't want us to be standing here talking when the sun comes up. We're in exactly the kind of country that bandits like to hole up in, and if there are some hiding from the darkness in caves nearby, they're bound to come out by daylight.
Luette wondered if in fact Elymak had picked up some intimation of the bandits that the Oversoul had been controlling. Perhaps Elymak knew all along that such men were only brave in the sunlight and hid at night. Besides, it was possible that Eliamak was receiving the Oversoul's messages subliminally, not realizing where the thoughts and ideas were coming from. After all, Eliamak was as much a result of the Oversoul's secret breeding program as any of the rest of them were, and he had received a dream not long ago. If only Eliamak would simply admit that he could communicate with the Oversoul and follow her plans willingly, it would uncomplicate everything. As it was, she and Hushith had been working on plans to try to thwart Eliamak in whatever it was he was planning to do.
Even though we really can't go back to Basilica immediately, Eliamak went on, that doesn't mean we have to go join Father at once. There are many other cities that would take in a caravan of strangers, if only because Shedeme has an extremely valuable cargo of embryos and seeds. They're not for sale, said Shedeme. Her voice was harsh enough, her answer abrupt enough, that everyone knew she had no intention of arguing about it. Not even to save our lives, said Eliamak sweetly. But never mind, I don't propose selling them anyway. They're only valuable when they come along with the knowledge that Shedya has in her head. What matters is that they will let us in if they know that, far from being a band of penniless wanderers recently expelled from Basilica by General Mouge of the Goraini, we are instead accompanying the famous geneticist Shedeme, who is moving her laboratory away from strife-torn Basilica to some peaceful city that will guarantee her a place to do her work without disturbance.
Perfect, said Voss. There's not a city of the plain that would refuse us entry on those terms.
They'd offer us money, in fact, said Obring.
They'd offer me money, you mean, said Shedeme. But clearly she was flattered. She hadn't really thought of the fact that her presence would convey a certain amount of prestige on any city she settled in. Luette could see that Eliamak's flattery was having its effect. He's going to put it to a vote, said the Oversoul in Luette's mind. That much is obvious by now, said Luette. What is his plan? When Yafai opposes the decision to return to the city, it will be mutiny. Then he must not oppose. Then my work would be thwarted. Then control the vote. Whose vote should I change? Which of them would Eliamak believe if he suddenly voted to go on? Then don't let the vote happen. I have no such influence with Eliamak. Then tell Yafai not to oppose. He must oppose, or there will be no voyage to Earth.
No! cried Luette.
Everyone looked at her.
No what? asked Eliamak.
No vote, she said. There will be no vote.
Ah, yes, said Eliamak. We have another freedom lover here who realizes that she doesn't approve of democracy after all, when she thinks the vote will go against her.
Who said anything about voting? asked Diol, who was never terribly sharp about what was going on around her.
I vote we go back to civilization, said Obring. Otherwise we're slaves to marriage, and to Eliamak for that matter.
But I said nothing about putting things to a vote, said Eliamak.
I said only that we must make a decision about where to go. A vote might be interesting, but I won't be bound by it. It's your counsel that I need, not your governance.
So they counseled him, eloquently, or tried to. But if anyone even began to advance an argument that someone else had already stated, Eliamak would silence them at once.
I've already heard that. Anything new to add?
As a result, the discussion didn't last very long at all. Sooner than Luette would have thought possible, Eliamak asked, "Anything else?" And no one answered. He waited, looked around at them. The sun was coming over the tops of the distant mountains now, and his eyes and hair glowed with reflected light. This is his finest moment, thought Luette. This is what he has planned for. A whole community, including his father's wife, including his brother Nyafai, including the water-seer and the raveler of Basilica, including his own bride, all waiting for the decision that will change their lives, or end them.
"Thank you for your wise counsel," said Eliamak gravely. "It seems to me that we don't have to choose one way or another. Those who want to return to civilization may, and soon enough those who want to go on into the desert on this errand for the Oversoul may do so as well. We can call it a rescue of my father, or we can call it the beginning of a journey to Earth. That's not at issue now. What matters is that all can be satisfied. We'll go south a little way and then come over the mountains and down into the cities of the plain. There we can leave those who can't bear to live under the harsh law of the desert, and I can take the stronger ones with me.
"Thanks so much," said Mebekyu. "I don't care what he calls me, as long as I have my freedom," said Kyokor. "Fools," said Nyafai. "Don't you see that he's only pretending?"
"What did you say?" said Elyamak.
"He intended to take us back to civilization all along," said Nyafai. "Don't, Nyafai," said Yuet, for she knew what was coming next.
"Listen to your bridling, brother," said Elyamak. His voice was deceptively mild.
"I will listen to the Oversoul," said Nyafai. "The only reason we're alive right now is because the Oversoul has been influencing a band of robbers to stay holed up in their cave not 300 meters away. The Oversoul can lead us perfectly well across the desert, with or without Elyamak and his stupid desert law. It's a game for boys that he's playing. Who can make the boldest threats?"
"Not threats," said Elyamak. "Laws that every desert traveler knows."
"If we trust in the Oversoul, we will be perfectly safe on this journey. If we trust in Elyamak, we'll return to the plane and be destroyed in the wars that are coming."
"Trust in the Oversoul," said Meb with a sneer. "What you mean is do whatever you say."
"Elyamak knows that the Oversoul is real enough. He had a dream that led us back to the city to marry our wives, didn't he?"
Elyamak only laughed. "Babble on, Nyafai."
"It's as Elyamak said. This isn't a matter for democracy. It's a matter for each of us to decide. Go on with the journey as the Oversoul has directed, and we'll take the greatest voyage in 40 million years, and inherit a world for us and our children. Or go back to the city where you can betray your spouse, as some of you are already planning. As for me and Luet, we will never go back to the city."
"Enough," said Elyamak. "Not another word, or you're dead this instant."
A pulse was in his hand. Luet had not noticed he was carrying it, but she knew what it meant. This was exactly what Elyamak had been waiting for. He had set it up very carefully, and now he could kill Nyafai, and no one would dare condemn him for it.
"I know the desert, and you don't," said Elyamak. "There are no bandits where you claim there are, or we'd already be dead. If that's what passes for wisdom in your fevered little brain, brother, then anyone who stayed with you would surely be doomed. But no one will stay with you, because I'm not about to let this group split up. That would mean certain death for anyone who went with you."
"A lie," said Nyafai.
"Please, speak again so I can kill you as the mutineer you are."
"Hold your tongue, Nyafai, for my sake," said Luet.
"You've all heard him, haven't you?" said Elyamak. "He has proclaimed rebellion against my authority and attempted to lead a group away to their destruction. That's mutiny, which is far more serious than adultery, and the penalty is death. You are all witnesses. There is not one of you but would have to confess it in court should it ever come to that."
"Please," said Luet, "let him be, and he'll say no more."
"Is that true, Nyafai?" asked Elyamak.
"If you continue to head back to the city," said Nyafai, "the Oversoul will have no reason to restrain the bandits any further, and you will all be killed."
"You see," said Elyamak, "even now he tries to frighten us with these fantasies of non-existent bandits."
"That's what you've been doing all along," said Shirame, "making us do what you want for fear of bandits finding us."
Elyamak turned to her. "I never claimed they were a few meters away, hiding in a cave, only that there was a chance that some would come upon us. I've said nothing but the truth to you. But this boy thinks you're such fools that you'll believe his obvious lies."
"Believe what you like," said Nyafai. "You'll see the proof soon enough."
"Mutiny," said Elyamak. "And all of you, even his own mother, will be my witnesses that I had no choice, because he would not desist in his rebellion. If he were not my own brother, I wouldn't have waited this long. He'd be dead already."
"And if you didn't carry genes that the Oversoul regards as precious ones," said Nyafai, "Gabyalofix would have killed you when you failed to lead Father into his trap."
"Accusing me does nothing but compound your crime," said Elyamak. "Say goodbye to your mother and your wife. From where you are, and no nearer."
"Elyamak, you can't mean this," said Razia.
"You yourself agreed with me, Razia, that our survival depends on obedience to the law of the desert and what the penalty had to be."
"I see that you maliciously—"
"Careful, Lady Razia. I'll do what must be done, even if it includes leaving you to your death as well."
"Don't worry, Mother," said Nyafai. "The Oversoul is with us, and Elyamak is helpless." Luet began to catch a glimmer of what Nyafai was doing. He seemed quite calm, unbelievably calm. Therefore he must be quite sure that the Oversoul would be able to protect him after all. He must have a plan of his own, and so Luette would do best to be silent and let it unfold, no matter how frightened she was. "It would be nice if you would share the plan with me, though," she said to the Oversoul. "Plan?" answered the Oversoul. Luette's hands began to tremble.
"We'll see how helpless you are," said Eliamak. "Mebeku, take a length of packing cord, the light line, a good length, several meters, and tie his hands. Use the cinching knot so it binds tight, and don't worry about cutting off the circulation in his hands."
"You see," said Nyafai, "he has to kill a bound man." "Don't," cried Luette in her heart. "Don't provoke him into shooting you. If you let him tie you, then you have a chance." Eliamak glanced at Mebeku, at which Meb took a few steps to one of the waiting camels and came back with a cord. As he was tying Nyafai's hands behind his back, twining the cords around and around his wrists, Hushith stepped forward.
"Stay where you are," said Eliamak. "I'm binding him and abandoning him out of respect for Lady Razia, but I'll be just as happy to give him the pulse and have done with it."
Hushith stayed where she was. She had what she wanted anyway, which was the group's attention. "Eliamak planned this all along," said Hushith to the others, "because he wanted to kill Nyafai. He knew that if he decided to turn back, Nyafai would have no choice but to oppose him. He set it up to provide him with a legal excuse for murder." Eliamak's eye twitched. Luette could see the rage building out of control in him. "What are you doing, Hushith, my sister? Don't talk him into killing my husband as we stand here." "Why would Elia do that?" said Eath. "You're saying my Eliamak is a murderer, and he's not." "Eath, you poor dear," said Hushith. "Eliamak wants Nyafai dead because he knows that if you had the choice today, you'd leave him and choose Nyafai."
"A lie!" cried Eliamak. "Don't answer her, Eath. Say nothing."
"Because he can't bear to hear the truth," said Hushith. "He'll hear it in your voice." Now Luette understood. Hushith was using her talent from the Oversoul, just as she did when Rashgyalevak stood in the foyer of Razia's house, planning to use his soldiers to kidnap Razia's daughters. Hushith was saying the words that would destroy the loyalty of Eliamak's followers, that would remove all support from him. She was unbinding them, and if she could just say a few more sentences, she would succeed. Unfortunately, Luette wasn't the only one who realized this. "Silence her," said Seviet. Her voice was harsh and husky, for she had not yet recovered well from the injury Kyokor gave her. But she could speak well enough to be heard, and the very painfulness of her voice brought her all the more attention. "Don't let Hushith speak. She's a raveler, and if she says enough she can turn everyone against everybody else. I saw her do it to Rashgyalevak's men, and she can do it now if you let her."
"Seviet is right," said Eliamak. "Not another word from you, Hushith, or I'll kill him."
Almost she opened her mouth to speak again. Luette could see it. But something, perhaps the Oversoul, restrained her. She turned and stepped back to where she had stood before, on the far side of Razia and Shiedeme. It was the last hope gone, as far as Luette could see. The Oversoul could make weak-willed people stupid or afraid for a short while, but she hadn't the strength to stop a man determined on murder. She hadn't the strength to make the bandits turn suddenly kind in their dealings with Nyafai should they find him. She certainly couldn't keep the animals of the desert from finding him and devouring him. Hushith's ploy had been the last possibility, and it was gone. "No, I will not despair," thought Luette. "Perhaps if we abandon him here, I can slip away from the party and come back and untie him. Or perhaps I can kill Eliamak in his sleep and— No. She hadn't murder in her, and she knew it. Not even if the Oversoul commanded it, as she had commanded Nyafai to kill Gabielofix. She couldn't do it even then. Nor would she be able to slip away and help Nyafai in time. It was over. There was no hope.
"He's tied," said Mebeku. "Let me check the knot," said Eliamak. "Do you think I don't know how to tie it?" asked Mebeku. "The computer they worship supposedly has the power to make people stupider than usual," said Eliamak. "Isn't that right, Nyafai?"
Nyafai said nothing. Luette was proud of him for that, but still frightened for him. for she knew that the Oversoul's power was very great over a long period of time, but very slight at any one moment. Eliamak was now standing close behind Nephi, with the pulse pointed at his back.
"Kneel down, little brother."
Nephi didn't kneel, but as if by reflex, Meb began to.
"Not you, fool! Nyef!"
"The condemned man," said Nephi.
"Yes, you, little brother. Kneel."
"If you're going to use the pulse, I prefer to die standing up."
"Don't make such a show of this," said Eliamak. "I want your hands tied to your ankles, so kneel down."
Slowly, carefully, Nephi sank to one knee, then to both.
"Sit on your heels," said Eliamak. "Or near them. Yes. Now, Meb, pass the ends of the rope down between his ankles. Bring them up and over his legs and tie them together, in front of his wrists. Yes, like that, where his fingers can't possibly reach them. Very good. Can you feel anything in your hands, Nephi?"
"Only the throbbing of my blood trying to get past the ropes around my wrists."
"Strings, not ropes, Nephi, but they might as well be steel."
"You're not cutting off my blood, Eliamak. You're cutting off your own," said Nephi. "For your blood will be unknown on earth, while my blood will live on for 1,000 generations."
"Enough," said Eliamak.
"I'll say what I like now," said Nephi, "since you've already determined to kill me. What difference will it make now for me to say the truth? Should I be afraid that you'll kick me or spit on me when I already stare death in the face?"
"If you're trying to provoke me into shooting you, it won't work. I promised Lady Razia, and I'll keep my word."
But Liuet could see that Nephi's words were having an effect. The tension in the whole group was rising higher and higher, and it was clear that in everyone's eyes the showdown between them was yet to come, even when Eliamak thought he had already won.
"We'll get on our camels now," said Eliamak, "and no one will turn back to try to save this mutineer, or whoever tries will share his fate."
If Liuet had not been sure that Nephi and the Oversoul must have some kind of plan, she would have insisted then on dying beside her husband. But she knew him well enough, even after only these few days, to know that Nephi felt no fear at all right now. And while he was a brave young man, she knew that if he truly believed he was going to die, she at least would be able to sense his fear. His mother must feel the same way too, Liuet realized, because she was not protesting either. Instead, they both waited and watched as the little play unfolded. Eliamak and Mebeku started to walk away from Nephi. Then Mebeku turned, put his foot on Nephi's shoulder, and pushed him over sideways to lie in the sand. With his hands tied to his ankles, he could do nothing to cushion his fall. But now Liuet could see behind him, could see clearly that instead of being tied tightly, the strings were only loosely gathered. So that was what the game was. The Oversoul was doing all she could to influence Mebeku and Eliamak to see tightly bound ropes, where in fact the strands were only loops. She normally did not have the power to make them stupid, or at least not enough to make Eliamak so unobservant. But between Hushith and Nephi, with their dangerous, infuriating talk, they had managed to make Eliamak so angry that the Oversoul had more power to confuse him. Indeed, there must be others who could see that Nephi was not firmly tied, though fortunately those in the best position to see were also those least likely to point it out, Lady Razia, Hushith, and Shedeme. As for the others, with the Oversoul's help they no doubt saw what they expected to see, what Eliamak and Mebeku had led them to expect to see. "Yes," said Lady Razia. "Let's go to the camels." She strode boldly toward the waiting animals. Liuet and Hushith followed her. The others also turned and moved. All except Ayath. She stood motionless, looking at Nephi. The others, standing beside their kneeling camels, could not help but turn and watch as Eliamak walked up to her, put his hand on her back.
"I know this hurts your tender heart, Edia," said Eliamak, "but a leader must sometimes act harshly for the good of all."
She did not even glance at him. "I never thought a man could face death with such perfect calm," she said. "Wonderful," Liuet said silently to the Oversoul. "You're making her love Nephi all the more. How helpful of you to guarantee that we'll never have peace even if Nephi gets out of this alive. Have a little trust, will you? I can't do everything at once. Which would you rather have, Eath out of love with your husband, or your husband alive and the caravan headed toward Volyamak. I trust you. I just wish you wouldn't cut it so close. Hear me, cried Nyafai.
Pleading will get you nowhere now, said Elyamak. Or do you want to make one last speech of mutiny?
He wasn't speaking to us, said Eath. He was speaking to her, to the Oversoul. Oversoul, because I have put my trust in you, deliver me from the murdering hands of my brothers. Give me the strength to burst these cords that bind my hands. How did it look to the others? Luet could only guess. What she saw was Nyafai easily pulling one hand, then the other out of the cords, then clambering without much grace to his feet. But the others surely saw what they feared most, Nyafai tearing the cords apart with his hands, then springing to his feet, with majesty and danger gathering about him. No doubt the Oversoul was focusing all her influence on the others, sparing none for those who already accepted her purpose. Luet, Hushith, and Lady Rasia were seeing the facts of what happened. The others were no doubt seeing something not factual, but filled with truth, that Nyafai had the power of the Oversoul with him, that he was the chosen one, the true leader. You will not turn those camels toward any city known to humankind, cried Nyafai. His voice was tense and harsh-sounding as he strained to be heard across the broad expanse between him and the farthest camels, where Vas had been helping Seviet to mount. This mutiny of yours against the Oversoul has ended, Elyamak. Only the Oversoul is more merciful than you. The Oversoul will let you live, but only as long as you vow never again to lay one hand upon me. Only as long as you promise to fulfill the journey we began, to join with Father, and then to voyage onward to the world that the Oversoul has prepared for us.
What kind of trick is this? Cried Elyamak.
The only trick is the one you used to fool yourself, said Nyafai. You thought that by binding me with cords you could also bind the Oversoul, but you were wrong. You could have led this expedition if you had been obedient and wise, but you were filled with your own lust for power and your own envy, and so you have nothing left now but to obey the Oversoul or die.
Don't threaten me, cried Elyamak. I have the pulse, you fool, and I've passed a sentence of death on you.
Kill him, shouted Mebeku. Kill him now, or you'll regret it forever. So brave of you, said Hushith, to urge your brother to do what you would never have the heart for yourself, little Meb. Her voice had such sting to it that he stepped back as if he had been slapped. But Elyamak did not step back. Instead, he strode forward, holding the pulse. Luet could see that he was terrified. He absolutely believed that Nyafai had done something miraculous by breaking free so easily from his bonds. Yet, terrified or not, he was determined to kill his youngest brother, and the Oversoul could not possibly stop him. It hadn't the power to turn Elyamak away from his firm purpose. Elia, no! The cry was from Eath. She ran forward, clutched at him, plucked at the sleeve that held the pulse. For my sake, she said. If you touch him, Elia, the Oversoul will kill you, don't you know that? It's the law of the desert, what you yourself said. Mutiny is death. Don't rebel against the Oversoul. This isn't the Oversoul, Elyamak said. His voice trembled with fear and uncertainty, though, and no doubt the Oversoul was seizing on every scrap of doubt in his heart, magnifying it as Eath pled with him.
This is my arrogant little brother.
It should have been you, said Nyafai. You should have been the one who made the others go along with the Oversoul's plan. The Oversoul would never have chosen me if you had only been willing to obey. Listen to me, said Eath, not to him. You're the one who is the father of the child within me. How do you know I don't have a child within me? If you hurt him, if you disobey him, then you'll die, and my child will be fatherless. At first Luet feared that Elyamak would interpret Eath's pleading for Nyafai's life as yet another proof that his wife loved Nyafai more than him. But no. Her pleading was that he must save his own life by not harming Nyafai. Therefore he could only take it as proof that she loved him, for it was his life she was trying to save. Vas had also come back to Elyamak, and now laid a hand on his other shoulder.
Elia, don't kill him. We won't go back to the city. None of us will. None of us.
He turned back to face the others. Will we? We're all content to go on to join Volumac, aren't we? We've seen the power of the Oversoul, said Eoth. None of us would have asked to return to the city if we had understood. Please, we all agree. Our purpose is one now. No division among us. Please, Elyamac, don't make me a widow over this. I'm your wife forever if you turn away from killing him. But what am I if you rebel against the Oversoul and die? You're still our travel leader, said Lady Rasia. Nothing changes that. Only the destination. And you said yourself that the destination wasn't yours to choose alone. Now we see that the choice belongs to none of us, but only to the Oversoul. Eoth wept, and the tears were hot and real. Oh, Elia, my husband, why do you hate me so much that you want to die? Luette could almost have predicted what would happen next. Diol, seeing how affecting Eoth's tears were, could not bear to have her performance hold the center of everyone's attention, so she now clung to her husband and wailed loudly, with very real-seeming tears indeed, that he too must refrain from harming Niafai. As if Mebeku would ever have dared to act alone. As if her tears would ever have moved him. Luette would have laughed aloud if she hadn't been so aware of the fact that Niafai's life depended now on how Elyamac reacted to all the wailing. She could almost see the change happening on his face. His determination to kill Niafai, which had not yielded to the influence of the Oversoul, now melted before the pleas of his wife. And as that will to murder faded, the Oversoul had more and more opportunity to seize upon and magnify his fears. So, from being a dangerous killer, in only a few moments he turned into a trembling wreck of a man, appalled at what he had almost done. He looked down at the pulse in his hands and shuddered, then threw it away from him. It landed at Luette's feet. "Oh, Niafai, my brother, what was I doing?" Elyamac cried. Mebeku was even more abject. He flung himself belly down on the ground. "Forgive me, Niafai. Forgive me for tying you up like an animal. Don't let the Oversoul kill me." "You're overdoing this," Luette said silently to the Oversoul. "They're going to be deeply humiliated when they remember how they acted, no matter whether they figure out it was you making cowards of them or not. What, do you think I have some kind of fine control over this? I can shout fear at them, and they don't hear me, and they don't hear me, and then suddenly they hear me and collapse like this. I think I'm doing pretty well for not having done this before. I'm just suggesting that you lighten up on them a little. The job is done." "Elyamac, Mebeku, of course I forgive you," said Niafai. "What does it matter what happens to me? It's the Oversoul whose forgiveness matters, not mine." "Kneel to the Oversoul," said Eoth, urgently pulling Elyamac downward. "Kneel and beg for forgiveness, please. Don't you see that your life is in danger?" Elyamac turned to her and spoke almost calmly despite the fear that Luette knew was gnawing at him. "And do you care so much whether I live or die?" "You're my life," said Eoth. "Haven't we all sworn an oath to stay married forever?" As a matter of fact, they hadn't, thought Luette. All they had done was listen to Elyamac's edict and raise their hands to show they understood it. But she prudently said nothing. Elyamac sank to his knees. "Oversoul," he said, his voice trembling. "I'll go where you want me to go." "Me too," said Mebeku. "Count me in." He didn't raise his head from the sand. "As long as Eoth is mine," said Elyamac, "I'm content, whether I'm in the desert or the city, on Harmony or on Earth." "Oh, Elia," cried Eoth. She flung her arms around him and wept into his shoulder. Luette bent over and picked up the pulse from the sand at her feet. It wouldn't do to risk losing a precious weapon. Who knew when they might need it for hunting? Niafai walked over to her. It meant more than Luette could say that he came first to her, his wife of only a few days, rather than to his mother. He embraced her, and she held him. She could feel his trembling. He had been afraid, despite his confidence in the Oversoul, and it had been a near thing, too. "Did you know how it would all come out?" she whispered. "The Oversoul wasn't sure it could bring off the rope thing," he murmured back to her, "especially when he actually walked up to inspect the knot. He had to do that if he was going to believe it was miraculous when you broke free. You know what I was thinking when I was kneeling there with the pulse at my head, saying those things that were goading him to kill me? I was thinking, I'll never know what our baby looks like. And now you will. He pulled away from her, then reached out and took the pulse out of her hand. Hushith stepped close and put her hand on the pulse. Nief, she said, if you hold that, there's no hope of healing. What if I give it back to him? Hushith nodded. The best thing, she said. No one understood better than Hushith the Raveler what bound and unbound people. Nyafai at once strode to Elyamak and held out the pulse to him. Please, he said. I don't even know how to use this. We need you to lead us back to Father's camp. Elyamak paused just a moment before taking the pulse. Luet knew that he hated receiving it from Nyafai's hand, but at the same time he also knew that Nyafai didn't have to give it to him, that Nyafai didn't have to give him back his place of leadership, and he needed that place, needed it so much that he would even take it from Nyafai. Glad to, said Elyamak. He took the pulse. Oh, thank you, Nyafai, said Eath. Luet felt a stab of fear through her heart. Does Elyamak hear it in her voice? Can he see it in her face, how she looks with such awe at Nyafai? She's a woman who loves only strength and courage and power. It is the alpha male in the tribe who attracts her. And in her eyes, Nyafai is clearly that most desirable of men. She was the best actress of all today, thought Luet. She was the one who was able to convince Elyamak of her love for him in order to save the man she really loved. I can't help but admire her for that, thought Luet. She's really something. Those thoughts of admiration were themselves lies, though, and Luet could not long fool herself. Beautiful Eath is still in love with my husband, and even though his love for me is strong right now, there'll come a day when the primate male in him overcomes the civilized man, and he'll look at Eath with desire, and she'll see it, and in that moment I will surely lose him. She shook the jealous thought from her, and walked with Lady Razia, who was trembling with relief, in order to help her clamber onto her camel. I thought he was dead, said Razia softly, clinging to Luet's hand. I thought I had lost him. So did I, for a few moments there, said Luet. I can tell you this, said Lady Razia. Elyamak would have died before nightfall, if he had gone through with it. I was plotting his death in my own heart, too, said Luet. That's how close we are to animals. Did you ever dream of such a thing? That we would be ready to do murder all so suddenly? Just like baboons, protecting the troop, said Luet. I think it's rather a grand discovery, don't you? Luet grinned at her and squeezed her hand. Let's not tell anybody, though, she said. It would make the men so nervous to know how dangerous we really are. It doesn't matter now, said Razia. The Oversoul was stronger than I thought possible. It's all over and done with now. But as Luet walked back to find her own camel, she knew it was not finished. It had only been postponed. The day would come again when there would be a struggle for power, and next time there was no guarantee that the Oversoul would be able to bring off such a sweet little trick. If Elyamak had once decided to fire off the pulse, it would have been over. Next time he might realize that, and not let himself be sidetracked by something so foolish as Lady Razia's plea that he only tie Nyafai up and abandon him. It was that close, such a near thing. And at the end, Luet knew that Elyamak's hatred for Nyafai was stronger than ever, even though for a time at least he would deny it, would pretend even to himself that his hate was gone. You can fool the others, Elyamak, but I'll be watching you. And if anything happens to my husband, you can be sure of it. You'd better kill me, too. You'd better be sure I'm dead. And even then, if I can find a way, I'll come back and wreak some vengeance on you from the grave. You're trembling, Lutya, said Hushith. Am I? Perhaps that was why she was having so much trouble making certain of the cinch on her camel's saddle. Like a dragonfly's wing. It was a very emotional thing, said Luet. I suppose that I'm still upset. Still jealous of Eath, that's what you are, said Hushith. Not even a speck, said Luet. He loves me absolutely and completely. Yes, he does, said Hushith. But still I see such rage in you toward Eath. Luet knew that she did, yes, feel some jealousy toward Eath. but Hushith had called it rage, and that was a far stronger feeling than she had been aware of in herself. "I'm not angry because she loves Nyafai," said Liuet. "Truly I'm not." "Oh, I know that," said Hushith. "Or rather, I see that now." "No, I think you're angry at her and jealous of her because she was able to save your husband's life when you couldn't do it." Yes, thought Liuet, that was it. And now that Hushith had named it, she could feel the agonizing frustration of it wash through her, and hot tears of rage and shame flooded out of her eyes and down her cheeks. "There," said Hushith, holding her. "It's good to let it out. It's good." "That's nice," said Liuet, "because apparently I'm going to cry like a ninny whether it's good to let it out or not, so it might as well be good." She was still crying when Nyafai came back to find her and help her on her beast. "You're the last one," said Nyafai. "I think I just needed to feel you touch me one more time," she said, "to be sure you were alive." "Still breathing," he said. "Are you going to cry like that for long? Because all that moisture on your face is bound to attract flies." "Whatever happened to those bandits?" she said, wiping her tears with her sleeve. "The Oversoul managed to put them to sleep just before it started getting serious about influencing the others. They'll wake up in a couple of hours." "Why did you think about them?" "I was just thinking how stupid we would all have felt if they had come running up and hacked us all to pieces while we stood there bickering about whether or not to kill you." "Yes," said Nyafai. "I know what you mean. To face death, that's nothing much, but to feel really stupid when you die, well, that would be insufferable." She laughed and held his hand for just a moment. Just another moment, and then another long, long moment. "They're waiting for us," said Nyafai. "And the bandits will wake up eventually." So she let go of him, and as soon as he headed toward his own camel, hers lurched to its feet and she rose high above the desert floor. It was like riding atop an unsteady tower in an earthquake, and she didn't usually like it. But today it felt as lovely as she had ever imagined it might be to sit upon a throne. For there, on the camel before her, sat Nyafai, her husband. Even if it had not been Liuet herself who saved him, what of it? It was enough that he was alive, and he was still in love with her. Chapter 3. Hunting. They came down into Volyamak's camp in the evening. They had traveled longer than usual that day because they were close. Yet still there was all the evening work to do, for Volyamak had not known they were coming that night, and there were no extra tents pitched, and Zdoriab had already washed up from the supper he prepared for himself and Volyamak and Isib. The evening work went slower than usual, because they felt safer, and because, having arrived, it seemed so unfair to have as much work to do as during the journey. Hushith stayed as close to Liuet and Nyafai as she could. She caught glimpses of Isib now and then as he floated somewhere on his chair. There was nothing surprising to her about his appearance. She had known him for years, since he was Lady Razia's oldest son, and had studied at Razia's house as long as Hushith had been there herself. But she had always thought of him as the crippled one, and paid him little mind. Then, back in Basilica, as she came to realize that she was going out onto the desert with Nyafai and Liuet, it came clear to her, for she could always see the connections between people, that in the pairings of male and female in the Oversoul's expedition, she would end up with Isib. The Oversoul wanted his genes to go on, and hers as well, and for good or ill, they would be making that effort together. It had been a hard thing to accept, especially on the wedding night as Liuet and Nyafai, Elyamak and Eath, Mebeku and Dolya, all were married by Lady Razia, and then went 2 by 2 to their bridal beds. Hushith could hardly bear the rage and fear and bitter disappointment in her heart that she could not have the kind of love that her sister Liuet had. In answer, the Oversoul, or so she had thought at first, sent her a dream that night. In it she saw herself linked with Isib. She saw him flying and flew with him. She understood from that his body did not express his true nature, and that she would find that marriage with him was not something that would grind her down, but rather would lift her up. And she saw herself bearing children with him, saw herself standing in the door of a desert tent with him, watching their children play, and she saw that in that future scene she would love him,
would be bound with him by gold and silver threads tying them back through generations, and leading them also forward into the future, year by year, child by child, generation by generation. There were other parts of the dream, some of them terrifying, but she clung to the comfort of it all these days. As she had stood with General Mouge, forced to marry the conqueror of Basilica, she had thought about the dream and knew that she would not really end up with him. And sure enough, the Oversoul had brought Hushith's and Luette's mother, the woman named Thirsty, who named them as her daughters, with Mouge as their father. No marriage then, and within hours they were in the desert, on their way to join Volumac in the desert. But since then she had had time to think, time to remember her fears. Of course she tried not to, tried instead to cling to the comfort of the dream, or to Nyafai's reassurances, for he had told her that Isieb was very bright and funny, a man of good company, which of course she had never had much chance to see at school. Yet, despite the dream, despite Nyafai, her old impressions, the ones she had held for so many years, remained. All the way through the desert, she kept seeing the almost macabre way his arms and legs used to move in the city where he could wear lifts under his clothing, so that he always seemed to be bouncing through the air like a gambolling ghost, or like a— what was it that Kyokor had once called him? Like a rabbit under water. How they had laughed. And now how disloyal she felt, although it had been Isieb's own sister who made the joke. Hushith could not have guessed that someday the cripple, the ghost, the underwater rabbit, would be her husband. The old fear and strangeness remained as an undercurrent, despite all her attempts to reassure herself. Until now, seeing him, she realized that she was not afraid of him. The dream had given her too much hope. No, she was afraid of what he would think of her. An even older and darker fear. Did Isieb know yet what Aunt Razia and the Oversoul had planned for him? Was he already eyeing her as she worked at tent pitching, sizing her up? No doubt that if he was, he would be bitterly disappointed. She could imagine him thinking, of course the cripple gets the plain one, the one too tall, the sour-faced one whose body has never caused a man to take a second glance, the studious one, who has no gift for causing anyone to laugh, except sometimes her younger sister, Luette. Ah, so bright, but she belongs to Nyafai. He must be thinking, I'll have to make the best of it because I'm a cripple and have no choice. Just as I'm thinking, I'll have to make do with the cripple because no other man would have me. How many marriages have begun with such feelings as these? Were any of them ever happy in the end? She delayed as long as she could, lingering over supper, which was better than anything they had eaten while traveling. Zdoriab and Volumac had found wild greens and roots in this valley, and simmered them down into a stew, so much better than handfuls of raisins and jerky, and the bread was fresh and leavened, instead of the crackers and hard biscuits they had made do with while traveling. Soon it would be better still, for Volumac had planted a garden here, and within a few weeks there would be melons and squashes, carrots and onions and radishes. Everyone was tired and awkward with each other through supper. The memory of Nyafai's near execution still lingered in their minds, all the more embarrassing to them now that they had returned to Volumac and could see how easily he held command over all of them, being a man of true leadership, so much more powerful than Elyamac's swaggering, bullying style. It made them all dread some kind of accounting with the old man, for how many of them, except perhaps Eath, and of course Nyafai himself, were truly proud of how they acted? So, good as the food was, no one but Hushith had much desire to stay and chat. There were no fond reminiscences of the journey, no amusing tales to recount to those who had waited here for them. As quickly as the supper was cleared away, the couples went to their tents. They went so suddenly that, despite her anxiousness to avoid exactly this moment, Hushith returned from the stream with the last of the pots she had washed, to find that only Shedame remained of the women, and only Zdoriab and Isieb of the men. There was already a dreadful silence, for Shedame had no gift of chat, and both Zdoriab and Isieb seemed painfully shy. How hard for all of us, thought Hushith. We know we are the leftovers of the group, thrown together only because we weren't wanted by anyone but the Oversoul, and some of us not even by her,
for poor Zdoriab was here only because Nyafai had extracted an oath from him instead of killing him at the gate of Basilica on the night Nyafai cut off Gabialifix's head.
What a miserable group you are, said Volyamak.
Hushith looked over in relief to see Volyamak and Razia returning to the cookfire. They must have realized that something needed to be said. Introductions needed to be made at least between Shedya and the librarian, who had never even met. "I was entering my husband's tent," said Razia, "thinking how good it was to be back with him, when suddenly I realized how much I missed my traveling companions, Shuya and Shedya, and then I remembered that I had failed in my duty as lady of this house."
"House?" said Isyb.
"The walls may be stone, and the roof may be sky, but this is my house, a place of refuge for my daughters and safety for my sons," said Razia.
"Our house," said Volyamak gently.
"Indeed. I spoke of it as my house only because of the old habits of Basilica, where the houses belonged only to women." Razia lifted her husband's hand to her lips and kissed it and smiled at him.
"Out here," said Volyamak, "the houses belong to the Oversoul, but he is renting this one to us at a very reasonable fee. When we leave here, the baboons downstream of us get to keep the garden."
"Hushith, Shedame, I believe you know my son Isyb," said Razia.
"Our son," said Volyamak, as gently as before. "And this is Doriab, who was once Gabialifix's archivist, but now serves our way station as gardener, librarian, and cook."
"Miserable at all three, I fear," said Zdoriab. Razia smiled. "Volya tells me that both Isyb and Zdoriab have explored the Index while they've been waiting here, and I know both of my dear nieces, Shuya and Shedya, will have profound interest in what they found there."
"The Index of the Oversoul is the pathway into all the memory of Earth," said Volyamak, "and Earth is where we are going. It's just as important for us to study in that great library as it is for us to do the work that keeps our bodies alive in this desert."
"You know we'll do our duty," said Shedame. Hushith knew that she was not referring to studies alone.
"Oh, hang the courteous obliquities," said Lady Razia.
"You all know that you're the unmarried ones, and that everybody has to marry if this is going to work at all, and that leaves only the four of you. I know that there's no particular reason why you shouldn't at least have the freedom to sort things out among yourselves, but I'll tell you that because of age and experience, I rather imagined that it would be Hushith who ended up with Isyb, and Shedame who ended up with Zdoriab. It doesn't have to be that way, but I think it would be helpful if you at least explored the possibilities." "The Lady Razia speaks about experience," said Zdoriab, "but I must point out that I am a man of no experience whatsoever when it comes to women, and I fear that I will offend with every word I say." Shedame gave one hoot of derisive laughter. "What Shedame meant with her simple eloquence," said Razia, "is that she cannot conceive of your having less experience of women than she has of men. She, too, is quite certain of her ability to offend you with every word, which is why she chose to respond to you without using any." The absurdity of the whole situation, combined with Shedame's gracelessness and Zdoriab's awkward courtesy, was too much for Hushith. She burst out laughing, and soon the others joined in.
"There's no hurry," said Volyamak. "Take your time to become acquainted."
"I'd rather just get it over with," said Shedame. "Marriage is not something you get over with," said Razia. "It's something you begin. So, as Volyamak was saying, take your time. When you're ready, come to either me or my husband, and we can arrange new tent assignments, along with the appropriate ceremonies."
"And if we're never ready?" asked Isyb. "None of us will live long enough to see never," said Volyamak. "And for the present it will be enough if you try to know and like each other."
That was it, except for a few pleasant words about the suppers Doriab had prepared. They quickly divided, and Hushith followed Shedame to the tent they would share for now. "Well, that was reassuring," said Shedame. It took a moment for Hushith to realize that Shedya was being ironic. It always did. "I'm not much reassured," Hushith answered. "Oh, you didn't think it was sweet of them to let us take our time about deciding whether to do the inevitable?" Rather like giving a condemned murderer the lever of the gallows trap and telling him, whenever you're ready.
It was a surprise to realize that Shedame seemed far angrier about this than Hushith was. But then Shedame was not a willing participant in the journey, the way Hushith had been. Shedame had not thought of herself as belonging to the Oversoul, not the way Hushith had, ever since she realized she was a Raveler, or Luette, ever since she discovered she was a Water-Seer. So, of course, everything seemed out of kilter to her. All her plans were in disarray. Hushith thought to help her by saying, "Zdoriab is as much a captive on this journey as you are. He never asked for this, and you at least had your dream." But she saw at once, for Hushith always saw the connections between people, that her words, far from giving comfort, were driving a wedge between her and Shedame, and so she fell silent. Fell silent and suffered. For she well remembered that it was Isyeb who had asked, "What if we're never ready?" That was a terrible thing to hear your future husband say. A terrible thing, for it meant that he did not think he could ever love her. Then a thought came abruptly into her mind. What if Isyeb said that, not because he thought he could never desire her, but because he was certain that she could never be ready to marry him? Now that she thought about it, she was certain that was what he meant, for she knew Isyeb to be a kind young man who was not likely to say something that he thought might hurt someone else. She suddenly found a floodgate of memory opened inside her mind, and saw all the images she had of Isyeb. He was quiet, and bore his infirmity without complaint. He had great courage in his own way, and his mind was bright indeed. He had always been quick in class, the times they had been together, and his ideas were never the obvious ones, but always showed him thinking a step or two beyond the immediate question. His body may be limited, she thought, but his mind is at least a match for mine. And plain as I am, I can't possibly be as worried about my own body as he is about his. Nyafai may have assured me that Isyeb is physically capable of fathering children, but that doesn't mean he has any notion of love-making. Indeed, he's probably terrified that I will be disgusted by him, or at least frustrated at how little he imagines he can give me in the way of pleasure. I am not the one who needs reassurance. He is, and it would only be destructive if I entered into our courtship with the idea that he must somehow reassure my self-doubting heart. No, I must make him confident of my acceptance of him, if we're to build a friendship and a marriage. This insight filled Hushith with such great relief that she almost wept with the joy of it. Only then did she realize that ideas that came to her so suddenly, with such great clarity, might not be her ideas at all. Indeed, she noticed now that she had been imagining a picture of Isyeb's body as it appeared to him, only it hadn't been imagination at all, had it? The Oversoul had shown her the thoughts and fears inside Isyeb's mind. As so many times before, Hushith wished she had the same easy communication with the Oversoul that Luette and Nyafai had. Occasionally the Oversoul was able to put thoughts as words inside her mind, as always happened with them, but it was never a comfortable dialogue for her, never easy for her to sort out which were her own thoughts and which were the Oversoul's. So she had to make do with her gift of raveling. And then sometimes these clear insights that always felt like her own ideas when they came, and only afterwards seemed to be too clear to be anything but visions from the Oversoul. Still, she was certain that what she had seen was not her imagination, but the truth. The Oversoul had shown her what she needed to see, if she was to get past her own fears. "Thank you," she thought, as clearly as she could, though she had no way of knowing if the Oversoul heard her thoughts, or was even listening at the moment. I needed to see through his eyes, at least for a moment. Another thought came to her. Is he also seeing through my eyes at this moment? It disturbed her to think that Isyeb might be seeing her body as she saw it, complete with her fears and dissatisfactions. No, fair is fair. If he is to have confidence in himself, and if he is to be a kind husband to me, he must know that I am as fearful and uncertain as he is. So do, if you haven't already. Do show him who I am. Help him to see that even though I am no beauty, I'm still a woman,
I still long to love, to be loved, to make a family with a man who is bound into my heart and I into his, as tightly as Razia and Volyamak are woven through each other's souls. Show him who I am, so he will pity me instead of fearing me, and then we can turn pity into compassion, and compassion into understanding, and understanding into affection, and affection into love, and love into life, the life of our children, the life of the new self that we will become together. To Hushith's surprise, she was sleepy now. She had feared that she'd get no sleep at all tonight, and from Shiedame's slow and heavy breathing she must already be asleep. I hope you showed her what she needed to see too, Oversoul. I only wonder how other men and women manage to love each other when they don't have your help to show them what is in the other's heart. Razia woke up angry, and it took her a while to figure out why. At first she thought it was because when Volyamak had joined her in bed last night, he offered her no more than an affectionate embrace, as if her long fast did not deserve to be broken with a feast of love. He was not blind. He knew that she was angry, and he explained, "You're wearier than you think after such a journey. There'd be little pleasure in it for either of us." His very calmness had made her angry beyond reason, and she curled up to sleep apart from his arms. But this morning she knew that her peak last night had been clear proof that he was right. She had been too tired for anything but sleep, like a fussy little child. Almost no light got into the tent from outside. It could be high noon or even later, and from the stiffness of her body and the lack of a wind outside the tent, she could well have slept late into the morning. Still, to lie abed was delicious. No need to rise in a hurry, eat a scant breakfast in the pre-dawn light, strike the tents, pack the beasts, and be underway by sunrise. The journey was over. She had come home to her husband. With that thought she realized why she had come awake this morning with so much anger in her. Coming home was not supposed to be to a tent, even one with double walls that stayed fairly cool through the day. And it was not she who ought to come home to him, but rather her husband who should come home to her. That's how it had always been. The house had been hers, which she had kept ready for him, had offered to him as a gift of shade in the summer, shelter in the storm, refuge from the tumult of the city. Instead, he was the one who had prepared this place, and the more comfortable it was, the angrier it made her, for in this place she would have no idea how to prepare anything. She was helpless, a child, a student, and her husband would be her teacher and her guardian. No one had directed her in her own affairs since she first came into her own house, which she had done young, using money she inherited from her mother to buy the house that her great-grandmother had made famous, then as a music conservatory. Razia had made it still more famous as a school, and from that foundation she had risen to prominence in the city of women, surrounded by students and admirers and envious competitors, and now here she was in the desert, where she did not even know how to cook a meal or how toileting was handled in a semi-permanent encampment like this. No doubt it would be Elyamak who explained it to her in his oh-so-offhanded way, the elaborate pretense that he was telling you what you already knew, which would have been gracious except that there was always the undertone of studiedness that made it plain that both you and he knew that you did not already know, and in fact you depended on him to teach you how to pee properly. Elyamak. She remembered that terrible morning when he stood there with a pulse pointed at Nyafai's head and thought, I must tell Volyamak. He must be warned about the murder in Elyamak's heart. Except that the Oversoul had clearly shown that murder would not be tolerated, and Elyamak and Mebekyu both had begged forgiveness. The whole issue of going back to Basilica was closed now, surely. Why bring it up again? What would Volyamak do about it now anyway? Either he'd repudiate Elyamak, which would make the young man useless through the rest of the journey, or Volyamak would uphold him in his right to make such a vile decision, in which case there'd be no living with Elyamak from then on, and Nyafai would shrink to nothing in this company. Elyamak would never let Nyafai rise to his natural position of leadership. That would be unbearable, for Razia knew that of her own children, only Nyafai was suited to lead well. for only he, of the men of his generation, had both the wit to make wise decisions, and the close communication with the Oversoul to make informed ones. Of course, Luet was every bit as well qualified, but they were now in a primitive, nomadic setting, and it was almost inevitable that males would take the lead. Razia hadn't needed Shedame's instruction about primate community formation to know that in a wandering tribe the males ruled. Soon enough the women would all be pregnant, and then they would turn inward. When the children were born, their circle would enlarge only enough to include the little ones. Food and safety and teaching would be their concern then, in such a fearful, hostile place as the desert. There would be neither reason nor possibility of challenging the leadership of men here. Except that if the leader were a man like Nyafai, he would be compassionate to the women and listen to good counsel, while Eliamak would be what he had already shown himself to be, a jealous tyrant, slow to listen to advice and quick to twist things to his own advantage, unfair and conniving. I can't let myself hate him. Eliamak is a man of many fine gifts, much like his half-brother Gabialufix, who was once my husband. I loved Gabia for those gifts, but alas, he passed few of them to our daughters, Seviet and Kyokor. Instead, they got his self-centeredness, his inability to bridle his hunger to possess everything that seemed even faintly desirable. And I see that in Eliamak also, and so I hate and fear him as I came to hate and fear Gabialufix. If only the Oversoul had been just the teeniest bit fussier about whom she brought along on this journey. Then Razia stopped in the middle of dressing herself and realized, I'm thinking of how selfish and controlling Eliamak is, and yet I'm angry this morning because I'm not the one in charge here. Who is the controlling one? Perhaps if I had been deprived of real control as long as Eliamak has, I'd be just as desperate to get it and keep it. But she knew that she would not. Razia had never undercut her mother as long as she lived, and Eliamak had already acted to thwart his father several times, to the point of almost killing Volyamak's youngest son. I must tell Volya what Eliamak did, so that Volyamak can make his decisions based on complete information. I would be a bad wife indeed if I didn't give my husband good counsel, including telling him everything I know. He has always done the same for me. Razia pushed aside the flap and stepped into the air trap, which was much hotter than the inside of the tent. Then, after closing the flap behind her, she parted the outer curtain and stepped out into the blazing sun. She felt herself immediately drenched in sweat. "Lady Razia!" cried Diol in delight. "Dolia," said Razia. What, had Diol been waiting for Razia to emerge? There was nothing productive for her to do. Razia could not resist giving her a little dig. "Working hard?" "Oh, no, though I might as well be with this hot sun." Well, at least Diol wasn't a hypocrite. "I volunteered to wait for you to come out of the tent, since Wetchik wouldn't let anybody waken you, not even for breakfast." It occurred to Razia that she was a little hungry. "And Wetchik said that when you woke up you'd be starving, so I'm to take you to the kitchen tent. We keep everything locked up so the baboons don't ever find it, or Eliamak says we'd have no peace. They can't ever learn to find food from us, or they'd probably follow us farther into the desert and then die." So Doya did absorb information from other people's conversation. It was so hard to remember sometimes that she was quite a bright girl. It was the cuteness thing she did that made it almost impossible to give her credit for having any wit. "Well?" asked Diol. "Well, what?" "You haven't said a thing. Do you want to eat now, or shall I call everyone together to hear Wetchik's dream?" "Dream?" asked Razia. "He had a dream last night, from the Oversoul, and he wanted to tell us all together, but he didn't want to waken you, so we all started doing other things, and I was supposed to watch for you." Now Razia was deeply embarrassed. It was a bad precedent for Volya to set, making everyone else get up and work while Razia slept. She did not want to be the pampered wife of the ruler. She wanted to be a full participant in the community. Surely Volyamak understood that. "Please call everyone together. Point me to the kitchen tent first, of course. I'll bring a little bread to the gathering." She heard Diol as she wandered off, calling out at the top of her lungs, with full theatrical training and projecting her voice, "Aunt Razia's up now! Aunt Razia's up!" Razia cringed inwardly. Why not announce to everybody exactly how late I slept in?
She found the kitchen tent easily enough. It was the one with a stone oven outside, where Zdoriab was baking bread. He looked up at her rather shamefacedly. "I must apologize, Lady Razia. I never said I was a baker." "But the bread smells wonderful," said Razia. "Smells, yes. I can do smells. You should catch a whiff of my favorite. I call it burning fish." Razia laughed. She liked this fellow. "You get fish from this stream?" "Your husband thought of doing some shore fishing down there." He pointed toward where the stream flowed into the placid waters of the Scour Sea. "So you had some luck?" "Not really," said Zdoriab. "We caught fish, but they weren't very good." "Even the ones that didn't get turned into your favorite smell?" "Even the ones we stewed. There just isn't enough life on the land here. The fish would gather at the stream mouth if there was more organic material in the sediment being deposited by the stream." "You're a geologist?" asked Razia, rather surprised. "A librarian, so I'm a little bit of everything, I guess," said Zdoriab. "I was trying to figure out why this place doesn't have a permanent human settlement, and the reason came from the index, some old maps from the last time there was a major culture in this area. They always grow up on the big river just over that mountain range." He pointed east. "Right now there are still a couple of minor cities there. The reason they don't use this spot is because there isn't enough plantable land, and the river fails 1 year in 5. That's too often to maintain a steady population." "What do the baboons do?" asked Razia. "The index doesn't really track baboons," said Zdoriab. "I guess not," said Razia. "I guess the baboons will have to build their own oversoul someday, eh?" "I guess." He looked mildly puzzled. "It'd help if they'd just build their own latrine." Razia raised an eyebrow. "We have to keep an eye on them, so one of them doesn't wander upstream of us and then foul our drinking water." Said Razia. "That reminds me, I'm thirsty." "And hungry too, I'll bet," said Zdoriab. "Well, help yourself. Cool water and yesterday's bread in the kitchen tent, locked up." "Well, if it's locked up—" "Locked to baboons. For humans it should be easy enough." When Razia got into the kitchen tent, she found he was right. The lock was nothing but a twist of wire, holding the solar-powered cold chest closed. So why did they stress the fact that it was locked? Perhaps just to remind her to close it after her. She opened the lid and found several dozen loaves of bread, as well as quite a few other cloth-wrapped parcels of food. Frozen meat, perhaps? No, it couldn't be frozen. It wasn't cold enough inside. She reached down and opened one of the packages and found, of course, camel's milk cheese. Nasty stuff. She had eaten it once before at Volyamak's house when she was visiting him once between the 2 times they were married. "See how much I loved you?" he had teased her. "The whole time we were married, and I never made you taste this." But she knew now that she'd need the protein and the fat. They'd be on lean rations through most of the journey, and they had to eat everything that had nutritional value. Taking a flat round bread, she tore off half, rewrapped the rest, and then stuffed the part she meant to eat with a few chunks from the cheese. The bread was dry and harsh enough to mask much of the taste of the cheese, so all in all it wasn't as nauseating a breakfast as it could have been. Welcome to the desert, Razia. She closed the lid and turned toward the door. "Ah!" she screeched, quite without meaning to. There in the doorway was a baboon on all 4s, looking at her intently and sniffing. "Shoo!" she said. "Go away. This is my breakfast." The baboon only studied her face a little longer. She remembered then that she had not locked the cold box. Shamefaced, she turned her back on the baboon, and hiding what she was doing with her body, she retwisted the wire. Supposedly the baboon's fingers weren't deft enough to undo the wire, but what if its teeth were strong enough to bite through it? What then? No point in letting him know that it was the wire keeping him out. Of course, it was quite possible he could figure it out on his own. Didn't they say that baboons were the closest things to humans on Harmony? Perhaps that's why the original settlers of this planet brought them, for they were from Earth, not native to this place. She turned back around and again let out a little screech, for the baboon was directly behind her now, standing up on his hind legs, regarding her with that same steady gaze. "This is my breakfast," Razia said mildly. The baboon curled his lip as if in disgust, then dropped down to all 4s and started out of the tent. At that moment Zdoriab entered the tent. "Ha," he said. "We call this one Yobar.
He's a newcomer to the tribe, and so they don't really accept him yet. He doesn't mind because he thinks it makes him boss when they all run away from him. But the poor fellow's randy half the time, and he can't ever get near the females." "Which explains his name," said Razia. Yobar was an ancient word for a man who is insatiable in lovemaking. "We call him that to sort of encourage him," said Zdoriab. "Get on out of here now, Yobar." He was already leaving, I think, after I declined to share my bread and cheese with him. "The cheese is awful, isn't it?" said Zdoriab. "But when you consider that the Boons eat baby keeks alive when they can catch them, you can understand that to them camel cheese is really good stuff." "We humans do eat it, though, right?" "Reluctantly and constantly," said Zdoriab. "And you never get used to the aftertaste. It's the chief reason we drink so much water and then have to pee so much, begging your pardon." "I have a feeling that city rules of delicate speech won't be as practical out here," said Razia. "But I ought to try more, I think," said Zdoriab. "Well, enjoy your meal. I'm trying not to create the aroma of burnt bread." He backed on out of the kitchen tent. Razia took her first bite of bread, and it was good. So she took her second and nearly gagged. This time there was cheese in it. She forced herself to chew it and swallow it. But it made her think with fondness of the recent past, when the only camel product she had to confront was manure, and no one expected her to eat it. The tent door opened again. Razia half expected to see Yobar again, back for another try at begging. Instead it was Diol. "Wetchik says we won't gather until the shadows get long, so it won't be so miserably hot. Good idea, don't you think?" "I'm only sorry you had to waste half the day waiting for me." "Oh, that's all right," said Diol. "I didn't want to work anyway. I'm not much at gardening. I think I'd probably kill the flowers right along with the weeds." "I don't think it's a flower garden," said Razia. "You know what I mean," said Diol. "Oh yes, I understand exactly. I also understand that I must find Volyamak and insist that he put me to work at once. It will never do for me to get days of rest when everyone else is working hard. I may be the second oldest here, but that doesn't mean I'm old. Why, I can still have babies, and I certainly will if I can get Volya to greet me as his long-lost wife instead of treating me like an invalid child." What she could not say to herself, though she knew it and hated it, was the fact that she would have to have babies to have any role at all here in the desert. For they were reverting to a primitive state of human life here, in which survival and reproduction were at the forefront, and the kind of civilized life that she had mastered in Basilica would never exist again for her. Instead, she would be competing with younger women for position in this new tribe, and the coin of the competition would be babies. Those who had them would be somebody. Those who didn't, wouldn't. And at Razia's age, it was important to begin quickly, for she wouldn't have as long as the younger ones. Angry again, though with no one but poor frivolous Diol to be angry at, Razia left the kitchen tent, still eating her bread and cheese. She looked around the encampment. When they had come down the steep incline into the canyon, there had been only 4 tents. Now there were 10. Razia recognized the traveling tents and felt vaguely guilty that the others were still living in such cramped quarters when she and Volya shared so much space, a large double-walled tent. Now, though, she could see that the tents were laid out in a couple of concentric circles, but the tent she shared with Volyamak was not the center, nor was the kitchen tent. Indeed, at the center was the smallest of the 4 original tents, and after a moment's thought Razia realized that that was the tent where the index was kept. She had simply assumed that Volyamak would keep the index in his own tent, but of course that would not do. Zdoriab and Isiab would be using the index all the time, and could hardly be expected to arrange their schedule around such inconveniences as an old woman whose husband let her sleep too late in the morning. Razia stood outside the door of the small tent and clapped twice. "Come in." From the voice she knew at once that it was Isya. She felt a stab of guilt, for last night she had hardly spoken to the boy, the man, that was her firstborn child. Only when she and Volya had spoken to the 4 unmarried ones all at once, really. And even now, knowing that he was inside the tent, she wanted to go away and come back another time. Why was she avoiding him? Not because of his physical defects. She was used to that by now, having helped him through his infancy and early childhood, having fitted him for chairs and floats so he could move easily and have a nearly normal life, or at least a life of freedom. She knew his body almost more intimately than he knew it himself,
since until he was well into puberty she had washed him head to toe and massaged and moved his limbs to keep them flexible before he slowly, painfully, learned to move them himself. During all those sessions together they had talked and talked. More than any of her other children, Isyb was her friend. Yet she didn't want to face him. So, of course, she parted the door and walked into the tent and faced him. He was sitting in his chair, of course, which had linked itself to the solar panel atop the tent, so he wasn't wasting battery power. The chair had picked up the index and now held it in front of Isyb, where it rested against his left hand. Razia had never seen the index, of course, but knew at once that this had to be it, if only because it was an object she had never seen. "Does it speak to you?" she asked. "Good afternoon, Mother," said Isyb. "Was your morning restful? Or does it have some kind of display, like a regular computer?" She refused to let him goad her by reminding her of how late she had arisen. "Some of us didn't sleep at all," said Isyb. "Some of us lay awake, wondering how it happened that our wives-to-be were brought in and dumped on us with only the most cursory of introductions." "Oh, Isya," said Razia, "you know that this situation is the natural consequence of the way things are, and nobody planned it. You're feeling resentful? Well, so am I. So here's an idea. I won't take it out on you, and you don't take it out on me." "Who else can I take it out on?" said Isyb, smiling wanly. "The Oversoul. Tell your chair to throw the index across the room." Isyb shook his head. "The Oversoul would simply override my command. And besides, the index isn't the Oversoul. It's simply our most powerful tool for accessing the Oversoul's memory." "How much does it remember?" Isyb looked at her for a moment. "You know, I never thought you'd refer to the Oversoul as it." Razia was startled to realize she had done so, but knew at once why she had done so. "I wasn't thinking of her, the Oversoul. I was thinking of it, the index." "It remembers everything," said Isyb. "How much of everything?" "The movements of every individual atom in the universe." Isyb grinned at her. "Sometimes it seems like that." "No, I meant everything about human history on Harmony." 40 million years, said Razia. Maybe 2 million generations of human beings. A world population of roughly 1 billion most of the time. 2 quadrillion lives, with thousands of meaningful events in every life. "That's right," said Isyb. "And then add to those biographies the histories of every human community, starting with families, and including those as large as nations and language groups, and as small as childhood friends and casual sexual liaisons. And then include all natural events that impinged on human history. And then include every word that humans ever wrote, and the map of every city we ever built, and the plans for every building we ever constructed. There wouldn't be room to contain all the information," said Razia. "Not if the whole planet were devoted to nothing but storing it. We should be tripping over the Oversoul's data storage with every step." "Not really," said Isyb. "The Oversoul's memory isn't stored in the cheap and bulky memory we use for ordinary computers. Our computers are all binary, for one thing. Every memory location can carry only 2 possible meanings." "On or off," said Razia. "Yes or no." "It's read electrically," said Isyb. "And we can only fit a few trillion bits of information into each computer before they start getting too bulky to carry around. And the space we waste inside our computers, just to represent simple numbers. For instance, in 2 bits we can only hold 4 numbers." "A1, B1, A2, and B2, said Razia. "I did teach the basic computer theory course in my little school, you know." "But now imagine," said Isyb, "that instead of only being able to represent 2 states at each location, on or off, you could represent 5 states. Then in 2 bits, 25 possible values," said Razia. "A1, B1, V1, G1, D1, and so on to D5. Now imagine that each memory location can have thousands of possible states." "That certainly does make the memory more efficient at containing meaning." "Not really," said Isyb. "Not yet, anyway. The increase is only geometric, not exponential. And it would have a vicious limitation on it in that each single location could only convey 1 state at a time. Even if there were 1 billion possible messages that a single location could deliver, each location could only deliver 1 of those at a time. But if they were paired, that problem disappears, since between them any 2 locations could deliver millions of possible meanings," said Razia.
but still only one meaning at any one time.
Well, you can't very well use the same memory location to store contradictory information, both G9 and D9.
It depends on how the information is stored. For the Oversoul, each memory location is the interior edge of a circle, a very tiny, tiny circle, and that inside edge is fractally complex. That is, thousands of states can be represented by protrusions, like the points on a mechanical key or the teeth on a comb. In each location, it's either got a protrusion or it doesn't.
But then the memory location is the tooth and not the circle, said Razia, and we're back to binary.
But it can stick out farther or not as far, said Isyp. The Oversoul's memory is capable of distinguishing hundreds of different degrees of protrusion at each location around the inside of the circle.
Still a geometric increase, then, said Razia.
But now, said Isyp, you must include the fact that the Oversoul can also detect teeth on each protrusion. Hundreds of different values from each of hundreds of teeth, and on each tooth hundreds of barbs, each reporting hundreds of possible values, and on each barb hundreds of thorns, and on each thorn hundreds of hairs, and on each hair—
I get the idea, said Razia.
And then the meanings can change depending on where on the circle you start reading. At the north, or the east, or south-southeast. You see, Mother, at every memory location, the Oversoul can store trillions of different pieces of information at once, said Isyp. We have nothing in our computers that can begin to compare to it.
And yet it's not an infinite memory, said Razia.
No, said Isyp, not infinite, because eventually we get down to the minimum resolution, protrusions so small that the Oversoul can no longer detect protrusions on the protrusions.
About 20 million years ago, the Oversoul realized that it was running out of memory, or that it would run out in about 10 million years. It began finding shorthand ways of recording things. It devoted a substantial area of memory to storing elaborate tables of kinds of stories. For instance, table entry ZH-5-SHCH might be quarrels with parents over degree of personal freedom they permit and runs away from home city to another city. So, where a person's biography is stored, instead of explaining each event, the biographic listing simply refers you to the vast tables of possible events in a human life. It'll have the value ZH-5-SHCH, and then the code for the city he ran away to. It makes our lives seem rather sterile, doesn't it? Unimaginative, I mean. We all keep doing the same things that others have done.
The Oversoul explained to me that while 99% of every life consists of events already present in the behavior tables, there's always the 1% that has to be spelled out because there's no pre-existing entry for it. No two lives have ever been duplicates yet.
I suppose that's a comfort.
You've got to believe that ours is following an unusual path. Called forth by the Oversoul to journey through the desert and eventually return to Earth. I bet there's no table entry for that.
Oh, but since it has happened now to 16 of us, I'll bet the Oversoul makes a new entry.
Isyp laughed. It probably already has.
It must have been a massive project, though, constructing those tables of possible human actions.
If there's one thing the Oversoul has had plenty of, it's time, said Isyp. But even with all that, there's decay and loss.
Memory locations can become unreadable, said Razia.
I don't know about that. I just know that the Oversoul is losing satellites. That makes it harder for it to keep an eye on us. So far, there aren't any blind spots. But each satellite has to bring in far more information than it was originally meant to. There are bottlenecks in the system, places where a satellite simply can't pass through all the information that it collects fast enough not to miss something going on among the humans it's observing. In short, there are events happening now that aren't getting remembered. The Oversoul is controlling the losses by guessing to fill in the gaps in its information, but it's only going to get worse and worse. There's still plenty of memory left, but soon there will be millions of lives that are remembered only as vague sketches or outlines of a life. Someday, of course, enough satellites will fail that some lives will never be recorded at all.
And eventually all the satellites will fall.
Right. And more to the point, when those blind spots occur, there will also be people who are not under the influence of the Oversoul in any way. At that point they'll begin to make the weapons again that can destroy the world.
So, why not put up more satellites?
Who? What human society has the technology to build the ships to carry satellites out into space? let alone building the satellites in the first place. We make computers, don't we? The technology to put satellites into space is the same technology that can deliver weapons from one side of Harmony to the other. How can the Oversoul teach us how to replenish its satellites without also teaching us how to destroy each other? Not to mention the fact that we could probably then figure out how to reprogram the Oversoul and control it ourselves. Or failing that, we could build our own little Oversouls that key in on the part of our brain that the Oversoul communicates with, so that we'd have a weapon that could cause the enemy to panic or get stupid. I see the point, said Razia. It's the quandary the Oversoul is in. It must get repaired or it will stop being able to protect humanity. Yet the only way it can repair itself is to give human beings the very things that it's trying to prevent us from getting. How circular. So it's going home, said Isyip. Back to the Keeper of Earth, to find out what to do next. What if this Keeper of Earth doesn't know either? Then we're up to our necks in caca, aren't we? Isyip smiled. But I think the Keeper knows. I think it has a plan. And why is that? Because people keep getting dreams that aren't from the Oversoul. People have always had dreams that aren't from the Oversoul, said Razia. We had dreams long before there was an Oversoul. Yes, but we didn't have the same dreams, carrying clear messages about coming home to Earth, did we? I just don't believe that some computer or whatever that's many light years from here could possibly send a dream into our minds. Who knows what's happening back on Earth, said Isyip. Maybe the Keeper of Earth has learned things about the universe that we don't begin to understand. That wouldn't be a surprise either, since we've had the Oversoul making us stupid whenever we tried to think about really advanced physics. For 40 million years we've been slapped down whenever we used our brains too well. But in 40 million years the Keeper of Earth, whoever or whatever it is, might well have thought of some really useful new stuff, including how to send dreams to people light years away. And all this you learned from the Index. All this I dragged, kicking and screaming from the Index, with Zdoriab's and Father's help, said Isyip. The Oversoul doesn't like talking about itself, and it keeps trying to make us forget what we've learned about it. I thought the Oversoul was cooperating with us. No, said Isyip. We're cooperating with it. In the meantime, it's trying to keep us from learning even the tiniest bit of information that isn't directly pertinent to the tasks it has in mind for us. So how did you learn all that you just told me? About how the Oversoul's memory works? Either we got around its defenses so well and so persistently that it finally gave up on trying to prevent us from knowing it, or it decided that this was harmless information after all. Or, said Razia, or the information is wrong, and so it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. Isyip grinned at her. But the Oversoul wouldn't lie, would it, Mother? Which brought back a conversation they had had when Isyip was a child, asking about the Oversoul. What had the question been? Ah, yes. Why do men call the Oversoul he, and women call the Oversoul she? And Razia had answered that the Oversoul permitted men to think of her as if she were male, so they'd be more comfortable praying to her. And Isyip had asked that same question. But the Oversoul wouldn't lie, would it, Mother? As Razia recalled it, she hadn't done very well answering that question the first time, and she wasn't about to embarrass herself by trying to answer it again now. I interrupted your work coming here like this, said Razia. Not at all, said Isyip. Father said to explain anything you asked about. He knew I'd come here. He said it was important that you understand our work with the Index. What is your work with the Index? Trying to get it to tell us what we want to know, instead of just what the Oversoul wants us to know. Are you getting anywhere? Either yes or no. What do you mean? We're finding out a lot of things, but whether that's just because the Oversoul wants us to know them or not is a moot point. Our experience is that the Index does different things for different people. Depending on what? That's what we haven't figured out yet, said Isyip. I have days when the Index practically sings to me. It's like it lives inside my head, answering my questions before I even think of them. And then there are days when I think the Oversoul is trying to torture me, leading me on wild goose chases. Chasing after what? The whole history of Harmony is wide open to me. I can give you the name of every person who ever came to this stream and drank from it. But I can't find out where the Oversoul is leading us, or how we're going to get to Earth, or even where the original human settlers of Harmony first landed, or where the central mind of the Oversoul is located. So she's keeping secrets from you, said Razia. "I think it can't tell us," said Isyb. "I think it would like to tell, but it can't. A protective system built into it from the start, I assume, to prevent anybody from taking control of the Oversoul and using it to rule the world. So we have to follow it blindly, not even knowing where it's leading us." "That's about it," said Isyb. "Just one of those times in life when things don't go your way, but you still have to live with it." Razia looked at Isyb, at the steady way he regarded her, and knew that he was reminding her that nothing the Oversoul was doing to her right now was even close to being as oppressive as Isyb's life in a defective body. "I know that, foolish boy," she thought. "I know perfectly well that your life is awful, and that you complain about it very little. But that was unpreventable, and remains incurable. Perhaps the Oversoul's refusal to tell us what's going on is also unpreventable and incurable, in which case I'll try to bear it with at least as much patience as you. But if I can cure it, I will, and I won't let you shame me into accepting something that I may not have to accept." "What the Oversoul can't tell us for the asking," said Razia, "we might be able to find out on the sly." "What do you think Zdoriab and I have been working on?" Ah, so Isyb wasn't really being fatalistic about it either. But then another thought occurred to her. "What does your father think you've been working on?" Isyb laughed. "Not that," he said. Of course not. Volumac wouldn't want to see the index used to subvert the Oversoul. Ah, so the Oversoul isn't the only one that doesn't tell others what she's doing. "And what do you tell, Lady Mother?" asked Isyb. What an interesting question. Do I tell Volumac what Isyb is doing, and run the risk of Volya trying to ban his son from using the index? And yet I have never kept secrets from Volumac. Which brought her back to the decision she had made earlier that day, to tell Volumac about what had happened in the desert, about Elyamac passing a sentence of death on Nephi. That could also have awful consequences. Did she have the right to cause those consequences by telling? On the other hand, did she have the right to deprive Volumac of important information? Isyb didn't wait for her answer. "You know," he said, "the Oversoul already knows what we're trying to do, and hasn't done a thing to stop us." "Or else has done it so well you don't know she's doing it," said Razia. "If the Oversoul felt no need to tell Father, then is it so urgent, really, for you to do so?" Razia thought about that for a moment. Isyb thought that he was asking only about his own secret, but she was deciding about both. This was the Oversoul's expedition, after all, and if anyone knew and understood human behavior, it was the Oversoul. She knows what happened on the desert, just as she knows what Isyb and Zdoriab are doing with the index. So why not leave it up to the Oversoul to decide what to tell? Because that's exactly what Zdoriab and Isyb are trying to find a way to circumvent, the Oversoul's power to make all these decisions about telling or not telling. I don't want the Oversoul deciding what I can or cannot know, and yet here I am contemplating treating my husband exactly as the Oversoul treats me. And yet the Oversoul really did know better than Razia whether Volumac should be informed about these things. "I really hate dilemmas like this," said Razia. "So?" "So I'll decide later," she said. "That's a decision too," said Isyb. "I know that, my clever firstborn," said Razia, "but that doesn't mean it's a permanent one." "You haven't finished your bread," said Isyb. "That's because there's camel cheese in it." "Really vile stuff, isn't it?" said Isyb. "And you wouldn't believe how it constipates you." "I can't wait." "That's why none of the rest of us ever eat it," said Isyb. Razia glared at him. "So why is there so much in the cold box?" "Because we share it with the baboons. They think it's candy." Razia looked at her half-eaten sandwich. "I've been eating baboon food." Then she laughed. "No wonder Yobar came into the kitchen tent. He thought I was preparing a treat for him. Just wait till you actually give him a piece of cheese and he tries to mate with your leg. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Of course, I've only seen him do it with Father and Zdoriab. He might be a Zop, in which case he'll just ignore you." Razia laughed. But Isyb's crude little joke about the baboon being a homosexual made her think. What if the Oversoul had brought someone along in their company who wasn't going to be able to perform his siring duties? And then another thought. Did the Oversoul send this idea to her? Was it a warning? She shuddered and laid her hand on the index. "Tell me now," she said silently. "Is one of our company unable to take part? Will one of the wives be disappointed?" But the index answered her not at all.
It was late afternoon, and the only one who had killed any game today was Nyafai, which annoyed Mebeku beyond endurance. So Nyafai was better at climbing quietly on rocks than Mebeku was, so what? So Nyafai could aim a pulse like he'd been born with it in his hands. All that proved was that Elyamak should have fired the thing when he had the chance out on the desert. Out on the desert. As if they weren't still in the desert. Though in truth this place was lush compared to some of the country they had gone through. The green of the valley where they lived was like a drink of cool water for the eyes. He had caught a glimpse of the trees from a promontory a few minutes ago, and it was delicious to his eyes. Such a relief after the bleak, pale gray and yellow of the rocks and sand, the grayish-green of the dry plants that Elyamak persisted in naming whenever he saw them, as if anybody cared that he knew every plant that grew around here by its full name. Maybe Elyamak really did have cousins among the desert plants. It would hardly have been surprising to know that some distant ancestor of Elyamak's had mated with a prickly gray bush somewhere along the way. Maybe I peed on a cousin of Elya's today. That would be nice, to show exactly what I think of people who love the desert. I didn't even see the hair, so how could I possibly aim at it? Of course, Nyafai shot it. He saw it. Of course, Meb had fired his pulse, because everybody else was too. Only it turned out not to have been everybody else after all. Just Vas, who aimed too low and had his pulse set on too diffuse a setting anyway, and Nyafai, who actually hit the thing and burned a smoky little hole right in its head. And of course Mebeku, aiming at nothing in particular so that Elyamak had said, "Nice shot, Nyafai. You're aiming low and raggedly, Vas, and tighten the beam. And you, Mebeku, were you trying to draw a hair on that rock with your pulse? This isn't an etchings class. Try to aim toward the same planet that the quarry is on." Then Elyamak and Nyafai headed down to retrieve the hair. "It's getting late," Mebeku had said. "Can't the rest of us go home without waiting for you to find the bunny body?" Elyamak had looked at him coldly then. "I thought that you'd want to know how to gut and clean a hair. But then you'll probably never need to know how to do it." "Oh, very clever, Elyamak. That's how to build up confidence in your poor struggling pupils. At least I fired, unlike Obring, who treats his pulse as if it were another man's hui." But Meb said none of that, just glared back at Elya and said, "Then I can go?" "Think you can find the way?" asked Elyamak. "Of course," said Mebeku. "I'm sure you can," said Elyamak. "Go ahead, and take anybody with you who wants to go." But nobody wanted to go with him. Elyamak had made them afraid that Mebeku would lose his way. Well, he hadn't lost his way. He had gone in just the right direction, retracing their path quite easily, and when he clambered up to the crest of that hill just to be sure, there was the valley, exactly where he had expected to see it. I'm not completely incompetent, oh wise elder brother. Just because I didn't sweat my way across the desert a few dozen times like you, toting fancy plants on camelback from one city to another, doesn't mean that I have no sense of direction. If only he could figure out exactly when and where he tore his tunic and split the crotch of his breeches. He really hated it when his clothes weren't at their best, and these were now soaked with sweat and caked with dust. He'd never be clean again. He came to the edge of the canyon and looked down, expecting to see the tents. But there wasn't a tent in sight. For a moment he panicked. "They've left without me," he thought. "They hurried past me, struck the camp and left me behind, all because I couldn't see the stupid hair." Then he realized that he was simply downstream from the camp. There were the tents up there to the left, and of course he was much closer to the sea. If the Scour Sea had had any waves like the ones on the shore of the Earthbound Sea, he'd have been able to hear the surf from here. And there were the baboons eking out their miserable supper from the roots and berries and plants and insects and warty little animals that lived near the river and the seashore. How did I end up here? So much for my sense of direction. Oh, yes. We did walk down this way this morning, when we left Daddy's lazy wife asleep in the camp and all the lazy women, especially my completely useless, stupid lazy wife, lolling around the tents in the garden. That's the only part of the route that I missed, just that one turn, so big deal. I still have a good sense of direction. But he had a really bad taste in his mouth, And he wanted to kick something. He wanted to break something. He wanted to hurt someone. And there were the baboons. Right down there. Stupid, dog-like animals that thought they were human. One of the females was showing red right now, and so the males were cuffing each other and maneuvering to get a quick poke. Poor, stupid males. That's how we live our lives. Might as well go down the canyon wall here and walk up the valley to the camp. And on the way, maybe I can get a clear shot at whichever male ends up plugging her sickle. He'll die happy, right? And Nephi won't be the only one going home with a dead animal to his credit. About halfway down the rugged slope, after scuffing a knee and sliding a couple of times, Meb realized that the lower he got, the worse his line of sight would be toward the baboons. Already there were rocks and bushes blocking his view of some of them, including the ones who were busy trying to mate. However, a smallish one was in plain sight, considerably closer than the others had been. It would be an easier shot anyway. Meb remembered what Eliamak had taught him earlier in the day, and braced his elbows on a boulder as he took aim. Even so, his hands kept trembling, and the more he tried to hold them steady, the worse the sight on the pulse seemed to bounce. And when he pressed his finger against the button to fire, it jostled the pulse again, so that a small jet of smoke erupted from a bush more than 6 meters from the baboon he had been aiming at. The baboon must have heard something, too, because it whipped around to look at the burning shrub and then backed away in fear. But not for long. A moment later it moved in again, and watched the flame as if trying to learn some secret from it. The bush was dry, but not dead, and so it burned only slowly, with a great deal of smoke. Meb aimed again, this time a little to the right to compensate for the movement that pushing the button would cause. He also found that his hands were a bit more steady this time, and now he remembered that Eliamak had stressed the need to relax. So, now Mebeku was doing it just as Eliamak had said, and this boon would soon be history. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he was startled by a sharp cracking sound only a meter from his head. His own shot went wild as he turned sharply to look at the place the sound had come from. A small plant growing from a crack in the rock a couple of meters above his head had been burnt to nothing, and smoke was rising from the spot. Since he had just seen the same thing happen to the shrub near the baboon, Meb recognized immediately what had happened. Someone was firing a pulse at him. Bandits had come. The camp was in danger, and he was going to die, off by himself, because the bandits had no choice but to kill him to keep him from giving the alarm. But I won't give the alarm, he thought. Just let me live, and I'll hide here and be very quiet until it's all over. Just don't kill me. What were you doing, shooting at baboons? With a clatter of small stones, Nyafai slid down the last slope to stand on the stone where Meb was standing. Meb saw with some pleasure that Nyafai had slipped down just as he had. But then he realized that Nyafai had somehow done it without losing control, and ended up on his feet instead of sitting on the stone. Only then did Meb realize that it was Nyafai who had shot at him, and missed him by only a couple of meters. "What were you trying to do, kill me?" demanded Meb. "You're not that good a shot that you should be shooting so close to humans." "We don't kill baboons," said Nyafai. "They're like people. What are you thinking of?" "Oh, since when do people sit around digging for grubs, looking for a chance to tup every woman with a red butt?" "It pretty much describes your life, Meb," said Nyafai. "Did you think we were going to eat baboon meat?" "I didn't really care," said Meb. "I wasn't shooting for meat. I was going for the kill. You're not the only one who can shoot, you know." With those words it occurred to Meb that he and Nyafai were alone now, with no one else watching, and Meb had a pulse. It could be an accident. "I didn't mean to touch the button. I was just shooting at a target, and Nyafai came down out of nowhere. I didn't hear him. I was concentrating. Please, please forgive me, Father. I feel so terrible. My own brother. I deserve to die. Oh, you're forgiven, my son. Just let me grieve for my youngest boy, who just got his balls shot off in a terrible hunting accident and bled to death. Why don't you go get laid while I'm weeping here?" That'd be the day. Father actually wishing Mebeku something he wanted. "You don't waste pulse fire on nothing shots," said Nyafai. "Eliamak said so. They don't last forever. And we don't eat baboon. Eliamak said that, too." "Eliamak can fart into a flute and play it as a tune. It doesn't mean I have to do it his way." I have the pulse in my hand, already sort of half-aimed at Nyafai. I can show how I turned around, startled, and the pulse sort of fired and blew out Nyafai's chest. At this range it might blow him up entirely, spattering little Nyafai bits all over. I'll come home with blood on my clothes no matter what. Then he felt a pulse pressed against his head. "Hand me your pulse," said Elyamak. "Why?" demanded Meb. "I wasn't going to do it." Nyafai piped up. "You already fired at the baboon once. If you were a better shot, it would already be done." So Nyafai, of course, misunderstood completely what Meb had meant that he wasn't going to do. But Elyamak understood. "I said, give me your pulse, handle first." Meb sighed dramatically and handed the pulse to Elyamak. "Let's make a big deal about it, shall we? I'm forbidden to shoot at a baboon, but you can point your pulse at the head of whichever brother you feel like pointing at, and it's all right when you do it." Elyamak clearly didn't appreciate Meb's reminder about the supposed execution of Nyafai for mutiny in the desert, but Elyamak merely left his pulse pressed to Meb's temple as he spoke to Nyafai. "Never let me see you aim your pulse at another human again," said Elyamak. "I wasn't aiming at him. I was aiming at the plant above his head, and I hit it." "Yes, you're a wonderful shot. But what if you sneeze? What if you stumble? It's quite possible for you to take your own brother's head off with one little slip. So you never aim at another person or anywhere near. Do you understand me?" "Yes," said Nyafai. "Oh, yes, yes, big brother Elyamak. I'll suck up to you just the way I've always sucked up to Papa." It made Meb want to puke. "It was a good shot, though," said Elyamak. "Thanks." "And Meb is lucky it was you who saw him and not me, because I might have aimed for his foot and left him with a stump to help him remember that you don't shoot baboons." This wasn't right. Elyamak attacking him like this in front of Nyafai of all people. Oh, and of course here come Vas and Obring. They have to be here to see Elyamak showing him such disdain as to rag him in front of Nyafai. "So suddenly baboons are the sacred animal?" asked Meb. "You don't kill them, you don't eat them," said Elyamak. "Why not?" "Because they do no harm, and eating them would be like cannibalism." "I get it," said Meb. "You're one of those people who believe that boons are magical. They've got a pot of gold hidden away somewhere, every tribe of them, and if you're really nice and feed them, then after they've stripped your land bare of every edible thing and torn apart your house looking for more, they'll rush off to their hiding place and bring the pot of gold to you." "More than one lost wanderer on the desert has been led to safety by baboons." "Right," said Meb. "So that means we should let them all live forever? Let me tell you a secret, Elia. They'll all die eventually, so why not now for target practice? I'm not saying we have to eat it or anything. And I'm saying you're through hunting. Give me your pulse." "Oh, swell," said Meb. "I'm supposed to be the only man without a pulse? The pulses are for hunting. Nyafai is going to be a good hunter, and you're not." "How do you know? It's only the first day of serious work on it." "You're not, because you're never going to have a pulse in your hands again as long as I live." It stung Mebeku to the heart. Elyamak was stripping away all his dignity, and for what? Because of a stupid baboon. How could Elia do this to him? And in front of Nyafai, no less. "Oh, I get it," said Meb. "This is how you show your worship for King Nyafai." There was a moment's pause in which Meb wondered if he might have goaded Elia just a speck too far, and maybe this was the time Elyamak was going to kill him or beat him to a pulp. Then Elyamak spoke. "Head back to camp with the hare, Nyafai," he said. "Zdoriab will want to get it into the cold box until he starts the stew in the morning." "Yes," said Nyafai. Immediately he scampered down the hill to the valley floor. "You can follow him," Elyamak said to Vas and Obring, who had just clattered down the slope, both of them landing on their butts. Vas arose and dusted himself off. "Don't do anything stupid, Elia," said Vas. Then he turned and started down the non-trail that Nyafai had used. Since Meb figured these words from Vas were all the support he was going to get, he decided to make the most of it. "When you get back to camp, tell my father that the reason I'm dead is because Elia's little accident with his pulse wasn't an accident at all." "Yes, tell father that," said Elyamak. "It'll prove to him what he's long suspected, that Meb is out of his dear little mind." "I'll tell him nothing at all for now, unless you two don't get back to camp right away," said Vas. "Come on, Obring." "I'm not your puppy," said Obring. "All right, then stay," said Vas. "Stay and do what?" asked Obring. "If you have to ask, you'd better come with me," said Vas. "We don't want to interfere in this little family quarrel." Meb didn't want them to go. He wanted witnesses to whatever it was Elia was planning to do. "Eliamac's just superstitious," he called after them. "He believes those old stories about how if you kill a baboon, his whole troop comes and carries off your babies. Ayath must be pregnant, that's all. Come on back, we can all walk to camp together." But they didn't come back. "Listen, I'm sorry," said Meb. "You don't need to make such a fuss about it. It's not as if I hit the boon or anything." Eliamac leaned in close to him. "You'll never take a pulse in your hands again." "Nyafai was the one who shot at me," said Meb. "You'll take away my pulse for shooting at a boon, and Nyafai shoots at me and he gets to keep his?" "You don't kill animals you don't plan to eat. That's a law of the desert, too. But you know why I'm taking your pulse, and it isn't the baboon." "What then?" "Your fingers were itching," said Eliamac. "To kill Nyafai." "Oh, you can read my mind now, is that it?" "I can read your body, and Nyafai's no fool either. He knows what you were planning. Don't you realize that the second you started to move your pulse, he would have blown your head off?" "He doesn't have the spine for it." "Maybe not," said Eliamac. "And maybe neither do you. But you aren't going to get the chance." This was the stupidest thing Meb had ever heard. "A couple of days ago in the desert you tried to tie him up and leave him for the animals." "A couple of days ago I thought I could get us back to civilization," said Eliamac. "But that isn't going to happen now. We're stuck out here, together whether we like it or not, and if Ayath isn't pregnant yet, she will be soon. If you can just figure out how it's done." He had pushed a bit too far, he discovered, for Eliamac swung his left arm around and smacked him square on the nose with his palm. "Gah! Ah!" Mebicu grabbed at his nose, and sure enough his hands came away bloody. "You pedar! Hooey sauce!" "Yeah, right," said Eliamac. "I love how pain makes you eloquent. Now I've got blood all over my clothes." "It'll only help you bring off the illusion of being manly," said Eliamac. "Now listen to me, and listen close, because I mean this. I will break your nose next time, and I'll go on breaking it every day if I see you plotting anything against anybody. I tried one time to break free of this whole sickening thing, but I couldn't do it, and you know why." "Yeah, the Oversoul is better with ropes than I am," said Meb. "So we're stuck with it. And our wives are going to have babies, and they're going to grow up to be our children. Do you understand that? This company, these 16 people we've got here, that's going to be the whole world that our children grow up in. And it's not going to be a world where a little Osley Ope like you goes around murdering people because they didn't let him shoot a baboon. Do you understand me?" "Sure," said Meb. "It'll be a world where big, tough he-men like you get their jollies by smacking people around." "You won't get smacked again if you behave," said Eliamac. "There'll be no killing, period. Because no matter how smart you think you are, I'll be there before you, waiting for you, and I'll tear you apart. Do you understand me, my little actor friend?" "I understand that you're sucking up to Nyafai for all you're worth," said Mebicu. He half expected Eliamac to hit him again. Instead, Elia chuckled. "Maybe so," said Eliamac. "Maybe I am for the moment. But then Nyafai is also sucking up to me, too, in case you didn't notice. Maybe we'll even make peace. What do you think of that?" "I think you've got camel kidneys where your brains should be, which is why your talk is nothing but hot piss in the dirt." "Peace sounds just wonderful, my dear, kind, gentle older brother," said Meb. "Just remember that," said Eliamac, "and I'll try to make your loving words come true." Razia saw them come straggling home. Nyafai first, with a hair in his poke, full of the triumph of making a kill, though of course being Nyafai he tried vainly to conceal his pride. Then Obring and Vas, looking tired and bored and sweaty and discouraged. And finally Eliamac and Mebicu, smug and jocular, as if they were the ones who had taken the hair, as if they were co-conspirators in the conquest of the universe. "I'll never understand them," thought Razia. No two men could be more different. Eliamac so strong and competent and ambitious and brutal. Mebicu so weak and flimsy and lustful and sly. And yet they always seemed to be in on the same jokes, sneering at everyone else from the same lofty pinnacle of private wisdom. Razia could see how Nyafai might annoy others, with his inability to conceal his own delight in his accomplishments,
But at least he didn't make other people feel dirty and low just by being near them, the way Mebeku and Eliamak did. No, I'm being unfair, Razia told herself. I'm remembering that dawn on the desert. I'm remembering the pulse pointed at Nyafai's head. I'll never forgive Eliamak for that. I'll have to watch him every day of the journey to make sure of the safety of my youngest son. That's one good thing about Mebeku. He's cowardly enough you don't really have to fear anything from him.
I know you're hungry, said Volyamak, but it's early yet for supper, and the time will be well spent. Let me tell you the dream that came to me last night.
They had already gathered, of course, and now they sat on the flat stones that Zdoriab and Volya had dragged into place days ago for just this purpose, so all would have a place to sit off the ground, for meals, for meetings.
I don't know what it means, said Volyamak, and I don't know what it's for, but I know that it matters.
If it matters so much, said Obering, why doesn't the Oversoul just tell you what it means and have done?
Because, son-in-law of my wife, said Volyamak, the dream didn't come from the Oversoul, and he is just as puzzled by it as I am.
Razia noted with interest that Volya still spoke of the Oversoul as he, so Nyafai's and Isyip's custom of calling her it had not yet overtaken him. She liked that. Perhaps it was just because he was getting old and unimaginative, but she liked it that Volyamak still thought of the Oversoul in the old manly way, instead of thinking and speaking of her as a mere computer, even one with fractal-like memory that could hold the lives of every human who ever lived and still have room for more.
So I'll begin and tell the dream straight through, said Volyamak. And I'll warn you now, that because the dream didn't come from the Oversoul, it gives me more reason to rejoice, for Nyafai and Isyib anyway, and yet also more reason to fear for my first sons, Eliamak and Mebeku, for you see, I thought I saw in my dream a dark and dreary wilderness.
You can see that wide awake, murmured Mebeku. Razia could see that Meb's jest was nothing but a thin mask for anger. He didn't like having been singled out like that before the dream began. Eliamak didn't like it either, of course, but Eliamak knew how to hold his tongue. Volyamak gazed at Mebeku placidly for a moment or two to silence him, to let him know that he would brook no more interruption. Then he began again. Chapter 4. The Tree of Life.
I thought I saw in my dream a dark and dreary wilderness, said Volyamak.
But he knew as he said it that they would not understand what his words meant to him, not the hot desert that they knew so well by now, dreary as that wilderness was. Where he walked in his dream was dank, chill, and dirty, with little light, barely enough to see each step he took. There might have been trees not far off, or he might have been underground for all he knew. He walked on with no hope, and yet unable to stop hoping that by moving he would eventually escape this desolate place. And then I saw a man, dressed in a white gown, like a priest of Segidugu, only those are ordinary men, sweating as they perform their rites. This man seemed so at ease with himself that I thought at once that he must be dead. I was in a place where dead men waited, and I thought perhaps that I was dead. He came up to me and stood there in front of me, and then he spoke to me, told me to follow him. Volyamak could tell that the others were getting bored, or at least the most childish of them. It was so frustrating to have only words to tell them what the dream was like. If they could know how that voice sounded when the man spoke, how warm and kind he seemed, as if the very sound of him was the first light in this dark place, then they'd know why I followed him, and why it mattered that I followed him. Instead, to them, it's only a dream, and this is clearly the dull part. Yet to me it was not dull. I followed him for many hours in the darkness, said Volyamak. I spoke to him, but he didn't answer. So, since by now I was convinced that this man was sent by the Oversoul, I began to speak to the Oversoul in my mind. I asked him how long this had to go on, and where I was going, and what it was all about. I got no answer. So I became impatient, and told him that if this was a dream it was time for me to wake up, and if there was going to be some point to this maybe he should get to it before dawn.
And there was no answer. So I began to think that maybe it was real, that it would go on forever, that this is what happens to us after death. We go to a dreary wasteland and walk forever behind some man who won't tell us anything that's going on. "Sounds like life lately," murmured Mebeku. Volyamak paused, not looking at Meb, waiting for the others to glare him into silence. Then he went on. "Thinking it might be real, I began to plead with the Oversoul, or whoever was in charge of this place, to have a little mercy, and tell me something, or let me see something, let me understand what was happening. It was only then, after I began to plead for relief, that the place lightened. Not like sunrise or coming near a campfire. I couldn't see any source of the light. I could simply see, like bright daylight, and I came out of the stony place to a vast field of tall grass and flowers, bending slightly in the breeze. It was such a relief to see life that I can't describe it to you. And a little way off, perhaps 300 meters or so, there was a tree. Even at that distance I could see that amid the bright green of the leaves there were spots of white. Fruit, I knew at once. And suddenly I could smell the fruit, and knew that whatever it was delicious, the most perfect food that ever existed, and if I could only taste that fruit, I'd never be hungry again." He paused for just a moment, waiting for Mebeku's obligatory smart remark about how hungry they all were right now, waiting for this dream to end. But Meb had apparently been chastened because he was silent. I ran to the tree, and the fruit was small and sweet. Yes, I tasted it, and I can tell you that no food I've ever had in life was as good. "Yeah, like sex in dreams," said Obring, who apparently thought that he could fill in for Meb. Volyamak bowed his head for a moment. He could hear a movement. Yes, Elyamak rising to his feet. Volyamak knew the scene without looking, for Elyamak had learned this technique from him. Elyamak was standing, looking at Obring, saying nothing at all, until Obring withered before him. And yes, there it was, Obring's mumbled apology. "Sorry, go on. Volyamak waited a moment more, and there was the sound of Elyamak sitting back down. Now he could go on, perhaps without another interruption. But it had been spoiled. He had thought he might be on the verge of finding exactly the right words to explain how the taste of the fruit had been in his mouth, how it made him feel alive for the first time. "It was life, that fruit," he said. But now the words sounded empty and inadequate, and he knew the moment of lucidity had passed, and they would never understand. "The joy I felt when I tasted it was so perfect. I wanted my family to have it. I couldn't bear the thought that I had this perfect fruit, this taste of life in my mouth, and my family didn't know about it, wasn't sharing it. So I turned to look for you, to see where I might find you. You weren't back in the direction I had come from, and as I turned around I saw that a river ran near the tree, and when I looked upriver I saw Razia and our 2 sons, Isyib and Nyafai, and they were looking around as if they didn't know where they were supposed to go. So I called to them and waved, and finally they saw me and came to me, and I gave them the fruit, and they ate it, and felt what I had felt, and I could see it in them too, that when they ate the fruit it was as if life came into them for the first time. They had been alive all along, of course, but now they knew why they were alive. They were glad to be alive." Volyamak couldn't help the tears that flowed down his cheeks. The memory of the dream was so fresh and strong inside him that telling it was to relive it, and the joy he felt could not be contained, even now, after a day of work in the garden, even with the sweat and dirt of the desert on him. He could still taste the fruit in his mouth, could still see the look on their faces, could still feel the longing he felt then for Elyamak and Mebeku to taste it too. "I thought then of Elyamak and Mebeku, my first 2 sons, and I looked for them, wanting them to come and taste the fruit as well. And there they were too, toward the head of the river, where Razia and Isyib and Nyafai had been. And again I called to them and beckoned, but they wouldn't come. I tried to tell them about the fruit, shouting to them, but they acted as if they couldn't hear me. though I thought at the time that perhaps they really could. Finally, they turned away from me and wouldn't even pretend to listen. There I stood, with that perfect fruit in my hand, that taste in my mouth, that scent in my nose, knowing that they would be as filled with joy as I was if only they would come and taste it, and yet I was powerless to bring them. Before his tears had been of joy. Now they flowed for Eliamak and Bebeque, and they tasted bitter to him. But there was nothing more to be said about their refusal. He went on with the dream. It was only then, after my 2 oldest sons had refused to come to the tree, that I realized we weren't the only people there in that huge meadow. You know how it is in dreams. There aren't any people, and now there are thousands of them. In fact, not just people, but others, some that flew, some that scurried along. But I knew that they were people too, if you know what I mean. A lot of them had seen the tree. I thought maybe they had heard me shouting to Elia and Meb about what the fruit was like, how it tasted and all, and now they were trying to get to the tree. Only the distance was much farther now than it had been before, and it was as if they couldn't actually see the tree itself, but only knew generally where it was. I thought, how are they going to find it if they can't see it? That was when I saw that there was a kind of railing along the bank of the river, and a narrow little path running right along the river's edge, and I could see that that was the only route they could follow to reach the tree. And the people who were trying to find the tree caught hold of the iron rail and began to follow the path, clinging to the rail whenever the ground was slippery, so they didn't fall into the water. They pressed forward, but then they came into a fog, a thick and heavy fog drifting up from the river, and those that didn't hold on to the rod got lost, and some of them fell into the river and drowned, and others wandered off into the mist and got lost in the field and never found the tree. But the ones who held on to the railing managed to find their way through the fog, and finally they came out into the light, near enough to the tree that now they could see it with their own eyes. They came on then, in a rush, and gathered around me and Razia and Isyib and Nyafai, and they reached up and took the fruit, and those that couldn't reach high enough, we plucked fruit for them and handed it down, and when there weren't enough to reach from the ground, Nyafai and Isyib climbed the tree. "I climbed?" whispered Isyib. All of them heard him, but no one said a thing about it, knowing or guessing what he must think, to imagine himself climbing a tree alongside Nyafai. "Climbed the tree, and brought down more of the fruit to give to them," said Volyamak. "And I saw in their faces that they all tasted what I had tasted, and felt what I had felt. Only then I noticed that after eating the fruit, many of them began to look around them furtively, as if they were ashamed of having eaten the fruit, and they were afraid to be seen. I couldn't believe that they could feel that way. But then I looked in the direction that many of them had looked, and there on the other side of the river I could see a huge building, like the buildings of Basilica, only larger, with 100 windows, and in every window we could see rich people, extravagant people, stylish and beautiful people, laughing and drinking and singing the way it is in Dolltown and Dauberville, only more so, laughing and having a wonderful time. Only I knew that it wasn't real, that it was the wine making them think they were having fun. Or rather, they were having fun, but the wine made them think it mattered to have fun, when here, just across the river, I had the fruit that would give them the kind of joy that they were pretending they already had. It was so sad in a way. But then I realized that many of the people who were there with me, people who were actually eating the fruit, were looking at the people in that huge building, and they were envious of them. They wanted to go there, give up the fruit of the tree, and join the ones who were laughing so loudly and singing so merrily. Volyamak didn't tell them that for a moment he also felt a faint sting of envy, for seeing them laughing and playing across the river made him feel old, not to be at the party. Made him remember that when he was young he had been with friends who laughed with him. He had loved women whose kisses were a game, and caressing them was like gambling and rolling in soft grass and cool moss, and he had laughed too in those days, and sung songs with them, and had drunk the wine, and it was real enough. Oh yes, it was real. Real, but also out of reach, because the first time was always the best time, and anything he repeated was never as good as it had been before, until finally it all slipped out of his reach, all became nothing but memory, and that was when he knew he was old, when the joys of youth were completely unrecoverable. Some of his friends had kept trying, had pretended that it never faded for them. But those men and women faded themselves, became painted mannequins, badly made, worn-out puppets made in a mockery of youth. So Volumac envied the people in the building, and remembered having been one of them, or having tried at least to be one of them. Was anyone ever really a true part of this transient community of pleasure, which evaporated and reformed itself over and over again in a single night and 1,000 times in a week? It never quite existed, this family of frolickers. It only seemed about to exist, always on the verge of becoming real, and then it retreated, always just out of reach. But here at this tree, Volumac realized, here is the real thing. Here, with a taste of this fruit in our mouths, we are part of something that isn't just illusion. We're part of life, wives and husbands, parents and children, the vast, onward passage of genes and dreams, bodies and memories, generation after generation, time without end. We are making something that will outlast us. That's what this fruit is. That's what life is. And what they have across the river, their mad pursuit of every sensation their bodies can experience, their frantic avoidance of anything painful or difficult, it all misses the point of being alive in the first place. Nothing that is new is ever new twice, while things that are true are still true the next time. Truer, in fact, because they have been tested, they have been tasted, and they are always ripe, always ready. Yet Volumac could explain none of this to the people gathered around him, because he knew that these feelings were his own, not really part of the dream itself, but rather his own responses to the dream, and perhaps not even what the dream was supposed to mean. The people in the building looked out at us who were gathered by the tree, and they pointed and laughed, and I could hear them ridiculing us for having been duped into standing around eating fruit, when we could really experience life if we would only come over the river and join them. Join the party. "Yes," whispered Obring sharply. I saw a lot of the ones who had tasted the fruit drop what was left of it onto the grass and head for the river, to cross it and get to the building, and many who had never tasted it or even come near the tree also headed for the endless party going on there. Some of them drowned in the river, were swept away downstream, but many of them made it across and went to the building, dripping wet, and went inside, and I saw them come to the windows and point at us and laugh. But I wasn't angry with them, because now I saw something I hadn't seen before. The river was filthy, you see. Raw sewage floating in it. All the garbage of an unfastidious city was flowing downstream, and when they got out of the water, that's what was dripping from their clothes. That's what they smelled like when they entered the party. And inside the building, everyone there was covered with the sludge from the river, and the smell was unspeakable. And when you looked into the building, you could see that no one actually enjoyed being near anybody else because of the filth and the stench. They'd come together for a short time, but then the vileness of the other person's clothing would drive them away. And yet nobody seemed to realize that. They all seemed so eager to cross the river and get into the party. They all seemed to be afraid that they'd be turned away if they didn't hurry and get there now. Volumac sat straighter, leaned back on the rock he was sitting on. That was all, except that even at the end I found myself looking for Eliamak and Mebekue, hoping they'd come join me at the tree, because I still had that fruit in my hand, the taste of it in my mouth. And it was still delicious and perfect, and it didn't fade away. Each bite of it was better than the one before, and I wanted all my family, all my friends to have it, to be part of the life of it. And then I knew that I was waking up. You know how it is in a dream. And I thought, I can still taste it. I can still feel the fruit in my hands. How wonderful. Now I'll be able to bring it to Elia and Meb, and they can taste it for themselves, because if they once taste it, they'll join the rest of us at the tree. And then I really woke up and found that my hands were empty, and Razia was asleep beside me having her own dream, and so she hadn't tasted the fruit after all, and Nyafai and Isyib were still in their tents, and it hadn't happened. Volyamak leaned forward again. But I could still taste it. I can taste it now. That's why I had to tell you. Even though the Oversoul denies that he sent the dream to me, it felt more real, more true than any dream I've ever had before. No, it feels more real than reality. And while I ate the fruit, I was more alive than I've ever been in my life. Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, Volya, said Razia. More than you know.
There was a general murmur of assent, and Volyamak could see, looking around the group, that most of them looked thoughtful, and many of them had been moved, perhaps more by Volyamak's own emotions than by the tale of the dream itself. But at least something about it had touched them. He had done what he could to share his experience with them.
In fact, it's made me really hungry, said Yol. All that talk about fruit and stuff. And the sewage in the river. Said Kyokor. What's for supper?
They laughed. The seriousness of the mood was broken. Volyamak couldn't be angry, though. He couldn't expect that they would spend the rest of their lives transformed by his dream. But it does mean something. Even if it didn't come from the Oversoul, it's true and it matters, and I'll never forget it. Or if I do, I'll be the poorer for it. Those who had worked on supper got up to check on the food and begin to serve it. Razia came and sat beside Volyamak, and put her arm around him. Volyamak looked for Isyib, and saw that he had tear stains down his cheeks, and Nyafai and Luet were walking arm in arm, thoughtful and tender with each other. So good, so right, the two of them. Most of the others Volyamak barely knew. His gaze instinctively glided over and past them, searching for Mebekue and Eliamak. And when he saw them he was surprised, for they looked neither moved nor angry. In fact, if Volyamak could have put a name on what he saw in their faces, he would have called it fear. How could they hear this dream and be afraid?
He's setting us up for later, whispered Mebekue. This whole dream thing, with us cut off from the family, he's going to disinherit us both.
Oh, shut up, said Eliamak. He's just letting us know that he knows about what happened on the desert, and he isn't going to make a big fuss about it, but he knows. So this is probably the end of it, unless one of us does something really stupid. Meb looked at him coldly. As I recall, it was you who pointed the pulse at Nyafai on the desert, not me, so let's not point the finger and call people stupid. I seem to remember a more recent incident, said Eliamak, of which you were the only witness. Even darling Nyef had no idea, and in fact it isn't even true. You made it all up, you sorry Pizduk. Eliamak ignored the epithet. I hope I never look as stupid as Father did, crying in front of everybody, about a dream. Yes, everybody's stupid except Eliamak, said Mebekue. You're so smart you fart through your nose. Eliamak could not believe how disgustingly childish Meb could be. Are we still 12, Meb? Do we still think rhyming smart with fart is clever? That was the irony of it, you poor thick-headed lummox, said Meb in his most charming voice. Only you're so smart you never understand irony. No wonder you think everybody around you is dumb. You never understand what they're saying, so you think they must not be speaking intelligibly. Let me tell you the secret that everyone else in this camp knows, Elia, my pet brother. You may know how to get through the desert alive, But it's the only thing you do know. Even Ayath jokes with the other women that you finish with her so quickly she doesn't even have time to notice you've started. You don't even know how to please a woman, and Elia, let me tell you, they're all very easy to please. Eliamak let the insults and the innuendos slide off him. He knew Meb when he was in these moods. When they were both boys, Eliamak used to beat him up when he got this way. But then it finally dawned on him that this was exactly what Mebicu wanted, as if he didn't mind the pain as long as he got to see Eliamak so angry and red-faced, sweating with sore hands from pounding on Mebicu's bones, because then Meb knew he was in control. So Eliamak didn't let himself be goaded. Instead, he left Meb and joined the others getting their supper at the cook-fire. Ayath was serving from the stew-pot. There hadn't been time to cook the hare, so the only meat in it was jerky, but Razia had made sure to pack plenty of spices so at least there'd be some flavor to the soup tonight. And Ayath looked so lovely ladling it out into the bowls that Eliamak was filled with longing for her. He knew well that Meb was lying. Ayath had nothing to complain about in their love-making, and if there wasn't a baby in her, there would be soon. That knowledge tasted sweet indeed to Eliamak. This is what I was searching for in all those journeys. And if that's what Father meant by his tree of life, taking part in the great enterprise of love and sex and birth and life and death, then Eliamak had indeed tasted of the fruit of that tree, and it was delicious, more than anything else that life had to offer. So if Father thought that Eliamak would be shamed because he didn't come to the tree in Father's dream, then he'd be disappointed, because Eliamak was already at the tree and didn't need Father to show him the way. After supper, Nyafai and Luet headed for the index tent. They would have gone before eating, they were that eager, but they knew that there'd be no stock of food for snacking later. They had to eat when meals were served. So now, as darkness fell, they parted the door and stepped inside, only to find Isyib and Hushith already there, their hands together on the index.
"Sorry," said Luet.
"Join us," said Hushith. "We're asking for an explanation of the dream."
Luet and Nyafai laughed. "Even though it's perfectly clear what it means?"
"So Father told you that too," said Isyib. "Well, I suppose he's right. It's sort of a general moral lesson about taking care of your family and ignoring the fun life and all that, like the books they give to children to persuade them to be good."
"But," said Nyafai.
"But why now? Why us?" said Isyib. "That's what we're asking."
"Don't forget that he saw what the rest of us have seen," said Luet. "What General Mouge saw."
"What do you mean?" asked Isyib.
"He wasn't there," Hushith reminded them. "I haven't told him yet about my dream." "We saw dreams," said Luet. "And even though all our dreams were different, they all had something in common. We all saw these hairy flying creatures. I thought of them as angels, though they don't look particularly sweet. And the Oversoul told us that General Mouge saw them also, Hushith's and my father. And our mother, too, the woman called Thirsty, who stopped Hushith from being married to General Mouge. And the ones on the ground, too."
Hushith spoke up.
"I saw the rat-like ones eating someone's children, or trying to. And Father's dream is part of all that," said Luet, "because even though it's different from the others, it still has the rats and the angels in it. Remember that he said he saw some flying and some scurrying along the ground? But he knew they were people, too."
"I remember that now," said Isyib,
"but he skipped right over it. Because he didn't realize that that was the sign," said Luet.
"Of what?"
"That the dream didn't come from the Oversoul," said Luet.
"But Father already said that," said Isyib. "The Oversoul told him."
"Ah, but whom did it come from?" asked Nyafai. "Did the Oversoul tell him that?" "The Keeper of Earth," said Luet.
"Who is that?" asked Isyib.
"That's the one that the Oversoul wants to go back to Earth to see," said Luet. "That's the one we're all going to go back there to see. Don't you understand? The Keeper of Earth is calling us all in our dreams, one by one, telling us things. And what happened in Father's dream is important because it really does come from the Keeper. If we could just put it together and understand it."
"But something coming from Earth. It would have to travel faster than light," said Isyib. "Nothing can do that."
"Or it sent these dreams 100 years ago at light speed," said Nyafai. "Sent dreams to people who aren't even born?" said Luet. "I thought you had dropped that idea." I think that the dreams might be sort of in the air, said Nyafai, and whichever of us is sleeping when the dream arrives has the dream. Not possible, said Hushith. My dream was far too specific. Maybe you just worked the keeper stuff into your own dream, said Nyafai. It's possible. No, it isn't, said Hushith. It was all of a piece, my dream. If any of it came from the Keeper of Earth, it all did. And the Keeper knew me. Do you understand what that means? The Keeper knew me, and she knew everything. Silence fell over the group for a moment. Maybe the Keeper is only sending these dreams to the people it wants to have come back, said Isyeb. I hope you're wrong, said Nyafai, because I haven't had one like that yet. I haven't seen these rats and angels. Neither have I, said Isyeb. I was thinking that maybe— But you were in my dream, said Hushith. And if the Keeper is calling to me, she wants you too. And we were both in Father's dream, said Nyafai, which is why we have to find out what it meant. It's obviously more than just telling us to be good. In fact, if that's what it was for, it did a pretty lousy job, since it made Elyamak and Mebeku furious to be singled out in the dream because they refused to come to the tree. So join us, said Isyeb. Touch the index and ask. The longer arm of Isyeb's chair held the index so he could rest his hand on it. The others gathered near and touched it too. Touched it and questioned it, asking over and over again, silently in their minds. No, said Isyeb. Nothing's happening. It doesn't work this way. We have to be clear. Then speak for us, said Hushith. Ask the question for all of us. With their hands all on the index, Isyeb put voice to their questions. He asked. They waited. He asked again. They waited again. Nothing. Come on, said Nyafai. We've done everything you asked. Even if all you can tell us is that you're as confused as we are, at least tell us that. The voice of the index came at once. I'm as confused as you are. Well, why didn't you say so from the start? Asked Isyeb in disgust. Because you weren't asking me what I thought of it. You were asking what it means. I was trying to figure it out. I can't. You mean you haven't yet, said Nyafai. I mean I can't, said the index. I don't have enough information. I can't intuit the way you humans do. My mind is too simple and direct. Don't ask me to do more than I'm capable of. I know everything that is knowable by observation, but I can't guess what the Keeper of Earth is trying to do, and you exhaust me when you demand that I try to do it. All right, said Luet. We're sorry. But if you learn anything, I'll tell you if I think it's appropriate for you to know. Tell us even if you don't, demanded Isyeb. But the index's voice did not come again. It can be so infuriating dealing with the Oversoul, said Nyafai. Speak of her with respect, said Hushith, and perhaps she'll be more cooperative with you. Show it too much respect and the computer starts thinking that it's really a god, said Isyeb. Then it's really hard to deal with. Come to bed, said Luet to Nyafai. We'll talk of this again tomorrow, but tonight we need our sleep. It took little persuasion to get Nyafai to follow her to their tent, leaving Hushith and Isyeb alone. They sat in silence for a while. Isyeb felt the uncomfortableness as if it were a smoke in the air. It made it hard to breathe. It was Father's dream that had brought them together here, to speak to the Oversoul through the index. It was an easy thing to show Hushith how comfortably he dealt with the index. He was confident of himself when it came to the index, even when the Oversoul was itself confused and couldn't answer aright. But now there was no index between them. It rested voiceless in its case, where Nyafai had placed it, and now only Hushith and Isyeb remained. And they were supposed to marry each other, and yet Isyeb couldn't think of anything to say. I dreamed of you, said Hushith. Ah, she had spoken first. At once the pent-up need to speak brought words to Isyeb's lips. And you woke screaming? No, that was a stupid thing to say. But he had said it, and yes, she was smiling. She knew it was a joke, so he didn't have to be embarrassed. I dreamed of you flying, she said. I do that a lot, he said, but only in other people's dreams. I hope you didn't mind. And she laughed. He should have said something else then, something serious, because he knew she was doing all the hard part. She was saying serious things, and he was deflecting them with jokes. That was fine to make them comfortable with each other, but it also kept turning away from the hard things she was trying to say. So he knew he should help her say the hard things, and yet he couldn't think of what they were, not now, sitting here with her in the index tent alone. Except that he knew he was afraid. For she needed a husband, and it was going to have to be him, except he had no idea if he could do any of the husbandly things for her. He could talk, of course, and he knew Hushith well enough to know that she was a talker when she knew you. He'd heard her speak passionately in class, and also in private conversations that he'd overheard. So they'd probably be able to talk, except that for talking they wouldn't need to marry, would they? What kind of father will I be? Come here right now, son, or I'll mash you with my chair. Not to mention the question of how he'd get to be a father in the first place. Oh, he had worked out the mechanics of it in his own mind, but he couldn't imagine any woman actually wanting to go through with her part of it. And so that was the hard question that he couldn't bring himself to ask. Here is the script for How We'll Make Babies. Are you willing to consider taking the starring role? The only drawback is that you'll have to do everything, while I lie back and give you no pleasure whatsoever, and then you'll have the babies while I help you not at all, and finally, when we get old, you'll have to nurse me till I die, except that it won't make much difference since you'll probably have been nursing me all along, since once I have a wife, everyone will expect to leave off helping me, so it'll be you, performing personal services that will disgust you, and then you'll be expected to receive my seed and bear me babies after that, and there's no words I can bring to my lips that could persuade you to do that. Hushith looked at him steadily in the silence. You're breathing rather heavily, she said. Am I? He asked. Is that passion, or are you as scared of all this as I am? She asked. Yes, more scared. Passion, he said. It wasn't very light inside the tent, but it wasn't very dark either. He could see her make a decision, then reach up under her blouse and do something or other, and when she brought out her hands again, he could see that her breasts now moved freely under the cloth. And because she did that, he was more scared than ever, but he also felt just a touch of desire, because no woman had ever done such a thing in front of him, and certainly not for him to see, on purpose. Only he was probably expected to do something now, and he had no idea what to do. I'm not very experienced at this sort of thing, said Hushith. What sort of thing, he wanted to ask, but then decided not to since he understood exactly what she meant, and it wasn't a good moment to joke. But I thought we ought to perform a kind of experiment, she said, before we decide anything, to see if you could possibly be attracted to me. I could, he said. And to see if you can give anything to me, she said. It'll be better if we can both enjoy it, don't you think? Her words were so matter-of-fact. He could hear, though, from the trembling in her voice that it wasn't matter-of-fact to her. And for the first time it occurred to him that she probably didn't think of herself as a beautiful woman. She was never one that the young men in the school had drooled over behind her back. Now it occurred to Isyib that she might be perfectly aware of that, probably was aware, and that she might be as frightened about whether he would desire her as he was about whether he could please her. It put them on something closer to equal terms. And instead of worrying about whether she'd be disgusted, he could give some thought to what she might enjoy. She moved closer to him. I asked my sister Louette, she said, what men do for women that she thought you might be able to do for me. Her hands now rested on the arms of the chair, and now her right hand dropped down and rested on his leg, his thin, thin leg. He wondered how it felt to her, this thigh that barely had muscle on it. Then she pressed closer to him, and he realized that his hand was now touched by the cloth of her blouse. She said that you could do buttons. Yes, he said. It was hard, but he had learned to button and unbutton clothing that fastened that way. And I assumed that meant you could also undo them. Only then did he realize that he was being invited. An experiment, he said. A midterm exam, she said, in unbuttoning and opening, with an extra credit question later. He lifted his hand. It was such hard work. Lifted it and took hold of her blouse's top button. It was a bad angle, backhanded. Not a good angle, is it? She said. Then she moved her right hand to his other thigh and higher,
and then leaned in front of him. Now he could use both hands, and unbuttoning her blouse was almost easy, even though he had never had to unbutton someone else's clothing before. It occurred to him that this would be a useful skill with children who hadn't learned to dress themselves yet. "Perhaps you can improve your time on the next one," she said. He did, and now as he worked, the skin of his hands brushed against her breasts. He had dreamed day and night of touching a woman's breasts, but had always believed that it would never be more than a dream. And now, as he unbuttoned each button, she lifted herself higher, so the next lower button would be in reach, and this moved her breasts closer to his face, until finally, by turning his head just a little, he would be able to kiss her skin. His fingers unbuttoned the last button, and now the two sides of her blouse swung free too. I can't, he said, and then he did anyway, turned his head and kissed her. The skin was a little sweaty, but also soft and smooth, not like skin that had been weathered, not like his own hands, smooth as they were, or even his mother's smooth cheek, which he had often kissed. This was such skin as had never touched his lips before, and he kissed her again. "You only got an average mark for unbuttoning and opening," she said, "but your extra credit work seems promising. You don't always have to be that gentle." "I'm actually being as rough and brutal and manly as I can," he said. "Then it's fine," she said. "You can't do it wrong, you know, as long as I know you're doing it because you want to." "I do," he said. And then, because he realized that she needed to hear it, he said, "I want to, very much. You're so perfect." She seemed to wince a little. "Like what I imagined," he said. "Like a dream." Then her hand moved, and tested him as well, to see how he was responding. And though his first instinct was to hide, to shy away, for once he was glad that his body wouldn't allow him to move away that quickly, because she needed also to know that he had been aroused. "I think the experiment was a success, don't you?" asked Hushith. "Yes," said Isyeb. "Does that mean you want me to stop now?" "No," she said. "But someone might come into this tent at any moment." She drew away and rebuttoned her blouse. She was breathing rather heavily, though. He could hear her despite his own heavy breathing. "That was a lot of exercise for me," he said. "I hope to wear you out." "Can't unless you marry me," he said. "I thought you'd never ask." "Will you?" "Is tomorrow soon enough?" "No," he said. "I don't think so." "Then maybe I should go and get your parents." Her blouse was buttoned by now, and she got up and left the tent. Only then did he realize that whatever the underwear was that had bound her breasts before, it was lying in the middle of the carpet, a little white pile. He dropped his right hand to the controls of his chair and made the chair's long arm go out and pick it up, then bring it close to him. He could see how the undergarment was made, and thought it was rather ingenious, but at the same time resented the way the elasticized fabric must hold a woman's breasts close to her body all the time. Maybe the women wore such things only for riding camels. It would be sad if they were confined like that all the time, especially for him, because he liked very much the way Hushith's body moved under her blouse when this had been removed. He told his chair to stow it in the small case under the chair. It complied. Only just in time. Hushith came back in at once with Father and Mother. "I can't very well complain that it's too sudden," said Father. "We've been expecting this and hoping it would come sooner rather than later." "Do you want us to call everyone together for the ceremony?" asked Mother. "And have them spend a half-hour being alternately bored by the ceremony and curious about how Hushith and Isyeb would handle sex?" "No thanks," he said. "All the important people are here." "Well, too bad," said Hushith. "I asked Luet and Yafai to come in, too, as soon as they've notified Zdoriab and Shedame about the new sleeping arrangements." Isyeb hadn't thought of that. Hushith had been sharing a tent with Shedame, just as Isyeb had with Zdoriab. The two of them would be forced together before they were ready, and— "Don't worry," said Father. "Zdoriab will sleep here with the Index, and Shedame will stay where she is. Hushith will move in with you, because your tent is already equipped." Equipped with his private latrine arrangements, the pans for his sponge baths,
his bed with the mattress of air bubbles so he didn't get bed sores. And in the morning he'd need to void his bladder and his bowels, and he'd say, "Shuya, darling, would you mind bringing me my jar and my pan? And then wipe up after me, there's a dear. And Nephi and Zdoriab will come in the morning to help you get ready for the day," said Father.
"And to teach me," said Hushith. "That's not going to be a barrier between us, Isyeb, if you're to be my husband. I refuse to let it bother me, and you must refuse to let it bother you."
Easier said than done, thought Isyeb. But he nodded his agreement, hoping that it would be true. The ceremony took only a few moments, once Nephi and Luet got there. Nephi stood with Isyeb and Luet with Hushith, while Mother and Father took turns saying the parts of the ceremony. It was really the women's marriage ceremony, which was the usual way in Basilica, and so Father had to be prompted now and then to say his part right. But that was just part of the ceremony, or so it felt, to have Father's voice repeating the words Mother had just spoken, so gently, to remind him. At last it was done, and Razia joined their hands. Hushith bent to him in his chair and kissed him. It was the first time his lips had touched hers, and it surprised him. It also pleased him very much, and besides, during the kiss, she knelt down beside the chair, and as she did, her breasts came to press against his arm, and all he really wanted was for everyone else to leave them alone so he could see how the rest of the experiment would go. It was another half-hour, with some teasing and joking from Nephi and Luet, but at last they were alone in Isyeb's tent, and they took up the experiment where they left off. When Hushith was naked, she lifted him out of the chair. He knew that she was surprised at how very light he was, though Nephi had no doubt assured her that she'd have no difficulty lifting him, tall as he was. She undressed him, and then brought her body near him, so he could give to her as much as she would give to him. He thought that he could not bear how powerful the feelings were, as he could see the pleasure he was giving her, and feel the pleasures she was giving him. His body spent itself almost the very moment she eased herself upon him. But that was all right, too, for she still held him, and moved upon him, and kissed him, and he kissed her cheek, her shoulder, her chest, her arm, whenever a part of her came near his lips. And when he could, he pulled his arms around her, so that when she moved atop him she could feel his hands also on her back, her thighs. Gently, weakly, capable of nothing, really. But there. Was that truly enough for her? Was it something she could enjoy, again and again, forever? Then, instead of wondering, it occurred to him to ask. "Yes," she said. "You're done, then?" "The first time, anyway," he said. "I hope it didn't hurt you too much." "A little," she said. "Luet told me that I shouldn't expect to be overwhelmed the first time, anyway." "How not overwhelmed were you?" "I wasn't overwhelmed," she said. "But it's not like I wasn't whelmed at all, either. In fact, I'd say that on my wedding night I was well and thoroughly whelmed, and I rather look forward to our next whelming to see how much better it can get." "How about first thing in the morning?" he asked. "Perhaps," she said. "But don't be surprised if you wake up and find yourself being taken advantage of in the middle of the night." "Are you just pretending, or do you really mean all this?" said Isyeb. "Are you just pretending?" she asked. "No," he said. "This is the most wonderful night of my life. Mostly because—" She waited. "Because I never thought it would happen." "It did, though," she said. "I answered," he said. "Now you." "I thought I might have to pretend. And I would have pretended if I'd had to, because I know our marriage can work in the long run. I know it because I saw it in my dream from the Keeper of Earth. So if it meant I had to pretend to make it work well at the start, then I would have done it." "Oh. But I didn't have to pretend. I showed you what I really felt. It wasn't as good as it's going to be, but it was good. You were good to me. Very gentle, very kind, very— "Loving? Was that what you meant to be?" "Yes," he said. "I meant that part most of all." "Ah," she said. But then, in a moment, he realized that she hadn't said "ah" at all, but rather let a sound escape her mouth without meaning to. And he saw in the dim light that she was crying.
and it occurred to him that he had said exactly the right things to her, as she had said exactly the right things to him. And as he drifted toward sleep, her body close to his arm resting lightly on her side, he thought, I have tasted of the fruit in Father's dream. Not when we coupled, not when my body first gave its seed into a woman's body, but rather when I let her see my fear and my gratitude and my love, and she let me also see hers. Then we both reached up and tasted just the first bite of that fruit, and now I know the secret from Father's dream, the thing that even he didn't understand, that you can never taste the fruit by reaching for it yourself. Rather, you only taste it when you pick it from the tree for someone else, as Shuya gave the fruit to me, and I, though I never thought it possible, plucked and gave a taste of it to her.
Chapter 5. The Face of the Keeper. Luette sat watching the baboons. The female that she thought of as Rubiette because of a livid scar on her back was in estrus, and it was interesting to watch the males compete for her. The most blustering male, Yobar, the one who spent so much time in camp with the humans, was the least effective at getting Rubiette's attention. In fact, the more aggressive he got, the less progress he made. He would display his rage, stamping and snarling, even snapping his teeth and taking swipes with his hands to try to intimidate one of the males who was courting Rubiette. Every time the one he was intimidating would give up very quickly and run away from him. But while Yobar was chasing his victim, other males would approach Rubiette. So when Yobar returned to Rubiette from his victory, he would find other males there before him, and the whole play was enacted again. Finally, Yobar got really angry and began to attack one of the males in earnest, biting and tearing at him. It was a male that Volumac had pointed out once with the name Salo, because he had once smeared grease all over his face while stealing food from the cook fire. Salo immediately became submissive, showing his backside to Yobar, but Yobar was too angry to accept the submission. The other males looked on, perhaps amused, as Yobar continued to pummel and nip at his victim. Salo at last managed to break free, howling and whining as he ran away from Yobar, who, still raging, followed after him at a furious pace, knocking him this way and that whenever he got within reach. Then Salo did the most extraordinary thing. He ran straight for a young mother called Ploxy, who had a nursing infant that Salo often played with, and tore the infant from Ploxy's arms. Ploxy hooted once in annoyance, but the baby immediately started to act happy and excited, until Yobar, still furious, came charging up and started pummeling Salo again. This time, however, the infant Salo was holding started screeching in terror, and now, instead of watching complacently, the other males immediately became agitated. Ploxy began screaming too, calling for help, and within a few moments the entire troop of baboons had assembled around Yobar and were beating him and screaming at him. Confused, frightened, Yobar tried to grab the infant out of Salo's hands, perhaps thinking that if he held the infant, everybody would be on his side, but Luette realized that it wouldn't work. Sure enough, the moment he grabbed for the baby, the others became downright brutal in their beating of him, finally ejecting him from the group and chasing him away. Several of the males chased him quite a distance, and then stayed nearby to watch and make sure he didn't come near. Luette wondered if that would be the end of Yobar's attempt to be part of the troop. Then she looked for Salo, trying to spot him somewhere near Ploxy and the baby. But he wasn't there, though most of the other baboons were still there, chattering and bobbing up and down and otherwise showing how agitated they were. Salo, however, was off in the brush upstream of the main group. He had got Rubiette away from the rest and was now mounting her. She had the most comically resigned look on her face, which now and then gave way to a look of eyes-rolled-back pleasure or exasperation. Luette wondered if human faces gave that same weirdly mixed signal under similar circumstances, a sort of distracted intensity that might mean pleasure or might mean perplexity. In any event, Yobar, the aggressive one, had been completely defeated, might even have lost his place in the tribe, and Salo, who wasn't particularly large, had lost the skirmish but won the battle and the war. All because Salo had grabbed a baby away from its mother. "Lucky Salo," said Nyafai. I wondered who would win sweet Rubiette's heart.
He did it with flowers, said Luette. I didn't mean to be off here so long.
I wasn't looking for you to do anything, said Nephi. I was looking for you because I wanted to be with you. There isn't anything for me to do now anyway till supper. I got my prey early this morning and brought the bloody thing home to lay at my mate's feet. Only she was busy throwing up and didn't give me my customary reward.
Wouldn't you know that I'd be the one who'd get sick all the time, said Luette.
Hushith burped once and that was it for her. And Kyoko tries to throw up, but she just can't bring it off. So she ends up not getting the sympathy she wants, and I end up having it when I don't want it. Who would have thought that it would be a race between you and Hushith and Kyoko for the first baby in the colony?
A good thing for you, said Luette. It'll give you an infant to grab in case there's trouble.
He hadn't seen Salo's stratagem, so he didn't understand.
Salo, he grabbed Ploxy's baby.
Oh yes, they do that, said Nephi. Shedame told me, the males who are fully accepted in the tribe make friends with an infant or two, so the infant likes them. Then in combat they grab the infant, who doesn't scream when his friend takes him. The other male isn't his friend, so when he keeps attacking, the baby gets scared and screams, which brings the whole tribe down on the poor Pizduke's head.
Oh, said Luette. So it was routine. I've never seen it.
I'm jealous that you did and I didn't.
There's the prize, said Luette, pointing to Salo, who still hadn't finished with Rubiette.
And where's the loser? I'll bet it's Yobar.
Luette was already pointing, and sure enough, there was Yobar looking forlorn off in the distance,
watching the troop, but not daring to come closer because of the two males who were browsing halfway between him and the rest of the troop.
You'd better make friends with my baby, then, said Luette,
or you won't ever get your way in this tribe we're forming.
Nephi put his hand on Luette's stomach.
No bigger yet.
That's fine with me, said Luette. Now, what did you really come out here for?
He looked at her in consternation.
You didn't know I was down here because nobody knew I was down here, said Luette. So you didn't come looking for me. You came here to be alone.
He shrugged. I'd rather be with you.
You're so impatient, said Luette. The Oversoul already said there's no hurry. She won't even be ready for us at Vusiatka for years yet. This place can't sustain us. It's already getting harder to find game, said Nephi, and we're too close to that settled valley over the mountains to the east. That isn't what you're anxious about either, said Luette. It's driving you crazy that the Keeper of Earth hasn't sent you a dream.
That doesn't bother me at all, said Nephi. What bothers me is the way you keep throwing it up to me. You and Shuya and Father and Mouge and Thirsty all saw these angels and rats, and I didn't. What, does that mean that some computer orbiting a planet 100 or so light-years away somehow judged me a century before I was born and decided that I wasn't worthy to receive his neat little menagerie dreams?
You really are angry, said Luette.
I want to do something, and if I can't, then at least I want to know something, cried Nephi. I'm sick of waiting and nothing happens. It's no good for me to work with the Index because Doriab and Isiab are constantly using it, and they're more familiar with how it works than I am.
But it still speaks more clearly to you than anybody.
So while it tells me nothing, it does it with greater clarity. How excellent.
And you're a good hunter. Eliamak even says so.
Yes, that's about all anybody's found for me to do. Kill things.
Luette could see the shadow of the memory of Gabyalofix's death pass over Nephi's face. Aren't you ever going to forgive yourself for that?
Yes. When Gabyalofix comes down out of the baboon's sleeping caves and tells me he was just pretending to be dead.
You just don't like waiting, that's all, said Luette.
But it's like my being pregnant. I'd like to have it over with. I'd like to have the baby. But it takes time, so I wait.
You wait, but you can feel the change in you.
As I vomit everything I eat.
Not everything, said Nephi.
And you know what I mean. I don't feel any changes. I'm not needed for anything.
Except the food we eat.
All right, you win. I'm vital, I'm necessary, I'm busy all the time, so I must be happy.
He started to walk away from her. She thought of calling after him, but she knew that it would do no good. He wanted to be miserable, and so all she would do by trying to cheer him up was thwart him in his mood of the day. Aunt Razia had told her a few days ago that it wouldn't hurt for her to remember that Nephi was still just a boy, and that she shouldn't expect him to be a mature tower of strength for her.
You were both too young to marry, said Razia then. But events got away from us. You've come up to the challenge. In time, Nief will too.
But Luette wasn't sure at all that she had come up to any challenge. She was terrified at the thought of giving birth out here in the wilderness, far from the physicians of the city. She had no idea whether they'd even have food in a few months. Everything depended on their garden and the hunters, and it was really only Eliamak and Yafai who were any good at that, though Obring and Vas sometimes went out with pulses too. The food supply could fail at any time, and soon she'd have a baby, and what if they suddenly decided they had to travel? Bad as her sickness was right now, what if she had to ride atop a swaying camel? She'd rather eat camel cheese. Of course, the thought of camel cheese made the nausea come back in a wave, and she knew that this time it might well come out. So down she went on her knees again, sick of the pain of the acidy stuff that came up from her gut into her mouth. Her throat hurt, her head hurt, and she was tired of it all. She felt hands touch her, gathering her hair away from her face, twisting it and holding it out of the way, so none of the flecks of vomitus would get in it. She wanted to say thank you, knowing it was Nyafai. She also wanted him to go away. It was so humiliating and awful and painful to be like this and have somebody watching. But he was her husband. He was part of this, and she couldn't send him away. Didn't even want to send him away. At last she was through puking. "Not too effective," said Nyafai. "If we judge these things by quantity—" "Please shut up," said Luette. "I don't want to be cheered up. I want my baby to be a 10-year-old child already so that I remember all of this as an amusing event from my childhood long ago." "Your wish is granted," said Nyafai. "The baby is here and aged 10. Of course, she's incredibly obnoxious and bratty, the way you were at 10. I wasn't. You were the water seer already, and we all knew you bossed and sassed grown-ups all the time. I told them what I saw, that's all." Then she realized that he was laughing. "Don't tease me, Nyafai. I know I'd be sorry later, but I still may lose control and kill you now." He gathered her into his arms, and she had to twist away to keep him from kissing her. "Don't," she said. "I've got the most awful taste in my mouth. It would probably kill you." So he held her, and after a while she felt better. "I think about Keeper of Earth all the time," said Nyafai. "I would too, if I weren't thinking about the baby," Luette said silently. "I keep thinking that maybe it isn't just another computer," said Nyafai. "That maybe it isn't calling us through 100-year-old dreams. That maybe it knows us, and that it's just waiting for something before it speaks to me. It's waiting for the message that only you can receive." "I don't care," said Nyafai, "about it only being me. I'd take Father's dream, if only I could experience what it feels like inside my head. How the Keeper is different from what the Oversoul does inside me. I want to know." "I know you do. You keep coming back to it day after day." "I've been trying to talk to the Keeper of Earth. That's how crazy I'm getting, Luette. Show me what you showed Father. I say it over and over." "And she ignores you." "It's 100 light-years away," said Nyafai. "It doesn't know I exist." "Well, if all you want is the same dream as Volyamak, why not get the Oversoul to give it to you? It isn't from the Oversoul. But she must have recorded the whole experience inside your father's mind, right? And she can retrieve it and show it to you. And the way you get everything so much more clearly through the index, just like experiencing it myself," said Nyafai. "I can't believe I never thought of that. I can't believe the Oversoul never thought of that. She's not very creative, you know that." "She's creatively inert," said Nyafai. "But you're not." He kissed her on the cheek, gave her one last hug, and bounded to his feet. "I have to go talk to the Oversoul." "Give her my love," said Luette mildly. Oh, I see. I can wait. Let's walk back together." "No, really, I wasn't hinting. I want to stay here a while longer. Maybe just to see if they let Yobar back." "Don't miss supper," said Nyafai. "You're eating for 2, said Luette. "Maybe 3, said Nyafai. "Who knows?" She groaned theatrically, knowing that was what he wanted to hear. Then he ran off back up the valley toward the camp. He really is just a boy, as Aunt Razia had said. But what am I? His mother now? Not really. She's his mother. I shouldn't expect more of him. He works hard and well, and more than half the meat we eat is from his hunting. And he's kind and gentle with me. I don't know how Isiep could be any sweeter and more tender than Yafai, no matter what Shuya says. And I'm his friend. He comes to me to talk about things that he says to no one else, and when I want to talk he listens and answers, unlike some of the other husbands, or so their wives say. By any standard I've ever heard of, he's a fine husband and mature beyond his years. But it isn't what I thought it was going to be. When I took him through the Lake of Women, I thought it meant that he and I were going to do great and majestic things together. I thought we would be like a king and a queen, or at least like a great priestess and her priest, doing powerful and majestic things to change the universe. Instead, I throw up a lot and he bounds around like a 15-year-old who is really hurt because some computer from another planet won't send dreams to him. Oh, I'm too tired to think, too sick to care. Maybe someday my image of our marriage will come true. Or maybe that'll be his second wife, after I puke to death and get buried in the sand. Shiedame had spent her whole life knowing that people looked at her oddly. At first it was because she was so intelligent as a child, because she cared about things that children weren't supposed to care about. Adults would look at her strangely. So would other children, but sometimes the adults smiled and nodded their approval, while the children never did. Shiedame thought this meant that when she was an adult, she would be fully accepted by everyone. But instead, the opposite was true. When she became an adult, it only meant that all the other adults were the same age now and treated her as the children had. Of course, now she was able to recognize what she was seeing. It was fear. It was resentment. It was envy. Envy. Could she help it that she had been given a combination of genes that gave her an extraordinary memory, an enormous capacity for grasping and understanding ideas, and a mind that was able to make connections that no one else could see? It's not as if she chose to be able to do mental gymnastics beyond the reach of anyone she had ever met in person. There were people just as intelligent as she, and some perhaps more intelligent, but they were in far cities, even on other continents, and she knew of them only through their published works distributed by the Oversoul from city to city. She had no malicious intent. She certainly didn't have the ability to share her ability with the envious ones. She could only share the products of her ability. They gladly took those, and then resented her for being able to produce them. Most human beings, she concluded long ago, love to worship from afar people with extraordinary ability, but prefer to have their friends be genial incompetents. And, of course, most of them get their preference. But now she was permanently attached to this little society of 16 people, and unable to avoid meeting them day by day. She did her work, her time weeding in the garden, her water turn, her hours of baboon watching during the day to make sure they didn't leave their area and get into the food. She gladly covered for Luette when she was throwing up, and uncomplainingly did the tasks that Seviet was too lazy and Kyokor too pregnant and Diol just generally too precious a being to do. Yet still she did not fit, was not accepted, was not part of the group, and it only got worse day by day. It didn't help a bit that she understood exactly what was happening. The bonding between husband and wife triggers a need for others also to be bonded in the same pattern. She knew that. She had studied it. The old courtship patterns, the loose and easy friendships, those now make the married ones feel uneasy, because they don't want anything around them that threatens the stability of the monogamous marriage bond, while the essence of unmarried society is always to be off balance, always to be free and random and unconnected and playful. Admittedly, that was precisely the way some of them still wished to behave. Shiedame could see how monogamy chafed at Mebekyu and Obring, Seviet and Kyokor. But they were acting the role of spouse right now, perhaps even more aggressively than the ones who actually meant it. In any event, the result was that Shiedame was even more cut off from the others around her than she had ever been before. Not that she was shunned. Hushith and Luette were as warm to her as ever, and Eath in her way was decent, while Aunt Razia was utterly unchanged. She would never change. However, the men were all universally, civil? And Diol's, Seviet's, and Kyokor's attitudes ranged from ice to acid. Worst of all, this little company of humans was taking a shape that systematically excluded her from any influence in it. Why had they stopped saying, the men will do this while the women do that? Now it was, the wives can stay here while the men go off and do whatever it was that the men wanted to do. It drove her crazy sometimes that the women were lumped together as wives, while the men never called themselves husbands. They were still men. And, as if they were as stupid as baboons, the other women seemed not to know what Chedeme was talking about when she pointed it out. Of course they did notice, at least the brighter ones did, but they chose not to make an issue of it because they were all becoming so wife-like. All these years in Basilica, where women did not have to submerge their identity in order to have husbands, and now, 6 weeks into the journey, and they were acting like nomadic tribeswomen. The coding for getting along without making waves must be so deep in our genes that we can never get it out, thought Chedeme. I wish I could find it, though. I'd dig it out with a trowel. I'd burn it out with a hot coal held in my bare fingers. Never mind the absurdity of dealing with genes with such blunt instruments. Her rage at the unfairness of things went beyond reason. I didn't plan to marry, not for years yet, and even when I did, I expected it would only be for a year, long enough to conceive, and then I'd dismiss the husband except for his normal rights with the child. I had no place for bonding with a man in my life. And when I did marry, it would not have been with a weak-kneed, semi-vertebrate archivist who allowed himself to be turned into the only servant in a company of lords. Chedeme had entered this camp determined to make the best of a bad situation. But the more she saw of Zdoriab, the less she liked him. She might have forgiven him the way he came to this company, tricked by Nephi into carrying the index out of the city, and then bullied into taking an oath to go into the desert with them. A man could be forgiven for behaving in an unmanly fashion during a time of stress and uncertainty and surprise. But when she got here, she found that Zdoriab had taken a role that was so demeaning she was ashamed to belong to the same species as him. It wasn't that he took upon himself all the tasks that no one else would do, covering the latrines, digging new ones, carrying away Isieb's bodily wastes, doing the baking, the washing up. She rather respected someone who was willing to help. She certainly preferred that to the laziness of Meb and Obring, Kyokor and Seviet and Yol. No. What made her feel such contempt for Zdoriab was his attitude toward doing all that work. He didn't offer to do it, as if he had a right not to offer. He simply acted as if it were his natural place to do the worst jobs in the camp, and then performed his work so silently, so invisibly, that soon they all took it for granted that the repulsive or unbearably tedious jobs were all Zdoriab's. He's a natural-born servant, thought Chedeme. He was born to be a slave. I never thought there was such a human creature, but there is, and it's Zdoriab, and the others have chosen him to be my husband. Why the Oversoul permitted Zdoriab to have such easy access to her memory through the index was beyond Chedeme's comprehension. Unless the Oversoul, too, wanted a servant. Maybe that's what the Oversoul loves best. Humans who act like servants. Isn't that why we're all out here, to serve the Oversoul? To be arms and legs for her so she can make her journey back to Earth? Slaves, all of us. Except me. At least that's what Chedeme had been telling herself for all these weeks, until at last she realized that she, too, was beginning to fall into the servant category. It came to her today, as she carried water up from the stream for Zdoriab to cook and wash with. She used to do this job with Hushith and Luet, but now Luet was too weak from all her vomiting. She had lost weight, and that was bad for the child, and Hushith was nursing her, and so it fell to Chedeme. She kept waiting for Razia to notice that she was hauling the water all alone, for Razia to say, "Seviet, Yol, Eath, put a yoke on your shoulders and haul water. Do your fair share." But Razia saw Chedeme carrying the water every day now, saw her carry the water right past where Seviet and Kyokor were gossiping as they pretended to card camel hair and twine it into string. And Aunt Razia never said a thing. "Have you forgotten who I am?" she wanted to shout. "Don't you remember that I am the greatest woman of science in Basilica in a generation? In 10 generations? But she knew the answer, and so she did not shout. Aunt Razia had forgotten, because this was a new world, this camp, and what one might have been in Basilica or any other place did not matter. In this camp, you were either one of the wives or you were not, and if you were not, you were nothing. Which is why, today, with her work done, she went looking for Zdoriab. Servant or not, he was the only available male, and she was sick of second-class citizenship in this infinitesimal nation. Marriage would symbolize her bowing to the new order. It would be another kind of servitude, and her husband would be a man for whom she had nothing but contempt. But it would be better than disappearing. Of course, when she thought of actually letting him do his business with her body, it made her skin crawl. All she could think of was Luette throwing up all the time. That's the result of letting men treat you like a bank in which to deposit their feeble little sperm. No, I don't really feel that way, thought Chedame. I'm just angry. The sharing of genetic material is elegant and beautiful. It's been my life. The grace of it when lizards mate, the male mounting and clinging, his long slender penis embracing the female and searching out the opening, as deft and prehensile as a baboon's tail. The dance of the octopuses, arms meeting tip to tip, the shuddering of salmon as they dropped eggs, then sperm, onto the bottom of the stream. It was all beautiful, all part of the ballet of life. But the females always get to have some choice. The strong females, anyway, the clever ones. They get to give their ova to the male who will give them the best chance of survival, to the strong male, the dominant male, the aggressive male, the intelligent male, not to some cowering slave. I don't want my children to have slave genes. Better to have no children at all than to spend years watching them grow up, acting more and more like Zdoriab so that I'm ashamed of the very sight of them. Which is why she found herself at the door of the index tent, ready to walk in and propose a sort of semi-marriage to Zdoriab. Because she felt such contempt for him, she intended it to be a marriage without sex, without children, and because he was so contemptible, she expected him to agree. He was sitting on the carpet, his legs crossed, the index on his lap, his hands together on the ball, his eyes closed. He spent every free moment with the index, though that wasn't really all that much time, since so few of his moments were free. Often Isyip was with him, but in late afternoons Isyip took his watch at the garden. The long arm of his chair was quite effective at discouraging baboons from exploring the melons, and had been known to bat birds out of the air. It was Zdoriab's time alone with the index, rarely more than an hour, and the one respect that the company paid to him was to leave him alone then, provided that dinner was already cooking and somebody else didn't want to use the index, in which case Zdoriab was casually shunted aside. Looking at him there, his eyes closed, she could almost believe that he was communing with the great mind of the Oversoul. But of course he didn't have the brains for that. He was probably just memorizing the main entries in the index so he could help Wetchik or Nyafai or Luette or Chedame herself locate some bit of information they wanted. Even with the index, Zdoriab was the pure servant. He looked up. "Did you want the index?" he asked mildly. "No," she said. "I came to talk to you." Did he shudder? Was that the quick, involuntary movement of his shoulders? No, he was shrugging, that's what it was. "I expected that you would eventually. Everyone expects it, which is why I haven't come till now." "All right, then," he said. "Why now?" "Because it's plain that in this company the unmarried people are going to slip further and further into oblivion as time goes on. You may be content with that, but I am not." "I haven't noticed you slipping into oblivion," said Zdoriab. "Your voice is listened to in councils." "Patiently they listen," said Chedame, "but I have no real influence." "No one does," said Zdoriab. "This is the Oversoul's expedition." "I didn't think you'd grasp it," said Chedame. "Try to think of this company as a troop of baboons. You and I are getting thrust farther and farther to the edges of the troop. It's only a matter of time until we are nothing." "But that only matters if you actually care about being something." Chedame could hardly believe that he would put it into words that way. "I know that you have utterly no ambitions, Zdoriab, but I don't intend to disappear as a human being. And what I propose is simple enough. We just go through the ceremony with Aunt Razia, we share a tent, and that's it. No one has to know what goes on between us. I don't want your babies, and I have no particular interest in your company. We simply sleep in the same tent, and we're no longer shunted to the edge of the troop. It's that simple. Agreed?" "Fine," said Zdoriab. She had expected him to say that, to go along. But there was something else in the way he said it. Something very subtle. "You wanted it that way," she said. He looked at her blankly. "You wanted it this way all along." And again, something in his eyes. "And you're afraid." Suddenly his eyes flashed with anger. "Now you think you're Hushith, is that it? You think you know how everybody fits with everybody else." She had never seen him show anger before, not even sullen anger, and certainly not a hot, flashing scorn like the one she was seeing now. It was a side of Zdoriab that she hadn't guessed existed. But it didn't make her like him any better. It reminded her, in fact, of the snarling of a whipped dog. "I really don't care," she said, "whether you wanted to have sex with me or not. I never cared to make myself attractive to men. That's what women do who have nothing else to offer the world than a pair of breasts and a uterus." "I have always valued you for your work with genetics," said Zdoriab, "especially for your study of genetic drift in so-called stable species." She had no answer. It had never occurred to her that anyone in this group had read, much less understood, any of her scientific publications. They all thought of her as someone who came up with valuable genetic alterations that could be sold in faraway places. That's what her relationship had been with Wetchick and his sons for years. "Though I couldn't help but regret that you didn't have access to the genetic records in the index. It would have clinched several of your points, having the exact genetic coding of the subject species as they came off the ships from Earth." She was stunned. "The index has information like that?" "I found it a few years ago. The index didn't want to tell me. I realize now because there are military applications of some of the genetic information in its memory. You can make plagues. But there are ways to get around some of its proscriptions. I found them. I've never been sure how the Oversoul felt about that." "And you haven't told me till now?" "You didn't tell me you were continuing your research," said Zdoriab. "You did those papers years ago when you were fresh out of school. It was your first serious project. I assumed you had gone on." "This is the kind of thing you do with the index? Genetics?" Zdoriab shook his head. "No." "What then? What were you studying just now when I came in?" "Probable patterns of continental drift on Earth." "On Earth? The Oversoul has information that specific about Earth?" "The Oversoul didn't know it had that information. I kind of had to coax it out. A lot of things are hidden from the Oversoul itself, you know. But the index has the key. The Oversoul has been quite excited about some of the things I found in its memory." Shedame was so surprised she had to laugh. "I suppose it's amusing," said Zdoriab, not amused. "No, I was just surprised to know that I was worth something besides baking breads and burying fecal matter." He had struck so close to her previous attitude that it made her angry. "Surprised that you knew you were worth more than that." "You have no idea what I know or think about myself or anything else, and you made no effort to find out either," said Zdoriab. "You came in here like the chief god of all pantheons and deigned to offer me marriage as long as I didn't actually touch you and expected me to accept gratefully. Well, I did, and you can go on treating me like I don't exist, and it'll be fine with me." She had never felt so ashamed of herself before in her life. Even as she had hated the way everybody else treated Zdoriab as a nonentity, she had treated him that way herself, and in her own mind had given no thought for his feelings, as if they didn't matter. But now, having stabbed him with the contemptuousness of her proposal of marriage, she felt she had wronged him and had to make it right. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not," said Zdoriab. "Let's just forget everything about this conversation, get married tonight, and then we don't have to talk again, agreed?" "You really don't like me," said Shedame. "As if you have ever cared for one moment whether I or anyone else liked you, as long as we didn't interfere too much with your work." Shedame laughed. "You're right. It seems that we were both sizing each other up, but one of us did a better job of it than the other." She nodded, accepting the chastening. "Of course, we will have to talk again." "Will we?" "So you can show me how to get that information from Earth. The genetic stuff. And the continental drift. You forget that I'm carrying seeds to replenish lost species on Earth. I need to know the landforms, and a lot more." He nodded. "I can show you that.
As long as you realize that what I have are 40-million-year-old extrapolations of what might happen in another 40 million years. It could be off by a lot. A little mistake early on would be hugely magnified by now. I am a scientist, you know, she said. And I'm a librarian, said Zdoriab. I'll be glad to show you how to get to the Earth information. It's sort of a back door. I found a path through the agricultural information, through pig breeding, if you can believe it. It helps to be interested in everything. Here, sit across from me and hold on to the index. You are sensitive to it, I hope. Sensitive enough, said Shiadame. Wetchik and Yafai both took me through sessions, and I've used it to look things up. Mostly I just use my own computer, though, because I thought I already knew everything that was on the index in my field. Now she was sitting across from him, and he set the index between them, and they both bowed forward to lean their elbows on their knees and rest their hands on the golden ball. Her hands touched his, but he did not move his hands out of the way. And there was no trembling. Just cool, calm hands, as if he didn't even notice she was there. She immediately caught the voice of the index, answering Zdoriab's inquiries, responding with names of paths and headings, subheads and catalogues within the memory of the Oversoul. But as the names droned on, she lost the thread of them, because of his fingers touching hers. Not that she felt anything for him herself. What bothered her was that he felt nothing at all for her. He had known for more than a month that she was going to be his wife, or at least that she was expected to. He had been watching her, certainly he had, and yet there was not even a glimmer of desire. He had accepted her prescription of sexual relations between them without a hint of regret, and he could endure her touch without showing the slightest sign of sexual tension. Shiadame had never felt more ugly and undesirable than she did right now. It was absurd. Until a few minutes ago, she had had such contempt for this man that if he had expressed any sexual interest, she would have been nauseated. But he was not the same man now. He was a much more interesting person, an intelligent person with a mind and a will, and while she didn't exactly feel a great flood of love or even sexual desire for him, she still felt enough new respect that his utter lack of desire for her was painful. Another wound in the same old place, opening all the fragile scabs and scars, and she bled afresh at the shame of being a woman that no man wanted. "You're not paying attention," said Zdoriab. "Sorry," she said. He said nothing in reply. She opened her eyes. He was looking at her. "Nothing," she said, brushing away the tear that clung to her lower eyelashes. "I didn't mean to distract you. Can we start again?" But he didn't look back down to the index. "It isn't that I don't desire you, Shiadame." What? Was her heart naked, that he could see right through her pretenses and see into the source of her pain? "It's that I don't desire any woman." It took her a moment for the idea to register. Then she laughed. "You're a jop." "That's really an old word for the human anus," said Zdoriab quietly. "There are those who might be hurt at being called by such a name." "But no one guessed," she said. "I have made quite sure that no one would guess," said Zdoriab. "And I'm putting my life in your hands, telling you." "Oh, it's not as dramatic as that," she said. "2 of my friends were killed in Dogtown," he said. Dogtown was where men who didn't have a woman in Basilica had to live, since it was illegal for an unattached male to live or even stay overnight inside the city walls. One was set upon by a mob because they heard a rumor he was a Zop, a Pidar. They hung him by the feet from a second-story window, cut off his male organs, and then slashed him to death with knives. The other one was tricked by a man who pretended to be one of us. He was arrested, but on the way to prison he had an accident. It was the oddest sort of accident, too. He was trying to escape, and somehow he tripped, and in the act of falling, his testicles somehow came off and got jammed down his throat, probably with a broom handle or the butt of a spear, and he suffocated on them before anybody could come to his aid. They do that? Oh, I can understand it perfectly. Basilica was a very difficult place for male humans. We have an innate need to dominate, you see. But in Basilica we had to deal with the fact that we had no control except as we had influence with a woman.
The men living outside the walls in Dogtown were, by the very fact they didn't live inside, branded as second-raters, men that women didn't want. There was the constant imputation that Dogtown men weren't real men at all, that they didn't have what it took to please a woman. Their very identity as males was in question, and so their fear and hatred of Zops, he said the word with scorching contempt, reached peaks I've never heard of anywhere else. These friends of yours, were they your lovers? The one who was arrested? He had been my lover for several weeks, and he wanted to continue, but I wouldn't let him, because if he went on any longer, people would begin to suspect what we were. To save our lives, I refused to see him again. He went straight from me into the trap. So you see, Nyafai and Eliamak aren't the only ones who have killed a man. The pain and grief he was showing seemed deeper than anything Shedame had ever felt. For the first time she realized how sheltered her scholarly life had been. She had never had such a close connection with someone that she would feel their death this strongly so long after. If it was long after. How long ago? I was 20. 9 years ago. No, 10. I'm 30 now. I forgot. And the other one? A couple of months before I left the city. He was your lover, too? Oh, no. He wasn't like me that way. He had a girl in the city, only she wanted it kept secret, so he didn't talk about it. She was in a bad marriage and was marking time till it ended, and so he never spoke about her. That's why the rumor started that he was a Zop. He died without telling them. That's gallant, I suppose. It was stupid beyond belief, said Zdoriab. He never believed me when I told him how terrifying it was in Basilica for people like me. You told him what you are? I thought of him as a man who could keep a secret. He proved me right. I kind of think that he died in my place, so that I could be alive when Nyafai came to take the index out of the city. It was so far beyond anything she had experienced, beyond anything she had imagined. Why did you keep on living there, then? Why didn't you go to some place that isn't so terrible? In the first place, while there are places that aren't so bad, I don't know of any place that I could actually get to that is actually safe for someone like me. And in the second place, the index was in Basilica. Now that the index is out of there, I hope the city burns to the ground. I only wish that Mouge had killed every one of the strutting men of Dogtown. The index was that important to you? To make you stay? I learned of its existence when I was a young boy. Just a story, that there was a magic ball, that if you held it, you could talk to God and he would have to tell you the answer to any question you asked. I thought, how wonderful. And then I saw a picture of the index of the Palwashantu, and it looked exactly like the image in my mind of the magic ball. But that's not evidence at all, said Shedame. That's a childhood dream. I know it. I knew it then, said Zdoriab. But without even meaning to, I found myself preparing for the day when I'd have the magic ball. I found myself trying to learn the questions that it would be worth asking God to answer. And still without meaning to, I found myself making choices that took me closer and closer to Basilica, to the place where the Palwashantu kept their secret index. At the same time, being a studious young man helped me conceal my defect. My father would say, "You need to set down the books now and then. Go and find some friends. Find a girl. How will you ever marry if you never meet any girls?" When I got to Basilica, I used to write to him about my girlfriends, so he felt much better, though he would tell me that the way Basilicans marry, for just a year at a time, was awful and against nature. He really didn't like things that were against nature. That must have hurt, said Shedame. Not really, said Zdoriab. It is against nature. I'm cut off from that tree of life that Volyamak saw. I'm not part of the chain. I'm a genetic dead end. I think I read once in an article by a genetics student that it was not unreasonable to suppose that homosexuality might be a mechanism that nature used to weed out defective genes. The organism could detect some otherwise unnoticeable genetic flaw, and this started a mechanism that caused the hypothalamus to remain stunted, causing us to be highly sexual beings, but with an inability to fixate on the opposite sex.
A sort of self-closing wound in the gene pool. We were, I think the article said, the culls of humanity. Shiadame blushed deeply, a feeling she rarely had and didn't like. That was student work. I never published it outside the scholarly community. It was speculation. I know, he said. How did you even find it? When I realized that I was expected to marry you, I read everything you wrote. I was trying to discover what I could and could not tell you. And what did you decide? That I'd better keep my secrets to myself. That's why I never spoke to you and why I was so relieved that you didn't want me. And now you did tell me. Because I could see that it hurt you, the fact that I didn't want you. I hadn't planned on that. You didn't come across as someone who would ever want the love of a contemptible, crawling worm like me. Worse and worse. Was I so obvious in my attitude? Not at all, he said. I deliberately cultivated my wormhood. I have worked hard to become the most unnoticeable, despicable, spineless being that anyone in this company will ever know. And now, thinking of what happened to his two friends, she understood. Camouflage, she said. For you to remain single and not be suspected of what you are, you had to be sexless, spineless. But Zdoriab, we're not in Basilica now. We carry Basilica with us. Look at the men here. Look at Obring, for instance, and Meb, doomed by their particular lack of gifts to be at the bottom of any pecking order you can imagine. Both of them aggressive and yet cowardly. They long to be on top, but haven't the gumption to take on the big men and take them down. That's why they're doomed to follow men like Eliamak and Volyamak and even Yafai, though he's the youngest, because they can't take risks. Imagine the rage built up inside them. And then imagine what they'd do if they learned that I was the monstrous thing, the crime against nature, the unmanly man, the perfect image of what they fear that they are. Volyamak wouldn't let them touch you. Volyamak won't live forever, said Zdoriab. And I don't trust my secret to those who won't keep it. Are you that sure of me? Said Shiadame. I have put my life into your hands, said Zdoriab. But no, I'm not that sure of you. Like it or not, though, we've been forced together. So I've taken a calculated risk. To tell you, so that I have one person here that I don't have to lie to. One person who knows that what I seem to be is only a pretense. I'll make them stop treating you so unregardingly. No, cried Zdoriab. No, you mustn't. Things will be better when we're married, for both of us. You were right about that. But you must let me remain invisible as much as possible. I know best how to deal with what I am, believe me. You've never even imagined it. You said so yourself. So don't bull your way into my survival strategy and start trying to fix things, because you'll end up killing me if you do. Do you understand that? You're brilliant, one of the finest minds of our time, but you know absolutely nothing about this situation. You are hopelessly ignorant. You will destroy anything you touch, so keep your hands off. He spoke with unbelievable vehemence and power. She had not imagined him capable of talking this way. She loathed it, being put in her place so firmly. But when she thought about it, instead of reacting viscerally, she realized that he was right. That, for now at least, she really was ignorant, and the best thing she could do was let him continue to handle things however he thought best. All right, she said. I'll say nothing, I'll do nothing. Nobody expects you to be proud to be married to me, said Zdoriab. In fact, they'll all think of it as a noble sacrifice you're making. So you won't lose any status by being my wife. It'll make you sort of heroic to them. She laughed bitterly. Zdoriab, that's how I thought of it myself. I know, he said, but that's not how I thought of it. I even hoped. Imagine having the right to be alone in the same tent with the keenest scientific mind on the planet Harmony. Every night, with nothing to do but talk. It was so sweetly flattering, and yet, for reasons she couldn't quite grasp yet, it was also vaguely tragic. That's a marriage, after a fashion, don't you think? We won't have babies like the others, but we'll have thoughts. You can teach me. You can talk to me about your work, and if I don't understand, I can promise you that I'll educate myself through the index until I do. And maybe I can tell you some of the things I've found. I'd love that.
We can be friends then, he said. That'll make ours a better marriage than most of theirs. Can you imagine what Obring and Kyokor talk about? She laughed. Do you think they actually do? And Mebekyu and Diol, both play-acting and secretly loathing each other. No, I don't think Diol hates Mebekyu. I think she actually believes the part she's playing. You're probably right. But they're pretty awful, don't you think? And they're going to have children. Terrifying. They laughed, long and loud, till tears ran down both their faces. The door parted. It was Nyafai. I clapped, he said, but you didn't hear me. Then I realized you were laughing, and I thought I might come in. Both of them immediately grew sober. Of course, said Zdoryab. We were just discussing our marriage, said Shiedame. Shiedame could see the relief spread over Nyafai's face as if the shadow of a cloud had just passed. You're going ahead and doing it, he said. We were just stubborn enough to want to wait until it was our idea, said Zdoryab. I believe it, said Nyafai. In fact, said Zdoryab, we ought to go tell Razia and Volyamak, and besides, you wanted to use the index. I did, but not if you're not done with it, said Nyafai. It'll still be here, said Shiedame, when we're ready for it again. And in moments they were outside the tent heading for... where? Zdoryab took her by the hand and led her to the cook fire. Diol was supposed to be watching here, he said, but she usually runs off. She needs her little nap, you know. It doesn't matter. I let Yobar touch the cookpot once, and he must have spread the word about how it feels, because the boons don't come anywhere near here now, even when it smells as good as this. It did smell good. How did you learn to cook? My father was a cook, said Zdoryab. It was the family business. He was good enough that he was able to afford to send me to Basilica to study, and I learned a lot of what he knew. I think he'd be proud of what I've been able to do in these piss-poor conditions. Except the camel cheese. I think I found an herb that will improve it, said Zdoryab. He lifted the lid of the cookpot. I'm trying it tonight. There's twice as much cheese in this as usual, but I don't think anyone will mind. He lifted the stirring spoon, and she saw how cheesily the liquid strung and glopped off of it. She said. Can't wait. He detected the irony in her voice. Well, it's not as though you don't have ample reason to be suspicious of anything that looks like it might taste like the cheese. But I figure that we've all had years of loving cheese and only a couple of months of hating it, so I should be able to win you all back if I do it right. And we will need the cheese. It's too good a source of animal protein for all the nursing mothers we're going to have. You've got it all planned out, she said. I have plenty of time to myself to think, he said. In a way, she said, you're really the leader of this group. In a way, he said, you'd best not say that in front of anyone else, or they'll be sure you've lost your mind. You're the one who decides what we'll eat and when, where we'll void ourselves, what we'll plant in the garden. And you guide us around in the index, but if I do it right, no one ever notices, he said. You take responsibility for us all, without ever waiting to be told. So do all good people, he said. That's what it means to be a good person. And I am a good person, Shedia. I know that now, she said. And I should have known it before. I interpreted all you did as weakness, but I should have known that it was wisdom and strength, freely shared with all of us, even the ones who don't deserve it. And now at last, it was time for tears to come to his eyes. Just a little shining, but she saw, and knew that he knew that she saw. It occurred to her that their marriage would be far more than the sham she had intended. It could be a real friendship between the two people who had least expected to find friends and companions on this journey. He stirred the pottage and then replaced the lid, leaving the spoon hooked over the side. I imagine this is the safest place we could come and talk, if we didn't want to be disturbed or overheard, she said, because I don't imagine anybody ever comes near the cook fire if they can help it, for fear of being asked to work. Zdoryab chuckled. I'll always be glad for your company while I'm working here, as long as you understand that cooking is an art, and I do concentrate on it sometimes while I do it. I hope I can tell you things so stimulating and interesting that you ruin the soup sometimes. Do it too often and they'll be pleading with us to get a divorce. They laughed, and then again their laughter trailed off into silence. Why don't I go and tell Aunt Razia, said Shiedame. She'll want to do up a wedding for us tonight, I'm sure.
She'll be even more relieved than Yafai was.
And we want it as public as possible, said Zdoriab.
She understood.
We'll make sure everybody sees that we are definitely man and wife.
And the unspoken promise, I will never tell anyone that we are not man and wife at all.
Shedame turned to leave, to look for Razia, but Zdoriab's voice detained her.
Shedia, he said. Yes?
Please call me Zodia.
Of course, she said, though in fact she had never heard his familiar name. No one used it.
And another thing, he said.
Yes?
Your student article. You were wrong about genetic culls.
I said it was just speculation.
I mean, I know you were wrong, because I know what we are. In the ancient science, the earth science that I've been exploring through the index, it's not some internal mechanism of the human body. It's not genetic. It's just the level of male hormones in the mother's bloodstream at the time the hypothalamus goes through its active differentiation and growth.
But that's almost random, said Shedame.
It wouldn't mean anything. It would just be an accident if the level happened to be low for those couple of days.
Not really random, said Zdoriab,
but an accident all the same. It means nothing, except that we're born crippled.
Like Isyib.
I think when Isyib sees me walking, sees what I can do with my hands, that he would gladly trade places with me, said Zdoriab. But when I see him with Hushith, and see her pregnant as she is, and see how the others have given him real respect because of that, how they recognize him as being one of them, then there are moments, only moments, mind you, when I would gladly trade places with him.
Shedame impulsively squeezed his hand, though she was not one who was apt to make such affectionate gestures. It seemed appropriate, though. A friendly thing to do, and so she did it, and he squeezed back, so it was all right. Then she walked briskly away, looking for Lady Razia. And as she went, she thought, who would have believed that finding out my husband-to-be is a Zop would come as such wonderful news, and that it would make me like him more? The world is truly standing on its head these days. Alone in the index tent after Shedame and Zdoriab left, Nyafai did not hesitate. He took the index, still warm from their hands, and held it close to him, and spoke almost fiercely to the Oversoul. All this time you've been telling me that Father's dream of the tree didn't come from you, but you never mentioned that you have his whole experience in your memory. Of course I do, said the index. It would be remiss of me not to record something as important as that.
And you knew how much I wanted a dream from the Keeper of Earth. You knew that.
Yes, said the index.
Then why didn't you give me my father's dream?
Because it was your father's dream, said the index.
He told it. It isn't secret anymore. I want to see what he saw.
That's not a good idea.
I'm tired of your deciding all the time what's a good idea and what isn't. You thought that killing Gabialofix was a fine idea.
And it was.
For you. You've got no blood on your hands.
I have your memory of it. And I didn't do too badly by you out in the desert when Elyamak was plotting to kill you.
So, you saved my life because you wanted my genes in our little gene pool.
I'm a computer, Nyafai. Do you expect me to save your life because I like you? My motives are a great deal more dependable than human emotions.
I don't want any of that from you. I want a dream from the Keeper.
Exactly. And having me put your father's dream into your mind is not the same thing as having a dream from the Keeper. It's merely having a memory report from me.
I want to see those earth creatures that the others have seen, the bats and angels,
which they think are earth creatures.
I want to have the taste of the fruit of the tree in my mouth.
Even as he said it, as his lips silently formed the words, as the cry of anguish formed in his mind, Nyafai knew that he was being childish.
But he wanted it, wanted so badly to know what his father knew, to have seen what Luette saw, what Hushith saw, what even General Mouge and Luette's strange mother Thirsty saw. He wanted to know, not what they told about it, but what it looked like, felt like, sounded like, smelled like, tasted like. And he wanted it enough that even if he was being childish, he had to have it. He demanded it.
And so the Oversoul, regarding it as undesirable to have the male it had earmarked as the eventual leader of the party be in such an anguished and therefore unpredictable state, gave him what he asked for. It came on him all at once, as he held the index. The darkness that Father had described, the man who invited him to follow, the endless walking. Only there was something more, something Father hadn't mentioned. A terrible, disturbing feeling of wrongness, of unwanted, unthinkable thoughts going on in a powerful undercurrent. This wasn't just a wilderness, it was a mental hell, and he couldn't bear to stay in it. "Skip past this part," he said to the index. "Take me past here. Get me out of here." All at once the dream stopped. "Not out of the dream," said Nephi impatiently. "Just skip the dull part." "The keeper sent the dull part as much as it sent anything else," said the index. "Skip to the end of it where things start happening." "That's cheating, but I'll do it." Nephi hated it when the index talked like that. It had learned that humans interpreted resistance followed by compliance as teasing, and therefore it now teased them as a way of simulating natural behavior. Only because Nephi knew that it was only a computer doing the teasing and not a person, it was merely tedious, not fun. Yet when he complained about it, the index merely replied that everybody else liked it, and Nephi shouldn't be such a killjoy. The dream came back again, and immediately he was plunged into the darkness, the walking, the back of the man leading him, and that awful mental undercurrent that was so painful and distracting. But then he could hear his father's voice pleading with a man to tell him something, to lead him out of the place. Only it was not his father's voice. It was a strange voice that Nephi had never heard before, except that in his mind he kept perceiving it as his own voice. Only it was Father's thought that this voice was his own, not Nephi's, because his own voice sounded nothing like this, and neither did Father's. Until finally Nephi realized that this was how his father's voice sounded to his father. In a dream, of course, Father wouldn't hear the voice everyone else hears. He'd hear the voice he thinks he hears when he's speaking. Only it's not even that voice. It's much younger. It's the voice he learned to think of as his own when he formed his identity as a man. Deeper than his real voice, more manly, and younger. Except Nephi couldn't shake the powerful conviction that no matter how he analyzed it, this was his own voice, not Father's at all, though it was also completely wrong for his voice. And then Nephi realized that, of course, if the index was playing back for him his memory of Volumax's experience of the dream, it would be filtered through Volumax's consciousness, and therefore would have all of Volumax's attitudes inextricably tied to it. That's what that undercurrent was of distracting, meaningless, confusing, frightening thoughts. It was Father's stream of consciousness, constantly evaluating and understanding and interpreting and responding to the dream. Thoughts that Father wouldn't even have been particularly conscious of himself, because they hadn't surfaced yet, including scraps of ideas like, "This is a dream," and "This is from the Oversoul," and "I'm really dead," and "This is not a dream," and all kinds of contradictory thoughts jumbled up and piled on top of each other. When Father was having these thoughts, they arose out of his own unconscious mind, and his own will sorted them out, and the thoughts responded to his will, terminated a thought as soon as he wanted to move on to another. But in Nephi's mind, with all of this replayed, the thoughts did not respond to his own will, and in fact were superimposed on his own stream of consciousness. Therefore, he was having twice as many under-the-breath thoughts as he usually had, and half of them did not respond to his will in any way, so it was at once confusing and terrifying, for his mind was out of control. Father had given up talking to the man, and was now crying out to the Oversoul, pleading with him. It was humiliating to hear the fear, the anxiety, the whining in Father's voice. He had said that he was pleading, but Nephi had never actually heard his father take this self-abasing tone with anyone, and it was like seeing his father going to the toilet or something disgusting like that. He hated seeing his father this way. I'm spying on him. I'm seeing him as he sees himself at his worst moments, instead of seeing the man he presents to the world, to his sons. I'm stealing his self from him, and it's wrong. It's a terrible thing for me to do.
But then maybe I should know this about my father, how weak he is. I can't rely on him, a man who whimpers like this to the Oversoul, begging for help like a baby. And then he thought of how he himself had pleaded with the Index to show him Father's dream, and realized that in their own minds, even the bravest and strongest of men must have moments like these, only no one ever saw them because they never acted on them outside their dreams and nightmares. I only know this about Father because I'm spying on him. At that moment, just as he was about to ask the Index to stop the dream, it changed, and suddenly he was in the field that Father had described. At once Nyafai wanted to find the tree, but of course he could only look where Father looked in the dream, and could only see it when Father saw it. Father saw it now, and it was beautiful, and a great relief after all the darkness and bleakness. Only Nyafai not only felt his own relief, but also had Father's relief superimposed on his, and therefore it wasn't relief at all, but more tension, more distraction and disorientation, and it didn't help that instead of walking to the tree in an orderly way, Father just sort of went to it. He thought of it as walking, but he really just got closer suddenly, and there he was at the tree. Nyafai felt Father's desire for the fruit, his delight at the smell of it, but because he was faintly nauseated by the movement toward the tree, and faintly headachy because of the constant undercurrent of Father's thoughts, the smell did not arouse any desire in Nyafai. Rather, it made him sick. Father reached up and picked the fruit and tasted it. Nyafai could feel that Father found it delicious, and for a moment as the taste came into Nyafai's mind it was delicious, powerfully, exquisitely delicious in a way Nyafai could hardly have imagined. But almost immediately the experience was subverted by Father's own reaction to it, his own associations with the taste and the smell of it. His reactions were so powerful, Father had been so overwhelmed by the taste, that his feelings were out of control, and Nyafai could not contain them. It was physically painful. He was terrified. He screamed at the Index to stop the dream. It stopped, and Nyafai let himself fall sideways onto the carpet, gasping and sobbing, trying to get the madness out of his mind. And in a little while he was all right again, because the madness was gone. "You see the problem I have communicating clearly with humans," said the voice inside his head. "I have to frame my ideas so clearly and loudly, and even then most of them think that they're hearing nothing but their own thoughts. Only the Index makes it possible for real clarity of communication with most people. Except you and Luette. I can talk to the two of you better than anybody." The voice of the Index was silent for a moment. "I thought you were going to go insane there for a while. It wasn't pretty, what was happening inside your head." "You warned me." "Well, I didn't warn you of all that because I didn't know it would happen. I've never put one person's dream inside somebody else's head before. I don't think I'll do it again, either, even if somebody gets very upset because I said no." "I agree with your decision," said Nyafai. "And you were very unkind to judge your father that way. He's a very strong and courageous man." "I know. If you were listening in, you know that I figured that all out." "I wasn't sure if you'd remember that. Human memory is very unreliable." "Leave me alone," said Nyafai. "I don't want to talk to you or anybody right now." "Then let go of the Index. You can always walk away." Nyafai removed his hand from the Index, then rolled over, got to his knees, to his feet. His head reeled. He was dizzy and felt sick. He staggered outside the tent. Isyib and Mebeku were there. "We're on our way to dinner," said Isyib. "Did you have a good session with the Index?" "I'm not hungry," said Nyafai. "I don't feel well." Mebeku hooted. It sounded to Nyafai very much like the pant hoots of the baboons. "Don't tell me Nyafai's going to try to get out of work by claiming to be sick all the time. But I guess it's worked so well for Luette that he figures it's worth a try, right?" Nyafai didn't even bother to answer Meb. He just staggered away, looking for his tent. "I've got to sleep," he thought. "That's what I need, to sleep." Only when he got there and lay down on the bed, he realized he couldn't possibly sleep. He was too agitated, too nauseated. His head was swimming, and he couldn't think, but he also couldn't stop thinking. "So I'll go hunting," thought Nyafai. "I'll go out and find some small helpless animal, and I'll kill it, and tear its skin off, and rip its guts out, and I'm sure I'll feel better because that's the kind of man I am."
Or maybe when the smell of the guts hits me, I'll throw up, and then I'll feel better." No one saw him on the way out of camp. If they had seen him walking so unsteadily and carrying a pulse, they probably would have stopped him. He crossed the stream and went up the hills on the other side. They never hunted in that direction because that was the side where the baboons slept in the cliffs, and because if you went too far in that direction you'd get close enough to the villages in the valley called Luja that you might run into somebody. But Nyafai wasn't thinking clearly. He only remembered that once before he had been on the other side of the stream and something wonderful had happened. And right now he very much wanted for something wonderful to happen. Or to die. Whatever. "I should have waited," he said to himself over and over again when he could think well enough to know what he was thinking. "If the Keeper of Earth wanted to send me a dream, it would have sent me a dream, and if it didn't, I should have waited. I'm sorry, I just wanted to know for myself, but I should have waited. I can stand the waiting now, only now you'll never send me a dream, will you? Because I cheated. Just as the index said, I cheated, and so I'm not entitled. In fact, I'm worthless now. I've ruined my own brain by what I insisted the Oversoul do for me, and now I'm going to be sick in the head forever, and neither you nor the Oversoul nor Luette nor anybody else will have any use for me, and I might as well drop off the edge of a cliff somewhere and die." It was sundown when he realized that he had no idea of where he was, or how far he had wandered. He only knew that he was sitting on a rock on the crest of a hill, in plain sight if there were some bandit looking for someone to rob or a hunter looking for prey. And even though he had his head in his hands and was looking at the ground, he was aware that someone was sitting across from him. Someone who had not yet said anything, but who was watching him intently. "Say something," said Nyafai silently, "or kill me and get it over with." "Ooh, ooh, ooh," said the stranger. Nyafai looked up then, for he knew the voice. "Yobar," he said. Yobar wiggled a little and hooted a few more times, in delight apparently at having been recognized. "I don't have anything for you to eat," said Nyafai. "Ooh," said Yobar cheerfully. He was probably just grateful for someone to notice him, since he had been ostracized by the troop. Nyafai reached out a hand to him, and Yobar strode boldly forward and laid his forehand in Nyafai's. And in that moment, Yobar was not a baboon at all. Instead, Nyafai saw him as a winged animal, with a face at once more fierce and more intelligent than a baboon's. The one wing flexed and stretched, but the other wing did not, for it was the hand that Nyafai held in his own. The winged creature who had taken Yobar's place spoke to him, but Nyafai couldn't understand his language. The creature, the angel, Nyafai knew that's what it was, spoke again. Only now Nyafai understood, vaguely, that it was warning him of danger. "What should I do?" asked Nyafai. But the angel looked around and became more agitated, and then, seeming to be quite frightened, it let go of his hand and leapt skyward and flew, circling overhead. Nyafai heard a sound of something hard scraping over rock. He looked back down at the rocks around him and saw what had made the noise. A half-dozen of a larger, fiercer creature, the rats from the dreams the others had had. They were heavier and stronger-looking than the baboons had been, and Nyafai well knew from the stories of other desert travelers that baboons were far stronger than a full-sized man. The teeth were fierce, but the hands, for they were hands, not claws, looked terrible indeed, especially because many of them held stones and seemed prepared to throw them. Nyafai thought of his pulse. How many of them can I kill before they hit me with a stone and knock me down? 2 of them? 3? Better to die fighting than to let them take me without any cost at all. Better? Why would it be better? Bad enough that one should die. What's to be gained by killing more, except that they'd feel more justified in having slain me? So he set down his pulse on the ground in front of him, and clasped his hands across his knees, and waited. They waited also. Their arms were still poised to throw. The angel still circled overhead, a silent witness except for occasional high-pitched squeals. Then, suddenly, Nyafai realized he had something in his hand. He opened his hands and saw that he was holding a fruit. He recognized it immediately as one of the fruits of the tree of life. He lifted it to his lips and tasted it, and it was as Father had said.
as Nyafai had tasted for just a moment before, the most exquisite sensation he could imagine feeling. Only this time there was no distraction, no confusion, no disharmony. He was at peace inside himself and healed. Without thinking, he took the fruit from his lips and offered it to the rat directly in front of him. The rat looked down at his hand, then up at Nyafai's face again, then down at the fruit. Nyafai thought of laying the fruit down and letting the rat pick it up himself, but then he realized that no, it would be wrong to let the fruit touch the ground, to let it be picked up like a rotting windfall. It should be taken from a hand. This fruit should always be taken from the tree itself or from someone's hand. The rat sniffed, moved forward, sniffed again, and then it took the fruit out of Nyafai's hand and took it to its lips and bit down. The fruit squirted, and some of the juice of it struck Nyafai in the face, but he hardly noticed, except to lick his lip where it ran. For he couldn't take his eyes off the rat. It was frozen in place, unmoving, the juice of the fruit dribbling from the sides of its mouth. "Have I poisoned it?" thought Nyafai. "Have I killed it somehow with this fruit? I didn't mean to." No, the rat had not been poisoned, merely stunned by it. Now it began making urgent sounds in its throat, and it scurried to its nearest companion, who took the fruit from its mouth with its own teeth. And so that one fruit passed around the circle, each one taking it into its mouth directly from the mouth of the one before, all the way around the circle until it came back to the first one. And that one came forward and offered its mouth to Nyafai, the remnant of the fruit still there, still visible. Nyafai's face was not built to a point the way the rats' faces were, and so he had to reach out and take the fruit with his hand. But he put it at once in his own mouth, dreading what it would taste like now, but knowing he must do it. To his relief, the flavor of the fruit was unchanged. If anything, it was sweeter now for having been shared by these others. He chewed, he swallowed. Only then did they also swallow whatever juice and bits of fruit remained in their mouths. They came forward and laid at his feet the stones they had been holding to use as weapons. The pile was a pyramid in front of him, 14 stones. Then they filed away among the rocks. At once the angel swooped back down, circled around him, chirping madly, flapping and flapping, until it landed heavily on his shoulders and enfolded him in its wings. "I hope this means you're happy," said Nyafai. In answer, the angel said nothing, but flew away itself. Then Nyafai stood and saw that he was not on the crest of a rocky peak at all, but was in a field beside a tree, and near him was a river, and beside the river a path with an iron railing. He saw all that his father had seen, including the building on the other side. And then, when he expected the dream to end, for he knew it was a dream, it changed. He saw himself standing in the midst of a huge multitude of people and angels and rats, and they were all watching a bright light coming down out of the sky. They had been waiting, he understood. They had all been waiting, and now it was here, the Keeper of Earth. Nyafai wanted to get nearer, to see the face of the Keeper of Earth, but the light was too dazzling. He could see that it had 4 limbs, just from the shape of it, 4 limbs and a head. But beyond that, the light simply blinded him, as if the Keeper were a small star, a sun too bright to look into without burning your eyes. Finally, Nyafai had to close his eyes, squint them shut to relieve them from the pain of staring into the sun. When he opened them, though, he knew he would be close enough. He knew he would see the face of the Keeper. "Who?" It was Yobar's face he was staring into. "Who yourself?" whispered Nyafai. "Who?" "It's almost dark," said Nyafai. "But you're pretty hungry, aren't you?" Yobar sat back on his haunches expectantly. "Let's see if I can find anything for you." It wasn't hard, even in the dusky light, because the hares on this side of the valley hadn't grown scarce yet. When full night came, Yobar was still tearing at the corpse, devouring every scrap of it, breaking open the skull with a rock to get at the soft brains. Yobar's hands and face were covered with blood. "If you have any wit at all," said Nyafai,
You'll get home fast with what's left of this meat and all the blood on you, so some female will make friends with you and let you play with her baby so you can make friends with it and become a full-fledged member of the troop." It was unlikely that Yobar understood him, but then he didn't have to. He was already trying to hide the body of the hare from Nyafai, preparatory to stealing it and running away. Nyafai made his life easier by turning a little bit away so that Yobar would seize the opportunity and run. He heard the scampering of Yobar's feet and said silently to him, "Buy what you can with this hare's blood, my friend. I've seen the face of the Keeper of Earth, and it is you." Then, regretting at once the disrespectful thought, Nyafai spoke silently to the Keeper of Earth, or to the Oversoul, or to nobody. He didn't know. "Thank you for showing me," he said. "Thank you for letting me see what Father saw, what all the others saw. Thank you for letting me be one of those who know. Now, if someone could help me find my way home." Whether it was the Oversoul helping him or simply his own memory and tracking ability, he found his way home by moonlight. Luette had been worried. So had Mother and Father, and others too. They had put off Shiedame's and Zdoriab's wedding, because it would be wrong to do that on a night when Nyafai might be in danger. Now that he was back, though, the wedding could go on, and nobody asked him where he had gone or what he had been doing, as if they knew it was something too strange or wonderful or awful to be discussed. Only later that night, in bed with Luette, did he speak of it. First of feeding Yobar, and then of the dream. "It sounds like everyone was satisfied tonight," said Luette. "Even you?" he asked. "You're home," she said, "and I'm content." Chapter 6. Pulses. They stayed in their camp in the valley of Mebeku by the river of Elyamak longer than they intended. First they had to wait for the harvest. Then, despite the anti-vomiting herbs that Shiedame learned about from the Index, Luette was so weakened from pregnancy that Razia refused to let them begin the journey and risk her life. By the time Luette's morning sickness had ended and she had regained some strength, all three pregnant women, Hushith, Kyokor, and Luette, were large enough in the belly that traveling would have been uncomfortable. Besides, they had been joined in their pregnancy by Seviet, Eath, Diol, and Lady Razia herself. None of them were as sick as Luette had been, but neither were any of them much disposed to mount camels and ride all day, and then pitch tents at night and strike them in the morning while subsisting on hard biscuit and jerky and dried melon. So they ended up staying in their camp for more than a year, till all 7 babies were born. Only 2 of them had sons. Volyamak and Razia named their boy Oikib, after Razia's father, and Elyamak and Eath named their firstborn son Prochnu, which meant endurance. Eath made mention of the fact that only her husband, Elyamak, was as manly as Volyamak, to put a son in her as Volyamak had sired nothing but sons. By and large, the others ignored her boasting and enjoyed their daughters. Luette and Nyafai named their little girl Chvea, because she had sewn them together into one soul. Hushith's and Isyib's daughter was the first birth of the new generation, and they named her simply Zia, because she was the answer to all the questions of their life. Kyokor and Obring named their daughter Krasyata, a name meaning beauty that had been rather in fashion in Basilica. Vas and Seviet named their daughter Vasna Minyanya, partly because the name meant memory, but also because it was related to Vas's name. They called her Vasnya. And Mebeku and Diol named their daughter Basilikia, after the city which they both still loved and dreamed of. Everyone knew that Meb meant his daughter's name to be a constant reproach to those who had dragged him from his proper home, so everyone picked up on the nickname Volyamak thought of for her, and so called her Sielsika, meaning country girl. Of course, this annoyed Meb, but he learned to stop protesting since it only caused the others to laugh at him. Oikib and Prochnu, Chvea and Zia, Krasyata, Vasnya, and Sielsika, on a cool morning more than a year after their parents had all come together in the valley of Mebeku. The babies were loosely wrapped in cool traveling clothes and laid in hammocks slung across their mothers' shoulders so the babes could nurse during the day when they grew hungry. The women, except childless Shiedame, did none of the work of striking tents, though as the children grew, they would soon be expected to resume their duties. And the men, strong now, tanned and hardened from a year's life and work in the desert, strutted a little before their wives, proud of what babies they had made together, full of their lofty responsibility to provide and care for wives and children. All but Zdoryab, of course, who was as quiet and as unprepossessing as ever, with his wife still childless. The two seemed almost to disappear sometimes. They were the only members of the company unconnected to Razia and Volyamak by blood or marriage. They were the only childless ones. They were considerably older than any of the others of their generation except Elyamak. No one would have said that they were not fully the equals of the rest of the company, but then no one actually believed that they were either. As the company gathered to go, Luette, with Shvea asleep in her sling, carried an overripe melon on her shoulder down to where the baboon troop was pursuing its normal business. The baboons seemed agitated and jumpy, which was hardly surprising considering the tumult up at the human camp. As Luette passed the perimeter of their feeding area, they kept glancing up at her to see what she was doing. Some of the females approached to see her baby. She had let them touch Shvea before, though of course she could never let them play with her the way they played with their own children. Shvea was far too fragile for their rough fondling. It was a male, not a female, that Luette was looking for, and as soon as she moved away from the curious females, there he was. Yobar, the one who had been an outcast less than a year ago, and who now was best friends with the oldest daughter of the matriarch of the tribe. He had as much prestige as a male could get in this city of women. Luette brought the melon to where Yobar could see what she had. Then, turning slightly away so he wouldn't be too frightened, she cast it down on a rock, and the melon burst open. As she expected, Yobar jumped back, startled. When he saw that Luette was not afraid, however, he soon came closer to investigate. Now she could show him what she wanted him to see, the secret that they had so carefully kept from all the baboons during their year in this place. She reached down, picked up a fragment of rind with plenty of the meat of the fruit still clinging to it, and ate noisily. The sound of her eating drew the others, but it was Yobar, as she had expected, who followed her example and began to eat. He made no distinction between fruit and rind, of course, and seemed to enjoy both equally. When he was full, he jumped around, hooting and frolicking until others, especially young males, began to venture forward to try the fruit. Luette slowly stepped back, then turned and walked away. She heard footsteps padding behind her. She glanced back. Yobar was following her. She had not expected this, but then Yobar had always surprised her. He was intelligent and curious indeed, among animals whose intelligence was only a little short of the human mind, and whose curiosity and eagerness to learn were sometimes greater. "Come if you will, then," said Luette. She led him upstream to the garden, where the baboons had long been forbidden to go. The last of the third crop of melons was still on the vine, some ripe, some not yet. He hesitated at the edge of the garden, for the baboons had long since learned to respect that invisible boundary. She beckoned to him, though, and he carefully crossed the edge into the garden. She took him to a ripe melon. "Eat them when they look like this," she said. "When they smell like this." She held the melon out to him, still attached to the vine. He sniffed it, shook it, then thumped it on the ground. With enough thumping, he broke it. Then he took a bite and hooted happily at her. "I'm not done yet," said Luette. "You have to pay attention through the whole lesson." She held out another melon, this one not ripe, and though she let Yobar sniff it, she wouldn't let him hold it. "No," she said. "Don't eat these. The seeds aren't mature, and if you eat them when they look like this, you won't have a crop next year." She set the unripe melon down behind her, and pointed to the broken ripe melon in pieces around Yobar's feet. "Eat the ripe ones. Shiedame says the seeds will pass right through your digestive system unharmed, and they'll sprout right in your turds and grow quite nicely. You can have melons forever if you teach the others to eat only the ripe ones. If you teach them to wait." Yobar looked at her steadily. "You don't understand any of the words I'm saying," she said. "But that doesn't mean you don't understand the lesson, does it? You're a smart one. You'll figure it out. You'll teach the others before you move on to another troop, won't you? It's the only gift we can leave for you, our rent for using your valley this past year. Please take this from us and use it well."
he hooted once. She got up and walked away from him. The riding camels were ready for mounting now. They had been waiting for her. "I was just showing the garden to Yobar," she said. Of course Kyokor rolled her eyes at that, but Luet hardly noticed. It was Nyafai's smile, and Hushith's nod, and Volyamak's "well done," that mattered. On command, the camels lurched to their feet, burdened with tents and supplies, dry boxes and cold boxes full of seeds and embryos, and, above all, with not 16, but 23 human beings now. As Elyamak said only last night, the Oversoul had better lead them to their destination before the children get too big to ride with their mothers, or else it had better find them more camels along the way. The first 2 days' travel took them northeast, along the same route they had taken from Basilica. It had been a year since they came that way, however, and almost nothing looked familiar, or at least nothing looked more familiar than anything else, since all gray-brown rocks and yellow-gray sand began to look familiar after the first hour. Mebiku rode beside Elyamak for a short way, late in the second afternoon. "We passed the place where you sentenced him to death, didn't we?" Elyamak was silent for a moment. Then, "No, we won't pass it at all." "I thought I saw it." "You didn't." They rode in silence for a while more. "Elyamak," said Mebiku. "Yes." He didn't sound as if he was enjoying the conversation. "Who could stop us if we simply took our share of the tents and 3-day supplies and headed north to Basilica?" Sometimes it seemed to Elyamak that Mebiku's short-sightedness bordered on stupidity. "Apparently you've forgotten that we have no money. I can assure you that being poor in Basilica is even worse than being poor out here, because in Basilica the Oversoul won't give a lizard's tit for your survival." "Oh, and we've been so well taken care of here," said Meb scornfully. "We were at a well-watered location for more than a year, and not once did any travelers or bandits or eloping couples or families on holiday ever come near us. I know. We might as well have been on another planet, an uninhabited one. I can tell you, when Dolya was too pregnant to move, the baboon females were starting to look good to me." Never had Mebiku seemed more useless than now. "I'm not surprised," said Elyamak. Meb glared at him. "I was joking, Pizduk." "I wasn't," said Elyamak. "So you've sold your soul, is that it? You're Daddy's little boy now. Nyafai Senior." Mebiku's resentment of Nyafai was only natural, since Nyafai had shown him up so many times. But Elyamak had long since decided to endure Nyafai, at least as long as he stayed in his place, as long as he was useful. That's all Elyamak really cared about now, whether a person contributed to the survival of the group, of Elyamak's wife and child. And it wouldn't hurt for Mebiku to recall exactly how much more useful Nyafai was than Meb himself. "We've lived a year together," said Elyamak. "You've eaten meat that Nyafai killed during every week of that year, and you still think he's nothing more than father's favorite." "Oh, I know he's more than just that," said Mebiku. "Everyone knows it. In fact, most of us realize that he's worth more than you." Mebiku must have seen something in Elyamak's face then, for he dropped back and stayed in line directly behind Elyamak for some time. Elyamak knew that Meb's little insult was meant to enrage him, but Elyamak was not going to play along. He understood what Mebiku wanted. Out of his marriage, away from the crying of his baby, and back to the city, with its baths and commodes, its cuisine and its art, and, above all, its endless supply of flatterable and uncomplicated women. And the truth was that if he went back, Mebiku would probably do as well as ever in Basilica, with or without money. And Diol, too, would certainly find a good living there, being an almost legendary child actress. For the two of them, Basilica would be a lot better than anything that lay ahead of them in the foreseeable future. But that issue was closed, thought Elyamak. It was closed when the Oversoul made such a fool of me. The message was clear. Try to kill Nyafai, and you'll only be made to bumble and fumble around like a half-wit, unable even to tie a knot. And now it wouldn't be Nyafai he'd have to overcome in order to change their destination. It would be father. No. There was no escape for Elyamak. And besides, Basilica had nothing for him. Unlike Meb, he wasn't content to hop from bed to bed and live off any woman who'd take him in.
He needed to have stature in the city. He needed to know that when he spoke, men listened. Without money, there was little hope of that. Besides, he loved Eoth, and was proud of little Proya, and he loved the desert life in a way that no one else, not even Volyamak, could ever understand. And if he went back to Basilica, Eoth would eventually not renew his marriage contract. He would again be in the unmanly position of having to look for a wife solely in order to maintain himself in the city. That would be unbearable. This was how men were meant to live, secure with their women, secure with their children. He had no desire to break up his family now. He had stopped dreaming of Basilica, or at least had stopped wishing for it, since the only kind of life worth living there was out of reach to him. Only Meb and Dolya still had fantasies of returning, and useless as they both were, it wouldn't hurt the company one bit to let them go. So as Elyamak and his father were choosing the site for that night's camp, he broached the subject. "You know that Meb and Dolya still want to go back to Basilica." "They have so little imagination, I'm not surprised," said Volyamak. "Some people only have one idea in their lives, and so they can hardly bear to let it go. You know that they're also nearly worthless to us." "Not as worthless as Kyokor," said Father. "Yes, well, it's hard to compete with her." "None of them are completely worthless," said Father. "They may not do their share of work, but we need their genes. We need their babies in our community. Our life would be much easier, a lot less conflict and annoyance if—" "No," said Volyamak. Elyamak seethed. How dare Father not even let him finish his sentence? "It's not by my choice," said Volyamak. "I'd let anyone go back who wanted to, if it were up to me. But the Oversoul has chosen this company." Elyamak stopped paying attention almost as soon as Father mentioned the Oversoul. It always meant that the reasonable part of the discussion was over. When they camped for the night, Elyamak determined that during his watch, if Meb and Dolya decided to slip away, he'd make sure he didn't happen to notice them. It would be easy enough to find the way. The desert wasn't all that challenging through here, and they'd have the best chance of the whole journey to return to civilization. Which wasn't that good a chance, admittedly. There would be as great a risk of bandits as ever. Perhaps more, now that Mouj ruled in Basilica and would drive rough and uncivilized men from the city. Maybe the Oversoul would watch out for them and help them get back to Basilica. And maybe not. Whatever happened, Elyamak wouldn't block their attempt if they made one. But they didn't. Elyamak even stood a longer watch than usual. But they never slipped out of their tent, never tried to steal a camel or two. Elyamak finally woke Vas for his watch and then went to bed, full of fresh contempt for Meb. If it had been I who wanted to leave the group and live somewhere else, I would have taken my wife and baby and left. But not Mebekyu. He takes no for an answer far too easily. At mid-morning on the third day of travel, they reached the point where, to return to Basilica, they would have traveled north. Elyamak recognized the spot, so of course did Volyamak. But no one else did. No one realized that when they continued eastward instead of turning straight north, they were closing their last hope of restoring something like their old life. Elyamak didn't feel at all sad about it. He wasn't like Mebekyu. His life had centered in the desert all along. He had only returned to Basilica in order to sell his goods and find a wife, though of course he always enjoyed the city and thought of it as home. It's just that the idea of home had never meant that much to him. He didn't get homesick or nostalgic or teary-eyed about it. Not until Eoth gave birth and he held Proya in his arms and heard the boy's firm, loud cry and saw his smile. And then home to him was the tent where Eoth and Proya slept. He had no need of Basilica now. He was too strong in himself to hunger for a particular city the way Meb did. But if this caravan was going to be Elyamak's world for the next few years, he was determined to make sure his position in this small polity was as dominant and important as possible. In the valley, where Zdoryav's garden brought in half the food and Yafai was as good at hunting as Elyamak himself, there was no way for Elyamak to fully emerge, secure in his position of leadership. Now, though, on Camelback again, even Father deferred to Elyamak's judgment on many, many issues, and while the Oversoul chose their general direction, it was Elyamak who determined their exact path. He could look back over the company and find Ayath, her eyes on him whenever she wasn't busy with nursing the baby. The journey was reminding her of how essential he was to the survival of the whole enterprise, and he loved the pride she took in that. The Oversoul had told Father that if they found a good safe route and had plenty of supplies, 60 days of steady traveling would bring them to their destination. But, of course, 60 days of traveling was out of the question. The babies could never endure that long a stretch of heat and dryness and instability. No, they would have to find another secure place and rest again, and perhaps another after that. And in each place they would probably have to stay long enough to put in a crop and harvest it to feed them on the next leg of their journey. A year in each place, perhaps 3 years to make a 60-day journey. Yet through it all, it would be Elyamak truly leading them. And by the end of it, everyone should be turning to me for leadership, with Father reduced to nothing more than what he ought to be, a wise old counselor. But not the true leader. Not anymore. That will be me by right. If I decide then that the Oversoul's destination is the place where I want to lead the group, then that's where I'll lead them, and they'll get there safely and in good time. If I decide otherwise, of course, then the Oversoul can go hang. The Nibidimu River wasn't a seasonal river. It rose from natural springs in the rugged Liudi Mountains, which were high enough to catch snow in the winter. But the flow was never much, and when the river dropped steeply down the Crouton Valley and reached the low, hot, dry desert, it sank into the sand and disappeared many kilometers before reaching the Scour Sea. It was because of the Nibidimu that the great north-south caravan trail climbed steeply up into the Liudi Mountains, and then followed the river down almost to the point where it disappeared. It was the most dependable source of drinkable water between Basilica on the north and the Cities of Fire to the south. Perhaps a dozen caravans a year passed along the banks of the Nibidimu, and so it was almost to be expected that the Index would instruct them to make camp for a week in the foothills of the Liudi Mountains, while a northbound caravan with a heavy military escort made its way up the valley and then down the twisting road out of the mountains. The worst thing about the wait was that they couldn't make any fires. The military escort, the Index told them, was nervous and eager to find an enemy. Smoke would be taken as a sign of bandits, and the soldiers wouldn't wait to find out otherwise before slaughtering them all. So they ate the most miserable traveling rations and sat around getting annoyed with each other, waiting for the day that Volyamak told them that the Index had decided they could leave. It was on the second day, as Elyamak and Vas were hunting together, for Vas had some talent as a tracker of animals, that they lost the first pulse. Vas probably shouldn't have been carrying one, but he asked for it, and it would have been too humiliating to forbid him to have one. Besides, there was always the chance that he'd surprise a dangerous beast of prey that had tracked the same quarry, and then he'd need the pulse to defend himself. Vas was not usually clumsy, but as he crab-walked along a narrow ledge over a defile, he stumbled, and as he caught himself, the pulse slipped out of his hand. It bounced on a rocky outcropping and then sailed out into space and on into a canyon. Vas and Elyamak never heard it strike bottom. "It could have been me," he kept saying when he told the story that night. Elyamak didn't have the heart to tell him that it might have been better for everyone if it had been him. They only had 4 pulses, after all, and no way of getting more. Eventually they would lose their ability to recharge themselves from sunlight, which was why Elyamak was so careful about keeping 2 of them hidden away in a dark place. With 1 pulse gone, now one of the hidden ones had to come out and into use for hunting. "Why were you hunting anyway?" asked Volyamak, who understood what the loss of the pulse might mean in the future. He directed his question at Elyamak, which was proper, since it was Elyamak's decision to take 2 pulses out into the desert that day. Elyamak answered as coldly as if he thought Volyamak had no right to challenge his decision. "For meat," he said. "The wives can't nurse properly on hard biscuits and jerky." "But since we can't cook the meat, what did you expect them to do? Eat it raw?" asked Volyamak. "I thought I could sear the meat with the pulse," said Elyamak. "It would be rare, but it would also be a waste of power that we can ill afford," said Volyamak. "We need the meat," said Elyamak. "Should I have jumped after the pulse?" asked Vas nastily. "Nobody wants that," said Elyamak scornfully. This isn't about you anymore." Hushith watched the conversation in silence, as she usually did when there was conflict, seeing how the threads connecting them seemed to change. She knew that the lines she saw between people were not real, that they were simply a visual metaphor that her mind constructed for her, a sort of hallucinatory diagram. But their message about relationships and loyalties and hatreds and loves was real enough, as real as the rocks and sand and scrub around them. Vas was the anomaly of the group, and had been all along. No one hated him, no one resented him, but no one loved him either. There was no great loyalty binding anyone to him, and none binding him to anybody else either, except the strange bond between him and Seviet, and the even stranger one between him and Obring. Seviet had little love or respect for her husband Vas. Theirs had been a marriage in name only, for convenience, with no particular bond of loyalty between them, and no great love or friendship either. But he seemed to feel something very powerful toward her, something that Hushith did not understand, had never seen before, and his bond with Obring was almost the same, only a bit weaker. Which should not have been the case, since Vas had no reason to be closely tied to Obring. After all, hadn't Obring been the one who was caught in bed with Seviet the night that Kyokor surprised them and almost killed her sister? Why should Vas feel a strong connection to Obring? Its strength, which Hushith recognized by the thickness of the cord she saw connecting them, rivaled the strength of the strongest marriages in the company, like the one between Volyamak and Razia, or what Elyamak felt toward Eath, or the growing bond between Hushith herself and her beloved Isyib, her devoted and sweet and brilliant and loving Isyib, whose voice was the music underlying all her joy. That, she knew, was not what Vas felt toward Seviet or Obring, and toward everyone else he seemed to feel almost nothing. Yet why Seviet and Obring and no one else? Nothing connected them except their one-time adultery. Was that the connection? Was it the adultery itself? Was Vas's powerful link with them an obsession with their betrayal of him? But that was absurd. He had known of Seviet's affairs all along. They had an easy marriage that way, and Hushith would have recognized the connection between them if it had been hate or rage. She had seen plenty of that before. Even now, when Vas should have been connected to everyone in the company by a thread of shame, of desire to make amends, to win approval, there was almost nothing. He didn't care. Indeed, he was almost satisfied. "We could more easily have afforded the power to cook the meat," said Seviet, "back when we had all 4 pulses." It astonished Hushith that Vas's own wife would bring up Vas's culpability. But it was no surprise when Kyokor followed her sister and pounced even more directly. "You might have watched your step in the first place, Vas," she said. Vas turned and regarded Kyokor with mild disdain. "Perhaps I should have learned about working carefully and efficiently by following your example." Quarrels like this started far too easily, and usually went on far too long. It didn't take a raveler like Hushith to know where this argument would lead if it was allowed to continue. "Drop it," said Volyamak. "I'm not going to take the blame for our having no cooked meat," said Vas mildly. "We still have 3 pulses, and it's not my fault that we can't light fires." Elyamak put a hand on Vas's shoulder. "It's me that Father holds responsible, and rightly so. It was my misjudgment. There should never have been 2 pulses on the same hunting trip. When we blame you for our lack of meat, you'll know it." "Yes, we'll start eating you," said Obring. It was funny enough that several people laughed, if only to release the tension. But Vas did not appreciate the jokes having come from Obring. Hushith saw the odd connection between them flare and thicken, like a black hawser mooring Vas to Obring. Hushith watched, hoping that they might quarrel just long enough for her to understand what it was between them. But at that moment Shedeme spoke up. "There's no reason we can't eat the meat raw, if it's from a fresh kill and the animal was healthy," she said. "Searing the outside a little just before eating it would help kill any surface contamination without using much power. We have a good supply of antibiotics if someone does get sick, and even when we run out of those, we can make fairly adequate ones from available herbs if we need to." "Raw meat," said Kyokor in disgust. "I don't know if I can eat it," said Eath.
"You just have to chew it more," said Shedeme, "or cut it into finer pieces." "It's the taste of it," said Eath. "It's the idea of it," said Kyokor, shuddering. "It's only a psychological barrier," said Shedeme, "which you can easily overcome for the good of your babies." "I don't know why someone without a baby should be telling the rest of us what's good for us," snapped Kyokor. Hushith saw how Kyokor's words stung Shedeme. It was one of Hushith's most serious worries about their company, the way that Shedeme was becoming more and more isolated from the women. Hushith talked about it with Luet rather often, and they had been doing their best to deal with it, but it wasn't easy, because much of the barrier was in Shedeme herself. She had persuaded herself that she didn't want children, but Hushith knew from the way Shedeme focused so intently on all the babies in the group that unconsciously she judged her own value by the fact that she had no children. And when some short-sighted, unempathic little bird brain like Kyokor threw Shedeme's childlessness in her face, Hushith could almost see Shedeme's connections with the rest of the group dropping away. And the silence after Kyokor's remark didn't help. Most of them were silent because that's how one responded to unspeakable social clumsiness. One gave it just a long enough silence to serve as a rebuke to the offensive one, and then one went on as if it had not been said. But Hushith was sure that was not how Shedia interpreted the silence. After all, Shedia was not well versed in high manners, and she was also relentlessly aware of her childlessness. So to her the silence no doubt meant that everyone agreed with Kyokor, but was too polite to say so. Just one more injury, one more scar on Shedeme's soul. If it were not for the intense friendship between Shedeme and Zdoriab, and the much slighter friendship that Luet and Hushith had cultivated with Shedia, and Shedia's great love and respect for Razia, the woman would have no positive connection with the rest of the company at all. It would be nothing but envy and resentment. It was Luet who finally broke the silence. "If meat is what our babies need, then of course we'll eat it seared or even raw. But I wonder, are we so close to the edge nutritionally that we can't go a week without meat?" Elyamak looked at her coldly. "You can treat your baby as you want. Ours will always suckle on milk that has been freshened with animal protein within 3 days. "Oh, Elyamak, do I have to eat it?" asked Eath. "Yes," said Elyamak. "It'll be fine," said Nyafai. "You'll never notice the difference." They all turned to look at him. His remark was quite outrageous. "I think I can tell whether meat is raw or cooked, thank you," said Eath. "We're all here because we're more or less susceptible to the Oversoul," said Nyafai. "So I just asked if the Oversoul could make the meat taste acceptable to us, make us think that there's nothing wrong with it, and it said that it could do that if we didn't try to resist it. So if we don't dwell on the fact that we're eating raw meat, the Oversoul can influence us enough that we won't really be aware of the difference." No one answered for a moment. Hushith could see that Nyafai's almost casual relationship with the Oversoul was quite unnerving to some of them, not least to Volyamak himself, who only spoke to the Oversoul in solitude or with the Index. "You asked the Oversoul to season our food?" asked Isyib. "We know from experience that the Oversoul is good at making people stupid," said Nyafai. "You went through it with me, Isya. So why not have the Oversoul make us just a little stupid about the taste of the meat?" "I don't like the idea of the Oversoul messing with my mind," said Obring. Meb looked at Obring and grinned. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm sure you can be adequately stupid without help." The next day, when Nyafai brought home a Nolian, a small deer-like creature barely a half-meter from the shoulder to the ground, they cut it up and seared the meat and then ate it, rather gingerly, until they realized that either raw meat wasn't so bad, or the Oversoul had done a good job of making them insensitive to the difference. They'd get by without fire whenever they had to. But the Oversoul couldn't give them a new pulse to replace the lost one. They lost 2 more pulses crossing the Nividimu. It was a stupid, unnecessary loss. The camels were reluctant to make the crossing even though the ford was wide and shallow, and there was some jostling as they were herded across. Still, if all the loads had been competently and carefully tied in place, none of them would have come loose. None would have spilled their contents into the ice-cold water. It took a few minutes before Elyamak realized that this was the camel that carried 2 of the pulses. Until then he had concentrated on getting the rest of the camels across before trying to retrieve the load.
By the time he found the pulses, in a poke wrapped in cloth, they had been immersed for a quarter of an hour. Pulses were durable, but they had not been meant for use underwater. Their seals had been penetrated, and the mechanism inside would corrode rapidly. He saved the pulses, of course, in the hopes that perhaps they would not corrode, though he knew the chance of that was slim. "Who packed this camel?" Elyamak demanded.
No one seemed to recall having packed it.
"That's the problem," said Volyamak. "The camel obviously packed itself, and it wasn't good with the knots."
The company laughed nervously. Elyamak whirled on his father, prepared to castigate him for making light of a serious situation. When he met Volyamak's gaze, however, he paused, for he could see that Volyamak was taking things very seriously indeed. So Elyamak nodded to his father and then sat down, to show that he was going to let Volyamak handle it. "Whoever loaded this camel knows his responsibility," said Volyamak, "and finding out who it is will be very simple. I have only to ask the index. But there will be no punishment, because there's nothing to be gained by it. If I ever feel a need, I will reveal who it was whose carelessness cost us our security. But in the meantime, you are safe in your cowardly refusal to name yourself." Still no one spoke up.
Volyamak said no more, but instead nodded toward Elyamak, who got up and held the last pulse in front of him. "This is the pulse we have used most," he said. "Therefore this is the one whose charge is least durable, and yet it's all we have to bring us meat. It could last a couple of years. Pulses have lasted that long before. But when this one is no longer workable,